Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Doomsday Mother, Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, and the End of an American Family, by John Glatt. Narrated by Sean Grindell. Prologue. Sunday, January 26th, 2020. Newlyweds Chad and Lori Daybell didn't appear to have a care in the world as they left their luxurious rented condo for an afternoon at the beach. They were honeymooning on the beautiful Hawaiian island of Kauai and enjoying another perfect day in paradise. Lori, a strikingly beautiful 46-year-old blonde, wore large sunglasses, a blue swimsuit, and a beige cover-up. Chad, 5 years older, sported a baggy blue t-shirt, beach shorts, and flip-flops. They were an odd-looking couple, with Lori appearing somewhat out of place with her dumpy new husband. It was a 25-mile drive to the ritzy Kauai Beach Resort, where they had spent most afternoons sunbathing and swimming. They were almost there when a Kauai police car with flashing lights pulled over their rented black Ford Explorer on Kuhio Highway. They were escorted into the resort's parking lot, where more than a dozen armed police and detectives were waiting. "Step out," ordered a Kauai police sergeant. "We have a search warrant for you guys, your car, and your belongings." Lori calmly stepped out of the car, unfazed, as the officer handed her 2 search warrants. Chad looked visibly nervous. He was ordered to sit in a police SUV while their vehicle was searched. Lori took her time, though, reading the search warrants for their rental car and condo before being escorted into the back of a separate police car. A few minutes later, as they sat across from each other in parallel police vehicles, Chad mournfully stared at his new wife, put his hand on the window and mouthed, "I love you." That day in the parking lot was the culmination of a massive nationwide search for Lori and Chad Daybell. 2 months earlier, they had gone on the run after lying to police in Rexburg, Idaho, about the whereabouts of Lori's 7-year-old autistic son JJ and teenage daughter Tylee. The children had literally disappeared off the face of the earth the previous September, and police feared for their safety. "It is astonishing that rather than work with law enforcement to help us locate her own children," read a Rexburg police press release from December 30th, 2019, "Lori Vallow has chosen instead to leave the state with her new husband." In the couple's wake, they'd left behind a trail of highly suspicious deaths. Their respective former spouses, Charles Vallow and Tammy Daybell, as well as Lori's brother Alex and third husband Joe Ryan. The story of the missing children made global headlines, with JJ's and Tylee's faces appearing everywhere. No one could believe that their mother could possibly be so coldly indifferent about her children's welfare. Then came the strange revelations that Chad and Lori believed they were gods, leading an army of chosen ones to survive the end of the world. They were also on a divine mission to rid the world of evil zombies, constantly being revealed to Chad by his spirit guides on the other side. A prodigious author of more than 24 books on what he claimed was the fast-approaching doomsday, Chad was viewed as a gifted prophet by his legion of followers. "I don't fictionalize any of the events portrayed," he wrote in his 2017 autobiography, Living on the Edge of Heaven. "My torn veil allows information to be downloaded into my brain from the other side. The scenes I am shown are real events that will happen." Lori, a 5 times married devout Mormon and mother of 3, had been an avid fan of Chad's books for years. When she finally met him at a 2018 Preppers, preparing for the End Times conference, he informed her that they had been married many times before in previous lives, that they had been anointed by God to gather the 144,000 people who had survived the Armageddon that Chad forecast would happen on July 22, 2020. The day before police pulled them over in Hawaii, Lori had been served with an order from an Idaho court, compelling her to produce JJ and Tylee within 5 days or face arrest. Now, as police searched their SUV, half a dozen reporters, including a team from NBC's Dateline, were on the edge of the parking lot videoing the proceedings. At around 3:30 p.m., police winched the couple's rented SUV to a tow truck and informed them they were free to leave. Lori was allowed to take away some personal belongings, including a plastic Ziploc bag containing thousands of dollars in cash. East Idaho news reporter Nate Eaton, on assignment from Rexburg, Idaho, approached the couple, holding a large microphone, as his colleague Eric Grossarth shot video. "Lori," shouted Eaton, "can you tell me where your kids are?" Where are your kids?" "No comment," replied Lori glibly as she grabbed Chad's hand and led him away. "They've been missing for 4 months," Eaton continued. "You have nothing to say? You're over here in Hawaii?" Receiving no answer from Lori, Eaton turned his attention to Chad, who was anxiously clenching his jaw. "Chad, where are Lori's kids? What happened to your wife, Tammy? Why have you guys been in Hawaii so long? There are people around the country praying for your children, praying for you guys. Why don't you just give us answers?" "That's great," quipped Lori, nonchalantly flashing a cold smile as the couple headed into the resort. Part 1. Lori. 1. The Cheerleader. Lori Noreen Cox was born on June 26, 1973 in Rialto, California, the 5th child of Barry and Janice Cox. Their eldest, Stacy Lynn, had been born 7 years earlier, followed by 2 sons, Alexander Lamar in 1968 and Adam Lane a year later. A daughter, Laura Lee, was born on August 7, 1971, but tragically died at the age of 6 weeks. 4 years later, Janice gave birth to Summer Nouvelle, completing the family. The Cox family had deep roots in Rialto, named after the bridge in Venice and just 56 miles east of Los Angeles. Barry was a successful life insurance underwriter with political aspirations. In March 1974, he had actively campaigned for a vacant seat on the Rialto City Council. "I would like to see more large-range city planning," read his campaign statement. "I support programs that benefit the needs of the youth and the elderly, and want to reduce all unnecessary spending." Prior to the election, Cox, then 33, was profiled in the San Bernardino County Sun, which highlighted his Mormon credentials. A lifelong member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, LDS, he served as a missionary in England in the early 1960s. Although he failed to win a seat on the city council, Barry was appointed the 1974 Beneficial Life Insurance Man of the Year for selling over $1 million of insurance. He won the award again the following year, and his bosses took out an advertisement in the San Bernardino County Sun to publicly congratulate him. In 1980, 7-year-old Lori, known by the family as Lolo, started at Trapp Elementary School. She was slightly overweight with blonde hair and blue eyes, her natural charm and affability drawing people to her like a magnet. In 3rd grade, she became best friends with Rose Vaughn, not her real name, whose parents knew Barry and Janice Cox. The 2 girls soon became inseparable, and Rose was always at the Cox's house in Sycamore Avenue, where she got to know Lori's parents and siblings well. "We were together all the time," said Rose. "Lori was always very, very sweet. She was kind and cared about everybody." The Cox family lived in a large house in the ultra-exclusive El Rancho Verde Country Club, across from the 18-hole golf course. Lori and her 4 siblings were raised in affluence and always had the best of everything. "Lori grew up spoiled," said Rose. "Her parents were well off and bought the kids everything they wanted." The Coxes attended the Redlands, California Temple in Redlands, where Lori and her siblings were all active in the children's program. But Rose, who was not Mormon, noticed that the Coxes were far more flamboyant than other big LDS families in Rialto, and not particularly religious. Her family did not act Mormon, Rose explained. They went to church occasionally, but it wasn't like they were super devout. Rose's mother was a teacher and strict, so nothing had prepared her for Lori's unconventional parents. Janice favoured high heels, tight leopard skin pants, short, tight tops, bleached blonde hair and freshly done nails. They would leave all the kids alone and go to Hawaii for the weekend, said Rose. They were not present. Lori's parents also did not believe in taxes and would battle the IRS for decades. In 2019, Barry self-published a manifesto entitled How the American Public Can Dismantle the IRS, dedicating it to all freedom-loving USA citizens. The reader will learn the American public has been brainwashed or indoctrinated by IRS propaganda, wrote Cox, which is used as a weapon of fear to scare the hell out of every American. Outspoken at social gatherings, Barry Cox would often argue that taxes were illegal and that the IRS was a criminal organization. "He was very vocal," said Rose. "My father hated him because he refused to pay taxes." As Rose got to know the Cox family better, she tried to avoid Lori's older brother Alex. The tall, gangly teenager never had a girlfriend and seemed fixated on his younger sister Lori. "Alex just gave me the creeps," said Rose. "When Lori and I were in the pool, he was always watching us, and I didn't like that." Lori Cox was a popular student who always got good grades without trying too hard. In May 1984, the fifth grader won the Trapp Elementary School spelling bee and was singled out in a local newspaper report. While Lori was in middle school, Barry and Janice started frequenting the Santa Anita racetrack, often taking Lori along for good luck. Her parents pulled Lori out of school a lot to go to the track, remembered Rose. "I think her father was a gambler." Lori's brother Adam once won a bet with his father about who would win the Kentucky Derby, and Barry paid up by building a basketball court in their front driveway. According to Rose, Barry and Janice would also go to Hawaii for weeks at a time, leaving the children alone in the house. They gave 16-year-old Alex blank checks to buy food for the siblings, putting him in charge of Lori in summer. Alex would cash the checks, spending most of the money on himself. He would also order pizza and throw parties for his friends. Alex was supposed to look after Summer, said Rose, but he was always doing something bad, so Lori had to. Several times, Barry and Janice brought Lori to Hawaii, where she fell in love with the magical islands, which would draw her back again and again throughout her life. Every Friday night, Lori would go over to Rose's house for dinner and spent holidays with her family. Looking back, Rose believes that Lori craved the security of a stable family and looked to Rose's parents to provide what she lacked at home. "I had more of a really centered family," Rose explained. "My mum and dad were always around and cooked dinner every night. Lori really liked that, and she used to like coming over to my house. Her mum just didn't act like her mother." When Lori was in 6th grade, Janice decided Lori should lose weight and put her on a strict diet. Lori was not happy, but her mother insisted that Lori had to stick to it so she could become a cheerleader. Janice also enlisted her daughter to join her church softball team, which Janice loved coaching. And she would ridicule Lori in front of her friends if Janice caught her eating chips or something else Janice considered fattening. One night while they were in 7th grade, Lori tearfully confided to Rose that Alex wanted to have sex with her. They were sitting on the floor in Lori's bedroom, and she suddenly burst into tears, blurting out that her older brother had been making sexual moves on her. "We grew up together, so we talked about everything," said Rose. Suddenly, Lori was crying and emotional, and she just said, "Alex is trying to have sex with me. What can I do?" The two girls fell into each other's arms and hugged and cried. Finally, Rose told Lori that she had no idea what to do. Lori never brought it up again, and Rose never pursued it. Now, in hindsight, Rose wishes that she had told her parents at the time. "I had a really good relationship with my mum," she said, "but I just got scared and didn't follow up. And I regret it because what if that could have changed the course of history?" In fall 1988, Lori and Rose moved up to Eisenhower High School. The previous year, Lori's older sister Stacy had married a Home Depot executive named Steve Cope and left home. Under her mother's supervision, Lori had now slimmed down and was in great shape. She joined the Eisenhower cheerleading squad as a flyer, the member thrown up in the air to the cheers of the crowd. She was popular and had a lot of friends, said her older brother Adam. "There's a lot of what Lori has that attracts people to her." Lori soon became close to another member of the cheerleading squad, Bernadette Flores Lopez, who remembered them clicking immediately. Although Bernadette came from a less affluent part of town, she was soon a regular visitor to the Cox's Sycamore Avenue house, along with the rest of the cheer squad. They would hang out and swim in the Cox's pool. The cheer squad's favourite routine was to the Sly and the Family Stone 1960s hit, Dance to the Music, which they regularly rehearsed at the Cox house. "I thought she was just a Barbie doll," said Bernadette. "She was just really, really friendly. Not overly friendly, but she was just really sweet. I was just so excited to get to know her." Bernadette remembers Lori as being a devout Mormon who attended religious seminary classes before school every morning. "In her house there was a giant copy of the Book of Mormon," said Bernadette. In her senior year, Lori started dating another Eisenhower student named Nelson Yanis. She was smitten from the start. "We grew up right around the corner from each other," said Nelson. "I was her first boyfriend." Nelson, who came from a wealthy family but was not Mormon, soon met Lori's unconventional parents and remembers them as a different type of family. Almost overnight, Lori Cox had transformed from a plain, chunky girl into a miniature version of her flashy mother. She embarked on a new social life revolving around the cheerleading squad, making her something of a celebrity at Eisenhower High School. She even went on a cheerleading trip to Six Flags Magic Mountain, where they did an impromptu performance. She bleached her hair and started wearing skimpy clothes, recalled Rose. She started getting her nails done and wore red lipstick. She was all about her social circle with flashy cars and flashy clothes. That just wasn't the Lori that I grew up with. Rose also didn't approve of Lori's new boyfriend, Nelson, and thought he was a hothead. Rose remembers him as having a temper and yelling at Lori in the school hallways, where she would cower and never stand up for herself. "The more Lori started to be around Nelson," said Rose, "the less I started to be around." Lori now adored being the center of attention and loved people telling her how beautiful she was after losing so much weight. Rose had never before seen this narcissistic streak. She wondered if Lori was trying to impress her older brother Alex, and whether he was still pursuing her sexually. "And I don't know if it was because she grew up chunky," said Rose, "and then all of a sudden got really thin, or if it had anything to do with Alex and what Lori had told me in the 7th grade. On April 24, 1989, Lori's sister Stacy gave birth to a daughter she named Melanie. Over the years, Lori would become a second mother to her niece. They would become close, and Melanie would adopt her aunt's extreme religious beliefs. "Lori used to carry me around as a little baby," said Melanie, "and pretend that I was hers when she was 16. The following year, Stacy, now living in Washington state, was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes and put on an insulin program. She was told by her doctor to regularly inject insulin and closely monitor her blood sugar. Stacy would refuse to adhere to this life-or-death regimen. On July 6, 1990, 16-year-old Stacy Gilliam, who was in the same year as Lori Cox at Eisenhower High School, was brutally murdered by her boyfriend, Mark Barros. The two were in his van celebrating his 17th birthday, eating pizza and cake and discussing religion in a Winchell's parking lot in San Bernardino. Barros suddenly asked if she was afraid to die, and Stacy said she was not. He then took out a knife and repeatedly slashed her throat before stabbing her in the chest. The following morning, Barros went to a police station and surrendered, telling police he had been thinking about murdering Stacy for a year. Lori Cox knew Stacy and was, like everyone else at Eisenhower High School, shocked by the murder. "It was absolutely horrible," remembers Rose Vaughn. Years later, there would be rumors that Lori had been in the car too when her friend had been murdered. Lori was not there that night Stacy was murdered, Rose says. Barros pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and served 28 years in prison, before being granted parole in February 2018. Lori Cox graduated from Eisenhower High School on June 12, 1991. Her yearbook graduation photo shows a sophisticated young lady with long blonde hair in California-style beachy waves. She has a wide smile and is wearing a dark bustier top and glam gloves with zippers. According to Lori's Eisenhower alumni page, her favorite school memory was a 1989 cheerleading pep rally before a big football game, when all eyes were on her. 2. A psychological hornet's nest. Soon after graduating, 18-year-old Lori Cox left home and moved in with her high school sweetheart, Nelson Yanis. When Lori informed her parents that she and Nelson wanted to marry, they were against it. "He wasn't my favorite, and we didn't have a close relationship," Janice would later say. "She left home, and we asked Lori to wait a year." But in 1992, against her parents' wishes, Lori eloped to Las Vegas with Nelson. None of the Cox family, nor any of Lori's friends, attended the wedding. The marriage was short-lived. When Rose Vaughn ran into Lori a year later at a grocery store, Lori told her she was planning to divorce Nelson. She invited Rose over to the house she was renting in Rialto with Nelson, who was out at the time. "We chatted on her couch for an hour," said Rose. "She said she was going to get a divorce from Nelson and that she was moving, but she didn't know where to. She claimed Nelson was beating her up, but I don't know if that was true or not." After her divorce, Lori moved to Austin, Texas, where she enrolled at the Baldwin Beauty Schools and found a job as a hairstylist in a local salon. Her brother Adam was already living in Austin, making a name for himself as a shock jock radio DJ under the moniker Bo Nasty. Adam's fiancée, Nicole Meyer, met Lori in Austin soon after she arrived. Nicole found her future sister-in-law beautiful, outgoing, but constantly craving attention. "She probably looked in the mirror more than anyone I know," said Nicole, and it was a running joke in the family. She loved to look at herself and always had drama in her life. Soon after arriving in Austin, Lori started dating William Lagiola, who was a year older than her. It was a tempestuous relationship, and for the next couple of years they periodically lived together as Lori tried unsuccessfully to convert him to the Mormon religion. The relationship turned violent, with Lori calling the police to their Bluff Springs Road house on several occasions. On July 16, 1995, Travis County Deputy Sheriff Michael Mancias met with Lori, who claimed that William had hit her in the mouth and thrown her on the bed, injuring her. "We did observe an injury to Lori Cox," he wrote in his report. "Her upper lip had a small cut on the inside of the mouth." Lagiola was charged with assault, but the case was later dismissed because the victim, Lori, failed to show up for court. Meanwhile, in Washington state, Lori's sister Stacy was in a bitter custody battle for her 6-year-old daughter, Melanie. Her father, Steve Cope, claimed that Stacy, now dangerously ill with type 1 diabetes, was refusing to take her insulin shots, and her obsessive behavior was irreparably damaging Lori's beloved little niece. In an August 1995 motion for custody of Melanie, filed with the Superior Court of King County, Cope outlined his wife's tragic physical and mental decline. In a 17-page sworn declaration, Cope blamed Barry and Janice Cox for many of Stacy's problems. "Stacy has always admitted to me, and others, that her family was a psychological hornet's nest," he wrote. "Her mother, Janice Cox, is obsessed with issues of weight, physical appearance, and feminine bodies." By mid-1994, he wrote, Stacy viewed all food as poison, fearing sugar and some vegetables. She was also germophobic, washing her hands at least 4 times an hour. He also claimed his wife was suicidal and refused to take her insulin injections. Instead of seeking hospital attention, he wrote, Stacy had insisted on vacationing in Hawaii, saying it was the only place that would make her happy. At the end of December 1994, Stacy weighed just 76 pounds and was hospitalized 3 times, where she had to be fed intravenously. Cope was especially concerned about the effect Stacy's behavior was having on Melanie's welfare. Her mother refused to let her attend kindergarten because of germs, as well as drawing up a list of forbidden foods for Melanie, including milk. Melanie's last 2 lower teeth came in without enamel, he wrote, due to a lack of calcium at the time they were growing in. Melanie now fears the dentist. Cope wrote that he had tried hard to keep the kitchen stocked with healthy food, but Stacy would return it to the store while he was out at work. Melanie has become the caretaker for her mother, he wrote, believing she is responsible and sacrifices her own childhood to caring for her mother. He stated that Stacy now rarely left the house and had only gone to church once in the last 8 months, leaving Melanie with a lack of religious instruction. In late March 1995, Cope went on a business trip to Atlanta. He returned to find Stacy had gone to stay with her parents in California without telling him and had taken Melanie with her. For the next few months, they lived with Barry and Janice Cox. I spent a lot of time in the Cox home, remembered Melanie in 2020. Barry and Janice, my grandparents, lived in California, and I lived with them for a while. My mum was sick, and I remember my dad travelling a lot for his job. On July 1st, Cope flew to California to attend Lori's brother Adam Cox's wedding to Nicole Meyer. Lori also attended the sealing service, a ritual performed in LDS temples to establish the existence of family relationships throughout eternity, held at the Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints Temple in La Jolla. A couple of days later, Cope brought Stacy and Melanie back to Washington with him. The 3 months Melanie had lived in her grandparents' house had changed her beyond recognition. She now believed she was a 3-year-old boy and had cut her hair short with scissors and started wearing baseball caps like her uncle Alex. "Something weird has happened to Melanie," wrote her father. "She insists she's a boy and, upon meeting new people, will insist, 'Call me AJ, Alex or Bobby,' and I am 3 years old. When she does that, she begins talking in a different pitch, as if she were 3 years old." On July 28th, Cope became so concerned about Melanie's welfare that he decided to remove her from her mother. He packed up her clothes and told her they were going on a fishing trip. Then he drove her to his brother and sister-in-law's house. "In order that Melanie and I can return to the house," he wrote, "I am asking that Stacy be required to vacate it. I've arranged for my mother to come and be with Melanie while I work." On August 14th, Barry Cox filed his own sworn declaration on behalf of his daughter, demanding permanent custody of Melanie. Cox accused his son-in-law of being an absent father who put work above his family. Cox said he had tried unsuccessfully to steer Cope to the right path. "I loved Steve, and I wanted to help him," wrote Cox. "Accordingly, I warned Steve at one point that his absence and estranged attitude for his wife and child would lead to problems. I told him that a wife was like a delicate flower and needed to have tender love and care. He was indifferent to my suggestions." Cox described his son-in-law as a construction worker type, with no appreciation for things of delicacy or of a sensitive emotional nature. Cox also labelled Steve's allegations against him and Janice false, writing that he was shocked by Steve's malicious statements. "Steve abducted Melanie in the middle of the night," he wrote, "and left Stacy alone in the house to die. He ran away like a thief in the night." The court awarded custody of Melanie to her father, Steve Cope, who eventually divorced Stacy and remarried. On October 22, 1995, Lori, now 22, married William Laggiola after becoming pregnant. None of Lori's family attended the wedding. From the beginning, there was a constant drama in the marriage, with Lori frequently dialing 911 to summon the police. On February 21, 1996, Lori, still using her maiden name, Cox, swore out an affidavit against her new husband. She accused him of mentally and physically abusing her over the last 3 years, and stated that William had threatened to kill her and their unborn child if she dared call the police on him again. "William has beat me up," claimed Lori, "hitting and pushing me and holding the phone away from me so that I could not call 911. She added that William had warned her that if he went to jail, he would find her and kill her, no matter how long it took. Once again, the case against Laggiola was dismissed by an Austin court. On April 8, 1996, Lori gave birth to a baby boy she named Colby. By this time, the couple had separated and William had moved back to his parents' house in Brackettville, Texas. After Colby was born, William finally agreed to convert to Mormonism so the couple could be reunited and bring up their new baby together. A few months later, Lori swore out a bizarre criminal complaint against William Laggiola, explaining that she had agreed to give him one last chance after Colby was born. In mid-July, she had driven her 3-month-old baby 200 miles west to Brackettville to attend William's Mormon baptism. "During our relationship, I prayed that he would accept my religion," wrote Lori, "repent of his carnal, selfish and sensual behavior, and become a Christian." According to Lori, she arrived in Brackettville to find William had been living with another woman. Nevertheless, she agreed to move into his parents' house after William apologized and promised to support her and Colby. "He said he wanted and needed his wife and baby," wrote Lori. "He took advantage of my good faith, my charity, and my vulnerable situation." According to Lori's affidavit, William then took her car keys and allegedly imprisoned her and Colby at his parents' house for the next several months. In early November, she claimed, while William was passed out drunk after a one-night stand with a new girlfriend, Lori sneaked out with Colby at 4 a.m. and drove to her parents, now living in San Antonio, Texas. For the next 2 weeks, she alleged William called her every day, begging her to come back to him with Colby. She finally relented and agreed to give him one last chance. "I was desperate for help," she explained. "I also wanted to return to Brackettville to get my clothes, and needed my belonging for me and the baby that were in his possession." Once again, according to Lori, things didn't work out. When she tried to leave with Colby, William and his father, Vito Laggiola, told her she was free to go, but Colby must remain with them. Lori agreed to stay. A couple of weeks later, they spent a family Thanksgiving at Barry and Janice Cox's home, so Lori could earn some extra money cutting relatives' hair. The plan was for William to drive her car back to Brackettville, then return it to San Antonio with all their belongings. William did not keep his word to return my car or my belongings, wrote Lori. William also used my baby's welfare card, Lone Star, for his own personal expenses. As Lori told it, she then had her father and the Brackettville sheriff escorted to Vito Laggiola's house to collect her car. They arrived to find all her belongings lying in the street, and she had to call a repo company to get her car back. William was void of any light and intelligence to know the difference between right and wrong, wrote Lori. They believe they can lie and cheat and conspire to do evil, without any consequences. Obviously, I'm filing for divorce immediately. I also plan to file civil charges. 3. Joe Ryan. For the next several years, Lori and Colby were constantly on the move, living in numerous places, as Lori struggled to survive as a hairstylist. Lori drifted from job to job in a rootless existence. She doted on her little son, who represented the only permanence in her life. In the late 1990s, Lori was living in Westlake, Texas, where she became friends with a young woman named Tammy Joyce. Lori always had her adorable toddler son Colby with her, and Tammy remembers what good care Lori took of him. Tammy was also impressed by how Lori kept in shape by running twice a day and avoiding alcohol. Lori told Tammy how madly in love she had been with the boy's father, and how she had wanted a life with him. She blamed Laggiola for not wanting one too, claiming it led to their divorce. Later, Colby would remember his early days with his mother as she floundered. He had to grow up fast and became used to packing up his things and moving at the drop of a hat. He always felt protective of Lori, who treated him more as a best friend than a son. It was always like we were trying to get away, he said. She's trying to provide for me, trying to figure out what she wanted to do. I just remember our situation always being very hard. In May 1998, Barry and Janice Cox took Lori, her sister Summer, and Colby on a family vacation to Hawaii. Alex had stayed behind at the Cox's house in San Antonio to look after his ailing sister, Stacy, now divorced. Over the past year, her health had deteriorated further, and she was very sick. The day the group arrived in Hawaii, Alex called with the bad news that he had gone to check on Stacy and found her unconscious. He was very upset, said Summer. He called an ambulance and they took her to the hospital. The group spent the rest of the trip on the phone getting updates on Stacy's condition, and flew home early when Stacy lapsed into a coma and was moved to a hospice. Lori called her 9-year-old niece, Melanie, to break the devastating news that her mother was not going to make it. I don't think I would have wanted to have that phone call by anybody else, said Melanie. I remember flying up with my dad, who took me to see my mum for the last time in hospice. Stacy Cope died on May 21, 1998, aged 31, and was buried in San Antonio. On May 3, 1999, Lori's father, Barry Cox, was sentenced to a year and a day in prison and ordered to pay almost $250,000 in restitution to the IRS. He had not paid any federal income taxes in 1988, 1989, and 1990. On his release from prison, Cox sued the United States, the IRS, the U.S. Department of Justice, and the Probation Service for personal injury damages. Time and again, I personally confronted the IRS cabal with the facts, Cox later wrote in his autobiography, showing that it is an illegal and criminal organization. All 4 of his suits were dismissed, with the district court noting that Cox's true intention was to collaterally attack his criminal conviction. Cox appealed that decision, and the U.S. Court of Appeals dismissed it as frivolous. Over the next few years, Barry Cox would refuse to pay any of his back taxes, as the interest continued to accrue. He kept appealing all the decisions against him, leading to years of litigation. In 2001, Lori and Colby moved to Driftwood, Texas, 24 miles west of Austin. She had recently started dating a 43-year-old successful business analyst named Joe Ryan, whom she had met at the hair salon where she worked. For Lori, who had been struggling to find her footing for years, the tall, handsome Ryan offered a lifeline for her and Colby to finally get some stability. Joe Ryan had been brought up in foster care and wanted to start a family, immediately falling in love with the beautiful blonde who wielded her charm on him. For Colby, now 5, the new man in his mother's life was not a welcome addition, and he would later claim that Ryan was abusive. In early 2002, Ryan proposed, and Lori immediately accepted, on the understanding that he would convert to Mormonism. At Lori's suggestion, they flew to Maui to get married on a beach. In a beautiful ceremony, Joe gave his new bride an expensive diamond wedding ring. Once again, none of the Cox family were there for the wedding. Lori's third. After their honeymoon, they moved into a big house on Island Oaks Lane in Driftwood, Texas, and Lori soon became pregnant again. A lot of things changed quickly, Colby said. All of a sudden, she was having my sister, Tylee. Soon after they were married, Joe flew his sister, Annie Cushing, to Texas to meet his new bride. She was impressed with Lori and found her delightful. They were madly in love, Annie remembered. They were just this incredibly beautiful couple, and like celebrities wherever they went. They were both extroverts. They were larger than life. During the visit, Lori was charming and magnanimous. Annie was happy that her brother had found someone so perfect to start a family with. They were just like this little whirlwind of generosity and love, she said. Tylee Ashlyn Ryan was born on September 24, 2002, and was a beautiful baby. Lori was delighted to have a daughter, and Colby immediately bonded with his new sister. But although Lori and Joe looked like the perfect couple in photographs, things fell apart fast. Joe had a bad temper and could explode at the least provocation. He seemed to enjoy spanking Colby and giving him little hits on the head as punishment. He thought it was funny, said Colby. He was pretty physically abusive. After getting married, Lori had quit her job as a hairstylist. Joe built her a hair salon in the house so she could do her old clients' hair. One day, Joe flew into a rage and destroyed the salon with a baseball bat. He was very explosive, said Colby, who was scared of his stepfather and always tried to keep out of his way. In the summer of 2003, Ryan flew Annie Cushing and her children out to Texas for a second visit. He wanted them to meet his new baby daughter, Tylee, and see his lavish new 4,400-square-foot house. After his miserable childhood in foster care, he desperately wanted Colby, Tylee, and his sister's children to grow up as cousins, giving him the family he had never known. They had built this absolutely amazing home, remembered Cushing. It was spare no expense, and he had designed everything. Lori was her usual charming self, and all the kids loved her as she fussed over them. One morning, Lori pulled out some chemicals and hair dye and brought Tylee into her newly built hair salon to have her hair dyed blonde. Annie was astonished. It was really weird, she remembered. I thought Tylee's baby hairs were blonde and they were just growing in dark, but she had roots. And while she was talking to my oldest daughter and me, Lori just started putting highlights in Tylee's hair, and she wasn't even 1 year old. Soon after arriving, Annie saw trouble in the marriage. One day, Annie's 6-year-old daughter was getting out of Joe's SUV when she accidentally bumped the horn. He started yelling at the little girl, who burst into tears. As a furious Joe came toward her, Annie stepped between them to de-escalate the situation. A couple of days later, she was shocked to see Joe pulling Colby across the room by his hand, which Joe had bent back sharply. Then he took off his belt and spanked the 7-year-old. "What the hell are you doing?" asked Annie. Joe just ignored her and carried on beating the boy. "It was an unnecessary use of force," said Annie. "The guy had very little experience with kids, and he had this rage issue." Later, Annie spoke to Lori about the incident, explaining she didn't think it was a good idea to discipline Colby by pulling his hand so far back and using a belt. Lori seemed unconcerned and said she would talk to Joe about it. "She was very chill about it," said Annie. "She had no issue with the belt, so they had clearly agreed on that." For the rest of the trip, Annie felt as if she were walking on eggshells. One day there was a bad rainstorm and the ceiling of the new living room started to leak. Suddenly, Joe exploded, punching the wall and dropping F-bombs. Then he started throwing things. All the children froze, including Tylee and her little walker. After that, Annie and her kids flew home, and she never saw her brother again. "That was the end of our relationship," she said. "I was very angry." 4. A ticking time bomb. As Lori's marriage fell apart, the 30-year-old mother of 2 threw herself into her Mormon religion. She'd always been a strong believer, but as she became more and more disillusioned with Joe Ryan, she sought refuge in LDS teachings. She regularly took Colby and Tylee to church, and had started dancing by herself at night in an empty room filled with mirrors to religious music and her favourite 80s love songs. It was her form of meditation and getting closer to God. Lori now believed that Tylee was the reincarnation of her dead sister, Stacy, and that spirits from behind the veil, an unknown state of being after death, were giving Lori instructions on every aspect of her life. Since marrying Joe Ryan, she had moved away from mainstream Mormon beliefs into her own uncharted territory. In 2003, Lori auditioned for Wheel of Fortune, as God had told her that she would win big on the popular TV game show. The former Spelling Bee champion aced her audition and then made the 1,400-mile trip to Sony Pictures Studios in Culver City, California, to appear on the show. She wore a sexy, tight-fitted pink top exposing white shirt cuffs, her long blonde hair cascading past her shoulders. Millions watched as Lori spun the wheel. She shrieked with delight when she won $17,500 by completing the blanks, making the phrases Gopher, Doc, Isaac, and Captain Stubing from The Love Boat. Lori was ecstatic as the audience applauded. Host Pat Sajak had introduced her as a hairstylist from Austin. "How's the hair in Austin?" he asked. "It's good," gushed Lori. "Austin's a happening place." "Probably thanks to you," quipped Sajak, before asking Lori a little about herself. "I have a wonderful husband, Joseph, at home, who is watching our 2 beautiful children, Colby, who's 7, and Tylee, who is 1. And what do you guys like to do for fun?" "We like to play all kinds of sports on our 3 acres." "Okay, sounds like you have a nice life there. Congratulations." "Thank you." They went to commercials. A few months later, Lori entered the Mrs. Hayes County beauty pageant and won. In pictures taken afterward, she and Joe looked like the perfect married couple. Lori is proudly wearing the Mrs. Hayes County sash, with a smiling Joe Ryan wrapping his arms around her waist. "I don't know what really prompted her to want to do the pageant," said her sister Summer, "other than it gave her a kind of an outlet, and she thought it might help her marriage at the time." As the new Mrs. Hayes County, Lori automatically qualified for the Mrs. Texas beauty pageant. The winner of that state pageant would go on to compete for the coveted title of Mrs. America. Lori devoted herself to getting into the best possible shape by running and working out. The mission to become Mrs. America now dominated her life. The 2004 Mrs. Texas pageant was held in June in Grapevine, Texas. According to the official Mrs. Texas website, the competition celebrates the achievements, poise, and personality of today's married women. Lori got breast implants to improve her chances of winning. The official pageant brochure contained a large photograph of Lori, alongside her personal adage, "Love, Faith, Service." A picture of the whole Ryan family showed Lori, a grinning Colby, and Joe Ryan proudly holding little Tylee. The caption read, "From Lori, Joe, Colby, and Tylee, we would like to thank all sponsors and fanatical supporters. Janice and Barry Cox, San Antonio. Alex Cox, Phoenix." Lori arrived in Grapevine on a Friday morning for the 2-day contest to meet the other 27 contestants. They were then treated to a beauty seminar, followed by lunch. After an afternoon of rehearsal, Lori, with Joe, joined the other competitors and their husbands for a party. On Saturday afternoon, the official pageant began, with all the competitors performing a line dance dressed in miniskirts, matching red cowboy hats and boots. "Now we have contestant number 13, Lori Ryan," intoned the announcer, as Lori confidently strutted to the front of the stage, waving a cowboy hat at the crowd. "She is Mrs. Hayes County. She is 30 years old, and she stands at 5 feet 6 inches tall. She has blonde hair and blue eyes. Her favorite thing is anything with chocolate." Lori made the cut to the top 15 semi-finalists for the swimsuit part of the competition. She then took the stage to great applause, wearing a skimpy, teal-coloured bikini that showed off her well-toned body to full advantage. For the evening gown portion, Lori looked radiant in a white, sparkly gown as she waltzed onto the stage and winked at the audience. "Lori is Mrs. Hayes County," said the announcer. "Her husband's name is Joe. They've been married 3.5 years, and they have 2 children, 8 and 1-year-old. She was just recently on the Wheel of Fortune and won over $17,000. She's also involved with a wonderful group of 12 women, and they're writing a book to help encourage other women. Contestant number 13, Lori Ryan. Lori was then questioned by the pageant judges before they made their decision. "Tell us what you are," asked the judge. "What makes you tick?" "Being a good mum is very important to me, and a good wife and a good worker," replied Lori. "And being all those things together is not easy. So I'm basically a ticking time bomb." She would not make the top 5. A few days later, Lori started divorce proceedings against Joe Ryan, who then moved out of the house. She sold a wedding ring to a San Antonio jeweler for $4,300 and tried to move on with her life. Colby was relieved that his abusive stepfather was out of his life. When he left, it was definitely a relief. I felt safer. Lori flew her 15-year-old niece Melanie out to Texas to be a nanny for Tylee. In this period, Lori became close to Melanie, who began to see her as a surrogate mum. "Lori is just a fun mum," Melanie later told Dateline. "I loved taking Tylee to do everything, and Colby too. We'd go out on the boat on the lake." In August 2004, Lori moved Colby and Tylee into her parents' home at 502 Roble Vista in San Antonio, while she negotiated a divorce settlement with Joe Ryan. She also found a job as a hairstylist at the Wildflower Salon in nearby Austin, Texas. Once again, the family were uprooted, and Colby had to change schools and find a new set of friends. "For me, it was just normal," he said. Barry and Janice Cox were still busy fighting the IRS, which was now demanding $335,518 in unpaid taxes. Alex had joined his parents in their legal battle against the U.S. government. In April 2005, the U.S. District Court San Antonio Division denied a motion by Barry, Janice, and Alex Cox, labeling the government's case against them as irrelevant and a waste of time. The court found the Cox's objections to having to pay their back taxes were without merit. It also attached a tax lien to their property at 502 Roble Vista, where Lori and her children now lived, ruling that any money they received for the sale of it should go toward paying their back taxes. Barry, Janice, and Alex Cox immediately appealed the decision, and their quixotic fight against the U.S. government continued. On May 6, 2005, Lori and Joe Ryan were officially divorced on the grounds of insupportability. Under Texas family law, it is a no-fault divorce, meaning discord or conflict of personalities, preventing any reasonable expectation of reconciliation. Under the final divorce decree, Lori and Ryan shared custody of 2-year-old Tylee as joint managing conservators. It also laid out a detailed schedule for which parent would have Tylee during summer vacations and holidays. Joe Ryan was ordered to pay Lori $1,500 a month in child support, as well as to provide medical care until Tylee was 18. The divorce court also ordered Ryan to take out a life insurance policy for himself, naming Lori the prime beneficiary, who would receive no less than $350,000 as Tylee's trustee in the event of his death. On August 30th, fresh off her divorce, Lori Ryan filed for bankruptcy, owing almost $724,000 to creditors. She told a Texas bankruptcy court that she needed at least $6,200 a month for basic living expenses, including $500 for food. According to her filing, she was now paying $1,900 a month for a newly rented apartment in Austin, Texas, where she was living with Colby and Tylee. She and Joe Ryan jointly owed nearly $100,000 in federal and county taxes, with Lori running up more than $17,000 in credit card debt. Lori reported earning just $41,000 as a self-employed hairstylist between 2003 and 2005, and listed the sale of a wedding ring in February 2004 for $4,300. 5. Charles Vallow. In late 2005, Lori was cutting hair in the Austin salon where she now worked, when 49-year-old Charles Vallow walked in for a haircut. The tall, strikingly handsome financial planner wore an expensively tailored suit and was in great shape, having been a college baseball player once drafted by the Houston Astros. Originally from Louisiana, Vallow was the archetypal Southern gentleman with an accent to match. He asked the beautiful blonde 32-year-old hairstylist out on a date, and before long they were talking marriage. "He was smitten right away," said Charles's sister, Kay Woodcock. "They looked like they were made to be together." Charles was also coming off a bitter divorce from Cheryl and had 2 young sons, Cole 11 and Zach 8. Charles and Lori were both looking for a new relationship, and Lori saw Charles Vallow, who earned around $250,000 a year, as her knight in shining armour who would rescue her from debt. "My mum has always looked for stability," said Colby, "someone to take care of her. He was really sweet and he really cared about her from the beginning." On February 24, 2006, Lori married Charles Vallow in Las Vegas. It was her 4th wedding, and once again none of her family were present. But when they finally met him, they agreed he was her best choice so far. "Charles Vallow, to me, was the best of Lori's husbands," said Janice Cox. "We all liked him." The first time Charles's ex-wife Cheryl met Lori, Cheryl was charmed. She had moved on with her life after the divorce and was delighted that Charles had found someone. "I was happy to see him find his next spouse," she explained. "I really was, because I thought, she's a beautiful woman. She's got 2 kids and she's very religious. This is going to be wonderful." At Lori's son's baseball game, soon after they met, Lori suddenly asked Cheryl if she thought Lori was an idiot for marrying Cheryl's ex-husband. "I found that very funny," said Cheryl, "but that was the only pleasant moment we ever had in all these years." When Kay Woodcock, 51, first chatted with her new sister-in-law, the subject of previous marriages soon came up. I asked her, "Well, have you been married before?" And she said, "Yeah." I said, "How many times have you been married?" And she said, 3. And I said, "You're 32, girl. Better hope this one sticks." A few months earlier, Lori's brother Adam had been questioned by the police for causing the death of a young woman. The shock jock was hosting his morning rave show on the Sacramento radio station KDND-FM when he introduced a new on-air water drinking contest called Hold Your Wee for a Wee. Listeners would drink as much water as they could in the studio, then hold it in without going to the bathroom. Whoever held out the longest won a Nintendo Wii. According to the Toxicology Education Foundation, drinking huge amounts of water in a short time can be fatal, as was the case with mother of 3 Jennifer Lee Strange, 28, one of 18 contestants that morning. During the on-air contest, a nurse called into the show to warn it was dangerous, but Adam Cox and his sidekick laughed it off. They even joked that Jennifer's distended stomach made her look pregnant. A few hours after the contest, Adam Cox learned that Jennifer, who had come in second, had gone home and then died of acute water intoxication. "I think I went into shock," he wrote in his 2019 book, My Crazy Radio Life. "I had the worst feeling come over me. I believe it was the saddest day that I can remember, except for the day that I got a call that my older sister Stacy had passed away." Cox, along with 9 other employees, was fired from the station and investigated by the Sacramento Attorney General for possible criminal charges of aiding and participating in Strange's wrongful death. None were ever brought, but Strange's family was awarded $16.5 million in damages from the radio station. After being fired, Cox was blacklisted and struggled to find another job in radio. "Nobody was going to hire a DJ with a reputation as a killer," he explained in his book. "I was branded with a cruel and false charge." Charles and Lori settled down in a big house with a pool near Austin, Texas. His 2 young sons would spend weekends, summers, and alternating holidays with him and Lori, and the rest of the time with their mother. The new blended family worked well, and everyone seemed to get along. Although brought up Catholic, Charles enthusiastically converted to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints at Lori's request, and became active in the church. "Every Sunday, Charles would go to church with Lori and the kids," said Kay. "He went in at full force. He was very happy in it." Colby started in 5th grade at Cedar Creek Elementary School, and Tylee was enrolled in the Children's Center of Austin Daycare. They were both delighted to finally have some stability in their lives. Lori loved the lavish new lifestyle Charles provided. There were big cars, the best designer clothes, and expensive vacations, all the things that Lori had grown up with and then lost. And Charles ensured that Lori had a special dancing room with mirrors as her own personal refuge to convene with the spirits. On August 8, 2006, Lori called the Hays County Sheriff's Office to report that Joe Ryan had sexually abused Colby and Tylee during their marriage. Detective Jerry Scrocky was assigned to investigate, arranging for Lori and both children to be interviewed at Roxanne's house, a non-profit child advocacy center that helps abused children. Scrocky videotaped Tylee's interview with social worker Melissa Rodriguez. The 3-year-old was first asked about her visits with her father and what they did. Tylee replied that she slept with him and they had snacks. After identifying her female body parts as boobies, pots, and butt, she denied her father had ever looked at or touched hers, or that she had ever said otherwise. Tylee told the social worker that she slept with her father because she was scared of monsters and wore his jammies. Tylee said she liked visiting him, but admitted saying she did not. She was scared of Daddy, although she could not explain why. At the end of the 28-minute interview, Rodriguez asked again if Tylee was scared of Joe Ryan, and this time she said no. The social worker then interviewed Colby, who claimed his stepfather had sexually molested him when he was 8. He graphically described what happened, admitting that he had only told his mother about it 2 days earlier. To this day, Colby maintains he was molested. Finally, Detective Scrocky interviewed Lori and Charles Vallow about the allegations. Lori told the detective that her sister-in-law, Annie Cushing, had warned her to get Colby away from her brother because of the rough treatment she had witnessed when she visited the family. Ms. Ryan stated that she discovered hundreds of gay porn sites on his computer when they were married, read the subsequent police report. She stated that she had no idea that her husband was gay and preferred men. She confronted him about his habits, and she left him shortly after that. Lori then wrote out a 7-page statement detailing her allegations against Joe Ryan, initialing each page. She said she was currently staying with her parents in San Antonio and provided their phone number. Later that day, Detective Scrocky called Joe Ryan to make an appointment for him to be interviewed. He said he wanted to speak to his attorney first. 6 weeks later, Joe Ryan filed a motion in Hays County District Court to have Lori imprisoned for 18 months for refusing him access to Tylee. He also accused her of violating their custody agreement by not living within 100 miles of him. He asked the court to order Lori to pay all his legal costs. Lori's brother Alex was now living in suburban Phoenix, Arizona, where he'd found a job emptying porta potties. Now 38 and balding, Alex had started performing stand-up comedy at local clubs. His 10-minute act consisted of zany impressions of cartoon characters, such as Daffy Duck and Homer Simpson, as well as Hannibal Lecter, the fictional cannibal serial killer in Silence of the Lambs. "I'm Alex," he would begin, "and I'm going to be Looney Tunes." Comedian Mary Tracy first met Alex at Chili Bombers Comedy Club in Phoenix, where they were both on the program. They instantly bonded and began writing jokes together. "Alex was great at impressions," said Mary. "He was a genuinely funny guy, and becoming known on the smaller club scale. He was completely inappropriate at times, but we just had a great time. I thought of Alex as my little brother." Around the same time, Alex also met Australian-born stand-up comic Tim Bateman at an open mic in a small club called The Hidden House. Bateman was struck that Alex never drank liquor, although he loved hanging out with the other comics after shows. "Alex was an odd kind of guy," said Bateman. "He was friendly and talkative, and his impersonations were good. I really liked him." Comedian Don Steinmetz, who by day was a detective in the Phoenix Police Department, also befriended Alex. Don urged him to work his porta potties job into his comedy routine. "He cleaned them out," said Steinmetz, "and I kept telling him, 'You should write material about that,' and he would do a little bit." Steinmetz believes that Alex used stand-up to make friends and genuinely loved the comedy environment, although he had no ambitions to turn professional. "He enjoyed the camaraderie and being accepted," Steinmetz explained, "and he took on this different persona as a stand-up comic." Steinmetz often wondered why he never saw Alex with a girlfriend, but put it down to his strict Mormon beliefs he often talked about. Although they were never romantically involved, Alex and Mary Tracy, whom he affectionately nicknamed Mur, often socialized together, grabbing a burger or going to a movie. He often spoke about his sister Lori, although Mary sensed he felt conflicted about her. "Lori was almost like an annoyance to him," said Mary, "but whatever she needed, he took care of." after Lori reported Joe Ryan for sexually molesting Colby and Tylee. Officers from the Hays County Sheriff's Office descended on his house, seizing his mattress, sheets and clothes to be forensically examined for DNA traces. He was also ordered to undergo a sexual offender assessment test. He went and took a polygraph and psychosexual test, and they all came back negative, said his attorney, Keith Taniguchi. They also couldn't find any DNA, and that supported his innocence, and in the meantime they denied him access to Tylee. Lori condoned all this activity. In fact, she encouraged it. On March 31, 2007, Tylee was interviewed by a Roxanne's house therapist in the presence of Lori. The 4.5-year-old was asked if she knew who Joe was, and she replied, "He's my old daddy. My new daddy is Charles." Under the examiner's questioning, Tylee said that Joe had never hurt her or touched her inappropriately. She was then asked if anyone had ever told her to complain about him for doing bad things. Tylee replied that Colby and Charles had. At that point, the interview abruptly ended. When the child made these statements, read the official court-ordered report, the mother's jaw dropped, eyes widened, and she appeared shocked. She did not seem fearful that she was in trouble. Rather, she seemed in disbelief and shock. A subsequent report, prepared by psychologist Vivian Lewis, the clinical director of the Orion Treatment Center in Austin, was sharply critical of Lori as a mother. It noted that Lori had told therapists that she spoke with her dead sister Stacy, who she believed had been reincarnated as Tylee. She also consulted with a dead lawyer, whose spirit visited her at night. Ms. Vallow is deeply religious, and seems genuinely so, wrote Lewis. She also mentions other ghost conversations and directives from her God. A month later, therapist Susan Shinsky, who had been seeing Tylee since she was 3, caught Lori coaching her daughter to make damaging accusations against her ex-husband. Shinsky warned Lori not to push Tylee, but Lori had refused, rendering all counseling counterproductive. "Tylee has almost bottled up due to being pushed so much," read Shinsky's report. "Tylee almost spilled the beans during one session, but then closed up. Ms. Vallow is very anxious and is tied up in multiple legal situations. This anxiousness appears to be affecting Tylee." The therapist wrote that Lori genuinely believes Tylee was in danger, noting that her belief system was riddled with ghosts and fanatical religious dogma. 6. I'm going to kill you. On May 23, 2007, Lori Vallow and Joe Ryan were at the Travis County Courthouse for a custody hearing. Ryan had not seen his daughter, Tylee, for months and desperately sought visitation rights. During a court recess, Lori was in the busy cafeteria when her ex-husband walked past her. She suddenly screamed out that he'd hit her, and Ryan was immediately arrested for assault with injury. Attorney Keith Taniguchi, who was also in the cafeteria and witnessed the incident, said Lori had maliciously made it up to get back at Ryan. "He was just in there getting a drink or something," said Taniguchi, "and all of a sudden he's being arrested for assaulting her." Charles Vallow was also in a heated custody dispute with his ex-wife Cheryl, and they had the same judge, who eventually combined the two cases. Cheryl often saw Lori at hearings and noticed how she enjoyed being the center of all the court drama. She loved it, Cheryl later told the East Idaho News. "I saw her more in court than I did out of the courthouse. I saw an instability and I didn't want her around my boys." At the end of July, psychologist Vivian Lewis prepared a confidential sex offender assessment on Joe Ryan. She found that he posed no danger to Tylee and should be reintroduced into her life as soon as possible. A grand jury had also declined to indict Joe Ryan on charges of indecency with a child by sexual contact, so he had a spotless record. The psychologist's July 24th report observed that, although Joe Ryan had admitted to rape and dominance fantasies, he had never acted on them non-consensually. He does state that the mother of the child in question, read Lewis's report, enjoyed these kinds of games, and Mrs. Vallow would initiate, at times, these types of sex play and behavior. He adamantly feels that she was not forced and scared, entering into their sexual activities and mutual enjoyment. Lewis noted that these kinds of sexual fantasies and games were common between consenting adults. Joe Ryan has verbalized great frustration, wrote Lewis. During this past 4 years of accusations, multiple investigations, and now 12 months of his daughter not knowing her biological father. The psychologist also expressed grave concern about how Lori would react to her findings that Tylee should restart visitations with her father. Ms. Vallow is a devout Mormon, Lewis wrote, who has mentioned to me that death would be an option before giving Tylee to her father, even for a visit. These are real and serious concerns. I have no way of knowing if Ms. Vallow was serious. As Lewis suspected, Lori did not take the psychologist's findings well, and called her brother Alex for help. For months she had been feeding him ludicrous stories of how Joe Ryan was molesting Colby and Tylee. Now she asked Alex to go on a family crusade and come to Austin to sort out the Joe Ryan problem once and for all. He was obsessed that Joe Ryan was molesting Tylee, said Alex's friend Mary Tracy, and there was no question about it in his mind. Alex had even asked Mary to report Lori's ex-husband to the police for having child pornography, but she refused, saying no one would believe it, as she had never even met him. "The next thing I know, Alex is in Texas for some family matter," said Mary, but of course the family matter was assaulting Joe. At 11:05 a.m. on Sunday, August 5, 2007, Joe Ryan left home for his much-anticipated visit with Tylee. It was the first time he would see his daughter in more than a year, and he dreamed of rekindling their relationship. He immediately noticed a silver Pontiac Grand Prix with its headlights on, parked 3 doors away. As he drove past, the car pulled out, going the opposite way, as the driver yanked his baseball cap down to hide his face. Ryan was suspicious and called a neighbor to watch his house. When Joe arrived at the kids' exchange facility at Collin Field Drive for the scheduled noon visitation, he went into the meeting room where Lori was waiting with Tylee. The 2-hour meeting went well. At 2 p.m., Ryan said goodbye to Tylee and had to wait 15 minutes to give Lori enough time to leave the premises with their daughter. At 2:15 p.m., Joe Ryan signed out and walked into the parking lot to his car and began putting things in the trunk. Suddenly, Alex Cox, who had been waiting at a nearby picnic table, approached. "Do you remember me?" he asked menacingly. "I'm Alex. What do you want? We need to talk." Frightened, Joe Ryan asked a woman standing by, Carrie Pernice, to witness whatever happened next. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Alex Cox is my ex-wife's brother," Ryan told her as Cox came nearer. "We are going to talk right now," Alex said sternly. "We have nothing to talk about," said Ryan, starting to walk away. "Yes, we do," snapped Cox. "And this is for what you did to my nephew." Alex reached into his pants and pulled out a taser, lunging at Ryan and pushing it hard into his chest. Thinking it was a real gun, Ryan attempted to run away before feeling a sharp electric shock to his shoulder, followed by a second one in his back. He hit the asphalt face first and thought he'd been shot. Ryan got up and made a run for it as Alex chased him with his stun gun, shouting, "I'm going to kill you." Another witness was leaving Kids Exchange when he saw Alex Cox brandishing the weapon and Ryan running for his life. "I yelled for him to call 911, Ryan later told police. "I said, 'This is Alex Cox, and he is trying to kill me.'" As the witness started punching 911 into his cell phone, Alex ran over to his Pontiac parked across the street and sped away. "I yelled for Alex to come back," said Ryan. "Alex just flipped the bird back towards us." Later, Tylee would reveal that she and Lori had been sitting in Alex's car, watching the entire incident, which Lori had orchestrated. Joe Ryan was treated at the scene by EMS, and he and the 2 witnesses were interviewed by Austin police. The following afternoon, Joe showed up in an emergency room with severe chest pains and was admitted overnight for observation. He was found to have a fractured right wrist. For the rest of his life, Ryan would suffer heart problems he believed to be a direct result of Alex Cox's taser attack. His health would never be the same, and he started drinking heavily. In early January 2008, Lori and Tylee failed to show up for Joe Ryan's next scheduled supervised visitation, but a month later one did take place, with dire consequences. Ryan collected his daughter with a supervisor in tow, and as they were leaving Kids Exchange, 2 pickup trucks started following them. Ryan called 911 and was instructed to go to a public place and wait for a police officer to meet him. He did, and the two trucks parked a short distance away. After police noted their license plate numbers, Ryan was instructed to return to his house with Tylee and the supervisor and lock the doors. A police sergeant later arrived at his house to escort them back to the kids' exchange, noting the same two trucks now parked a few doors away. Later that night, after dropping Tylee back with her mother, Ryan received a threatening phone message warning him against any further visitations. 10 days later, Tylee's new appointed guardian ad litem, Mary Fogel, reported her concerns about the long-term effects and collateral damage all this drama was having on Tylee. "There are many disturbing events in this case," wrote Fogel, "that included a tasering incident at Kids Exchange after the first supervised visit and an alleged assault in the courthouse cafeteria after a hearing. Given the information, I'm concerned that there is a heightened potential for violence and physical endangerment in this situation that could potentially involve Tylee." Fogel was particularly disturbed by Tylee's flat reaction after they had been chased by two trucks during the last visitation, and the police had had to intervene. Her father was visibly shaken, Fogel observed. Tylee had no emotional reaction at all. It was as if nothing was happening. Tylee's psychological profile, Fogel noted, indicated that she suffered from a high level of repressed anxiety, endangering her emotional and mental health. Tylee has grown accustomed to adults who are highly upset and accustomed to police officers and bodyguards at the age of 5. On December 4, 2007, Alex Cox was indicted by a Travis County grand jury for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon on Joe Ryan and causing him serious bodily injury. Alexander L. Cox read the indictment. "Intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly caused serious bodily injury to Joe Anthony Ryan, Jr. by using a taser and causing him to fall and break his wrist." On February 28, 2008, Alex was arrested at work and placed in Maricopa County Jail before being extradited to Austin, Texas. Mary Tracy visited him there. "Alex thought he was a friggin' hero, and he should have a cape," she recalled. "He was like, I'd totally do it again, and he didn't care when he went to jail." On March 31, 2008, Cox pleaded guilty to the second-degree felony and was sentenced to 90 days imprisonment in Travis State Jail. He spent his 3 months incarceration in maximum security, writing jokes and reading the Bible. He exchanged a stream of letters with Mary Tracy, who was his only visitor. He was also in constant contact with Lori, who was still feeding his obsession that Joe Ryan was molesting her kids. He often discussed it with his fellow inmates, whom he was busy recruiting for another attack on his former brother-in-law. On May 27th, he wrote to Mary Tracy asking her to call his mother to help him find Joe Ryan. "Mer, would you do me a favor?" he wrote. "Call Janice and ask her to put Joe's address on a postcard and his license plate number. I think it will be popular in here. No name, just address and plate number. Thanks." A month later, on June 24th, he asked Mary to call Lori and get a photograph of Joe Ryan to give to an inmate who would be soon getting out. "The world is coming undone," he told Mary. "The pedophile is unpunished and I'm in jail. I guess it's time for the apocalypse. Can you get a picture from Lori of one of her ex-husbands and send it to me? Some of the guys would like to hang out with him. Alex." In his letters, Alex urged Mary to convert to Mormonism. He wanted her to read Romans chapter 13, to cause a little repentance for your horny granny ass. He told her, "Summer has a copy of the Book of Mormon for you. I've spent the last 3 days reading the Old Testament." At the beginning of July, Alex was released from jail and went straight back to the Phoenix comedy stand-up circuit with brand new material. The highlight of his new routine was his vicious taser attack on Joe Ryan. "Have you ever had something that you knew was the right thing to do?" he asked the audience, but it turns out that later on it was a felony. "This is a true story. I found out that my ex-brother-in-law was a pedophile, so I took a stun gun and discharged it right in his nutsack, and in Texas that's a felony." The audience applauded. Alex told him he had expected to receive a medal, but got 3 months behind bars instead. Fellow comedian Don Steinmetz, who by day was a detective in the Phoenix Police Department, did not find the new bit funny and tried to get his wayward friend back on track. He warned Alex to let law enforcement do its job and get over his obsession with Joe Ryan. "We talked about it," said Steinmetz. "I said maybe that's not the way you want to resolve things in the future, or you could wind up with more severe problems." 7. Settling down. Soon after being released from jail, Alex brought Mary Tracy to a Cox family gathering at Janice and Barry's new house in Queen Creek, Arizona. Mary was intrigued. Alex had often talked about Lori and his parents, and she was puzzled by their unusual relationship. "They were a family unit," said Mary. "Alex didn't have respect for his mum and dad, but when they said jump, he'd say how high." Mary and Alex arrived on a hot Sunday afternoon, and Lori was wearing a skimpy bikini, parading around the house with Colby and Tylee in her wake. "I just thought that was so odd," said Mary. "She looked great, but I've never actually been around someone who walked around the house in a bikini. I remember feeling that Lori was high maintenance." Alex had previously told Mary that in a long-standing Cox family tradition, every Sunday, no matter where they were, the siblings would call their mother with their football picks for that day, and it was their weekly connection that they all had together, said Mary. "I thought it was kind of cool." During the afternoon, Barry Cox invited Mary into his office, saying he had something important to tell her. She already knew from Alex about his father's ongoing battle with the IRS and the time he'd spent in jail. Then Barry sat her down and said he wanted to talk about a particular passage in the Bible, and began quoting Matthew chapter 25, verses 35 through 40. "For when I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you invited me in. I needed clothes, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you looked after me. I was in prison, and you came to visit me." And he said, "I want to thank you for visiting my son," Mary recalled. "I just thought that was so sweet of him, to care so much about Alex like that." A few months later, Alex flew to Colombia for a sex trip. Now 40 and working as a long-distance truck driver, he met women online. Socially awkward in one-on-one situations, he often made the opposite sex feel uncomfortable, so he took to the internet to find intimate partners. He often complained to Mary Tracy about his problems finding girlfriends, usually in late-night calls when he was driving his truck. Nobody worked out for him, she said, but he did like to go on these online things with the girls in South America. He just liked that type of woman. Alex booked the romance tour through a Colombian dating site that arranged flights and hotels, as well as providing prospective sex partners. He excitedly told Mary about his upcoming trip, hoping this time the girls would actually last. He flew to Medellin and checked into the hotel for the week-long romantic vacation. On the first night, he attended a party to meet young Colombian girls. He dressed casually in a short-sleeved sky-blue shirt and light brown dress pants. Maria Escobel, not her real name, was one of the girls hired for the event and introduced herself to Alex, offering to be his interpreter during his trip. "My name is Alex Cox," he told her, James Bond style, flashing a big smile. Alex told Maria he drove trucks for a living, did comedy on the side, and was a certified massage specialist. He met a few girls that night, maybe 3 or 4, said Maria, and at the end of the night he left with one of them. The following afternoon, Maria met Alex in his hotel lobby, as she'd agreed to show him around town. She took him to her favourite Chinese restaurant for lunch, where Alex charmed her with his jokes. Although Alex had a different girl every night, he spent his days with Maria. On Sunday they went to the beach, and Alex invited her up to his hotel room where they kissed. The next day Alex promised her the best massage of her life. He was absolutely right, she said. His hands were strong and soft. Then Alex invited her to stay the night, and they had sex. "He got on his knees, he kissed me," Maria recalled. "He gently pushed me on the bed, and the next I knew he was taking off my pants. Everything happened so fast." After they finished, Alex talked about being raised a Mormon, saying he was now excommunicated. When Maria asked why, Alex replied that he liked sex too much and refused to wait until marriage. He told me also about a few sexual experiences he'd had. They spent the rest of the trip together, and Alex proposed marriage. He even took her to a jewelry store in a local mall to buy an engagement ring, but she said she needed more time before she could make a lifelong commitment. "Everything was happening so fast," Maria explained. "I found it odd." Something strange about Alex frightened her, and she sensed he was a disturbed person. The second time we had sex, he had such a glare in those green eyes, such lust. His eyes were shining in an evil way, and that made me feel uncomfortable and scared. At the end of his trip, Maria saw Alex off at the airport. He promised to keep in touch and did call several times before he stopped. Over the next few years, Alex would send a stream of money transfers to women he had met in Colombia on sex visits. For the next few months, Joe Ryan's supervised visitations with Tylee were fraught with tension. The 5-year-old now regularly saw therapists, who began to notice inconsistencies in her accounts of whether her birth father was molesting her. Once again, they suspected Tylee was being coached by her mother. On June 30th, 2008, Tylee said she didn't want to stay overnight with her dad because he'd molested her in Colby. 2 weeks later, she said she didn't want to confront him about being molested. When asked why, Tylee burst into tears, saying he might be mad because maybe it wasn't true. Her guardian ad litem, Mary Fogel, reported that at a July meeting, Tylee had said she was now happy to visit her father. Tylee added, "I'm scared about overnights," wrote Fogel in her subsequent report. When questioned about this, she said something like, "Because Joe molested me in Colby." When Tylee's mother came into the session toward the end, Tylee looked at her mother and said, "I told her." The first week of August, Tylee had her first supervised overnight visit with her father. It had been agreed that throughout August, Tylee would visit her father from Saturday morning at 10 a.m. to the same time Sunday morning. The exchanges would take place at Kids Exchange and be unsupervised until Saturday at 8 p.m., when a social worker would arrive at Ryan's house to spend the night. After the first overnight visitation, the supervisor reported that Tylee had taken photographs all over the house, explaining her mum had asked her to. The supervisor later checked Tylee's overnight bag, packed by Lori, finding 2 toy guns, a diaper, and a baby blanket. "This was very confusing," wrote Fogel, given the mother's keen sense of Tylee's age, size, developmental stage, and interests. In September 2008, Lori and Charles Vallow moved their family to Chandler, Arizona. Known as the Community of Innovation, the Phoenix suburb was voted one of the best places to live in Arizona, with Intel and other high-tech companies based there. Charles's financial business was thriving, and he spent at least 3 days a week away on business. Lori had no need to work, so she could enjoy a life of leisure, and Alex lived just a few miles down the road. Lori and Charles joined the local Mormon temple and attended services every Sunday with their children. They seemed like a happy, successful family, and soon became a respected part of the community. They were just this bustling, busy family, Charles's sister Kay told Dateline. Their life was built around the church. 12-year-old Colby finally had a stable home life and didn't have to worry about being constantly on the move. "We stayed in one house," he said. "We had all our family around us, and they all came over for parties. There wasn't court drama, and everybody was just calm." However, Lori's move to Arizona meant Joe Ryan now had to make a 2,000-mile round-trip journey to visit Tylee, recently diagnosed with a serious pancreatic condition and hospitalized twice. He already paid Lori $1,500 a month in child support, and the added travel and hotel expenses were financially crippling. He was struggling to afford his scheduled visitations. So Ryan's attorney, Keith Taniguchi, filed a series of custody motions to force Lori to return with Tylee to Austin, Texas. His job was becoming more tenuous, explained Taniguchi. He was running into real problems. A Travis County, Texas court dispatched a social worker at Joe Ryan's expense to Phoenix to inspect Tylee's new living conditions. Lori charmed her, and she came back with glowing reviews, remembered Taniguchi. That Lori was perfect, the house was all nice, and they even had a swimming pool. After moving to Chandler, Lori enrolled Tylee in a small charter school called the Learning Foundation and Performing Arts, LFPA, in nearby Gilbert. The school specialized in a variety of performing arts programs, and Lori was eager to develop her daughter's natural talent for singing and dancing. A student can attend rigorous academic tutoring one day, read the prospectus, and hip-hop the next. Tylee soon became best friends with another girl in her class, Vaisia Itai. The two girls became inseparable, and their mothers also became close. "Lori was the mum I wanted to be," said Echo Itai. "She was awesome. We loved her and thought she was great. Vicea was Tylee's first close friend, and Tylee began confiding in her about her real father, Joe Ryan, and how confused she was about him after all her years of therapy. When she was really young, said Vicea, she used to have complete meltdowns once it was time to go to her dad's. He may have abused her, but she couldn't remember. Since moving to Arizona, Tylee said her life was much improved. She was only really going to his house because it was court-ordered, said Vicea. Once she was old enough, she didn't want to see him again. Echo and Vicea rarely saw Charles Vallow when they visited Lori's house, as he was usually away on business, but when they did, he was always friendly. Charles was a go-getter, said Echo, a dynamic type person, and they lived well. They were always doing fun things and taking vacations. On July 26, 2009, Joe Ryan got into a heated argument with Lori at his visitation handover inside a Barnes & Noble bookstore in Gilbert, Arizona, and called the police. Respondent Lori Vallow disturbed the peace of the child by causing a confrontation in the presence of the child, read Ryan's motion of contempt filed by his attorney, Keith Taniguchi. It also alarmed the movant, Joe Ryan, that he had to call the police for assistance. A week later, Lori failed to bring Tylee to another scheduled exchange, leaving Ryan to fly back to Austin without seeing his daughter. That year alone, Lori would be found guilty of 7 different counts of civil contempt. She was now on a full-fledged campaign to deny him access to Tylee, said Taniguchi. Chandler Police has multiple police reports about all the run-ins that they had. In late December, Joe Ryan flew to Phoenix to see Tylee perform in her school's Christmas play. After it finished, Lori whisked her away, denying Joe his scheduled holiday visit. Eventually, Ryan would relocate to Phoenix to be nearer Tylee, even though it meant a 40% cut in his salary. But Lori stubbornly continued her fight to keep him out of his daughter's life. They constantly argued about money, with each side claiming the other owed thousands of dollars in child support. Finally, Ryan appealed to his ex-wife to bury the hatchet for Tylee's sake. "I would think Tylee would be your first obligation," he emailed her in August 2011. "Tylee is worth everything. She is smart and talented and beautiful, and I'm not sure what your intentions are. You really are only hurting Tylee, and I hope you will find it in you to sacrifice for your daughter and do the right thing." Over the next 2 summers, Lori Vallow helped run a youth summer camp at the Chandler Center for Arts. Tylee and Vicea performed in several plays Lori directed, including Broadway Kids. "Every summer they do a kids' summer camp," said Echo, and Lori was one of the directors who helped put it together. Tylee and Vicea performed several song and dance routines under Lori's enthusiastic direction. The girls had just 5 days of camp to learn the show, which was then performed on a Friday night from the stage of the Chandler Center for the Arts. Lori helped direct Broadway Kids, said Vicea. Lori was very charismatic and energetic, so kids took her direction pretty well. Lori was close to Vicea and always listened to what she had to say. They would have long talks about the Mormon religion, and although Lori espoused mainstream beliefs, she enjoyed talking about the end times. They were all within the normal, said Echo, who was also brought up LDS. Vicea would share them with me. They were what normal LDS families would talk about, because we all talk about scriptures and the last days and so forth. 8. JJ. On May 25, 2012, Charles Vallow's nephew's girlfriend, Mandy Ledger, gave birth to a little boy the couple named Canaan Trahan. He was born 10 weeks premature, weighing under 3 pounds, with drugs in his system. He almost died. Dennis Trahan, 26, and Mandy, 38, were both drug addicts and unable to care for Canaan, so he became a ward of the state. Doctors managed to save his life, slowly weaning him off the drugs. At 7 weeks, he was ready to leave the hospital, and social services asked his grandparents, Larry and Kay Woodcock, if they would adopt him. They agreed immediately and brought him back to their home in Lake Charles, Louisiana, renaming him Joshua Jackson, or JJ. Larry, 65, bonded with JJ on the first night he came home. The fragile baby was restless as he was still dependent on drugs, and Larry opened his robe and tenderly laid him on his chest and put his tiny head by his heart to calm him down. And I remember him laying there, said Larry, and I wrapped him in my robe, and I got him good and tight, and from that moment on, I just absolutely fell in love with that little boy. Larry and Kay now devoted themselves to taking care of JJ. They ran a thriving transportation company, working 24/7, so bringing up a needy baby presented a huge challenge. "We had many discussions about this," said Larry. "I'd be in my 70s by the time he got into school." A few months later, Charles and Lori Vallow offered to adopt JJ. The Woodcocks gratefully accepted, believing it to be the perfect solution, and called it the easiest, hardest decision they had ever made. "They wanted their own child together, and JJ was it," said Larry. "He was our little boy, but we knew in the future it would be best for JJ, especially when we could see him or have him any time we wanted." On February 14, 2013, Charles and Lori collected 9-month-old JJ and began the official adoption process with the state of Louisiana. When they brought him home to Chandler to meet his new siblings Colby and Tylee, there was some initial wariness about bringing a new baby into the family. "I remember the conversation of them telling us they wanted to adopt him," said Colby. "We're all grown. You're really going to bring a baby into a grown house?" But as soon as JJ arrived, Colby and Tylee fell in love with the adorable baby boy, and he instantly became part of the Vallow family. "He was already a miracle baby," said Colby. "He barely made it out of being born, so he just came into our lives and we fell in love with him so easily." As JJ got older, he was diagnosed with autism and needed special care and medication. Lori rose to the occasion, teaching Colby and Tylee how to prepare his bottles and help him go to sleep when he was restless. Tylee also took on a protective mothering role, forming a deep bond with the little boy. A few months later, Kay and Larry flew to Arizona to visit JJ in his new home. They were delighted at how well he was doing. Lori was on her best behaviour and charmed the Woodcocks, who were overjoyed that JJ, with all his special needs, now had such a loving and attentive mother. "I thought she was a wonderful woman," said Kay. "A wonderful mother, a devout Christian. I thought she had it all." There was absolutely no hint of Lori's manic dark side, and she played the role of perfect mother and loving wife. The Lori the Woodcock saw was the polar opposite of the controlling, paranoid woman who talked to her dead sister and other spirits, who had so alarmed Tylee's social workers back in Texas. On September 24, 2013, Tylee spent her 11th birthday in Phoenix Children's Hospital with pancreatitis. It was the latest in a series of hospitalizations she had endured for the debilitating disease. Since the move to Arizona, Tylee had come into her own and developed a sassy character. Although she worshipped her mother and they were close, Tylee had an undercurrent of disapproval, too, for her mother, and would call her out on things. Tylee's relationship with her stepfather, Charles, was also complicated. They constantly bickered as Tylee began to assert herself. "Tylee and Charles didn't get along too well," said Vizier. "She was very outspoken and had a strong sense of self, which caused a lot of friction between the two." The two best friends now did everything together. They went to the mall, swam in Charles's pool, watched movies and went on photography expeditions. "Just anything that we thought would be fun," said Vizier. "We mostly enjoyed talking. She was just so funny and entertaining." And little JJ, who called his adoring sister Tai, would often join them. "I loved being around JJ and Tylee," said Vizier. "Tylee was really protective over JJ, and she was kind of another mama to him. I just loved how she would play with him and just always have a really good time with him." In early 2014, Lori and Charles Vallow decided to move to the Hawaiian island of Kauai after Colby graduated from high school and JJ's official adoption papers were signed. Since first going as a child, Lori had always wanted to live in Kauai. She persuaded Charles that the island offered great business opportunities, and her parents also planned to move there at the same time. An added bonus would be that Joe Ryan would finally be out of Tylee's life. In early April, Lori, her mother Janice, Charles and Tylee all flew to Kauai on a reconnaissance mission, meeting a realtor to view houses in the Kapa'a district. On their return, Lori swore everyone to secrecy, in case Ryan found out and made trouble. Eventually, he learned about the plan through one of Tylee's school friends and was furious, vowing to stop his daughter going at all costs. On April 22nd, he emailed Lori demanding to know what was going on. I want to make sure we address the rumors of you moving to Hawaii and issues I see right now. From the rumor mill, it's my understanding once the adoption of the second special needs baby is completed, you plan to move. I want to be very clear, we will use the court process to oppose the move. He warned Lori that making Tylee keep secrets with all the scheming involved could trigger her pancreatitis. She and her friends are upset you will be moving, he wrote, and possibly not see each other again. As you may know, this is very dramatic for children. He wrote that it would be most upsetting not being able to see his daughter regularly. She has been experiencing this for the past 9 years, and now she's in the middle again. Please take all this into consideration before involving Tylee again. 5 weeks later, Lori's newly appointed attorney H. Lee Dove replied directly to Joe Ryan's attorney Leslie I. Tenen, laying out his client's position. Mrs. Vallow's husband, Charles, has accepted a job offer in Hawaii. The Vallows will need to relocate this summer. Please explain to Mr. Ryan that he cannot stop Mr. and Mrs. Vallow from moving. He can only ask the court to prohibit Tylee from relocating with them. On June 12th, Lori tried to calm the waters by emailing Ryan directly. She suggested they meet in person to negotiate visiting arrangements for Tylee after the Hawaii move. "Hi, Joe. I'm happy to tell you what's going on," she began. "Charles did accept a job in Hawaii. It is a great opportunity for us to get to live in paradise and learn the culture there. We are moving by August 1st. Lori wrote that there were only 2 options for Tylee. Either she went to Hawaii, or she stayed in Phoenix with him and vacationed in Hawaii. Lori added that she already approached 2 schools on Kauai and talked to GI specialists and pediatricians to make them aware of Tylee's pancreatic condition. "It is an island," Lori told Ryan, "but it is still in the US and very modern in every way." A few minutes later, Ryan replied with a third option of Charles moving to Hawaii and Lori and Tylee remaining in Arizona. "It's easy for him to commute back and forth than Tylee commuting. Why does Tylee lose parenting time when it's Charles that wants to work in Hawaii? If you want to move to Hawaii, I cannot stop you. I will oppose Tylee moving to Hawaii." The next day, Lori replied, saying she understood Ryan was upset, again offering to meet to talk things out. "Do you want to agree on a visitation schedule that Tylee will be happy with, or do you want the attorneys to handle it?" Ryan wrote back straight after receiving her email, reminding her that she either needed his written consent or a court order for Tylee to move to Hawaii. "I am not giving you written consent," he told her angrily. 9. Kauai. The first week of August 2014, the Vallow family moved to Kauai, closely followed by Lori's parents and aged grandmother. A week earlier, the state of Louisiana had issued a final decree for adoption for JJ, making Charles and Lori Vallow his legal parents. They now officially changed his name on his birth certificate from Canaan Drahan to Joshua Jackson Vallow. Charles and Lori moved into a large house on Aloha Li'i Drive, in the exclusive Princeville area, while her parents rented a condo nearby at an upscale new development called Kauai'ulai. Lori enrolled Tylee in a local traditional Hawaiian school and hired a nanny for JJ, buying him a Pomeranian named Crushy. They left before Joe Ryan had time to take legal action to stop Tylee's moving to Hawaii, and he soon gave up his fight and resigned himself to losing his daughter. On their first weekend there, Lori and Charles attended the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in nearby Hanalei. After the service, they introduced themselves to their new congregation at a sacrament meeting. Then they met with members individually to tell them about themselves. "I was amazed at how Lori's story was so similar to mine," said April Raymond. "So here's another Mormon woman who's been divorced and been through what I've been through." We were also both fitness instructors, so we connected on that level too. I felt very understood by her. They exchanged phone numbers, and a week later, Lori invited April to lunch, soon winning her over with her boundless energy, positivity, and enthusiasm. "We became fast friends," said April. "Everyone just fell in love with her right away." April was instantly sucked into Lori's life, feeling that some divine design was at work. April was soon visiting Lori's home several times a week for pool parties, barbecues, and dinners. Her 2 boys played with Tylee and JJ on the beach, and Charles would babysit when April and Lori went on temple trips to the neighboring island of Oahu. "When she came to Kauai, she would always cut and color my hair," said April. while Charles would grab all the kids and take them to lunch. April thought Lori and Charles had the perfect marriage, with a healthy combination of friendship and camaraderie. April aspired to have such a good relationship one day, but she also saw how Lori was in charge and called all the shots. It seemed to suit them both, though, and they seemed like the perfect family. Lori was an exceptional mother, said April. She was really good with JJ, who needed to be around her constantly. Tylee was the typical teenager with a bit of angst towards her mum, but always with her at the same time. Nothing seemed unusual there. Lori would often become emotional when she opened up to April about her disastrous marriage to Joe Ryan and her remorse for what he'd done to her kids. She would cry when she told the story, remembered April, and how much guilt she felt that she had married this man. Colby, who was now 18, loved his new life in Kauai and bonded with his stepfather, Charles, who went out of his way to teach Colby things. After a lifetime of drama and uncertainty, Colby felt the family had landed in paradise. "It's the most beautiful place you've ever seen," he told Dateline. "Charles was super happy. My mum was super happy. We got paddleboards and just found the active things that we liked." Lori enthusiastically threw herself into church activities and was soon appointed president of the Primary, a program for children from 6 to 12. She regularly taught a group of 20 children the gospel of Jesus Christ and how to live it. Every Sunday, after the main sacrament, Lori gathered her pupils for several hours of music and storytelling. Her parents were also active in their new congregation. Janice ran the church music programs and played the piano, while Barry taught an adult class in gospel doctrine. They also organized Christmas parties and other special social events. They were very involved, said April. I found Barry to be very intelligent, charming and likable, but I found Janice very cold and not very engaged as a mother or a grandmother. Lori and Charles soon became friends with Wade and Frankie English, who were also active in the Kauai LDS Church. As Charles and Wade were both from Louisiana, they immediately hit it off. "I was part of the Sunday school program," said Frankie. "Lori had a beautiful voice. She could really sing. She was always happy, bubbly, and was great teaching the kids music." Lori recruited April Raymond to run the Young Women's program, and 12-year-old Tylee was in her group for the weekly church activities. "It gave me an opportunity to really get to know Tylee individually," said April. "She was always very diligent, so we spent a lot of time together." On their day-long trips to Oahu, which required a short flight to the neighboring island, Lori often spoke of her conservative Mormon beliefs. "Her beliefs were pretty mainstream," said April. "I know she had a preoccupation with near-death experiences, but it wasn't the focal point of our conversations. It didn't seem like it was that prominent in her belief system at that time." But she often complained that Charles was not her spiritual equal. She looked down on him as a convert to Mormonism, feeling that he did not really understand the LDS culture and was holding her back. As Charles was often away on business, he set Lori up with a juice business on Kauai Beach to give her something to do. She named it Juice Island and hired a young man from California to help run it from an old food truck. She was rarely there and only came to collect the weekly takings. In early 2015, Lori's brother Alex arrived to stay for a while. He was struggling in Arizona and wanted to move to Kauai to be nearer to Lori and his parents. Lori brought him to the church to meet the congregation and introduced him to April. Earlier, Lori had told April how Alex had tried to kill her ex-husband on her behalf and gone to jail for it. She said she felt responsible for him. April did not know what to think. She'd heard about Lori's contentious relationship with Joe Ryan, but it was the first time she'd heard anything about an attempted murder. "Alex admitted to trying to kill him," said April. "That's when I started feeling like this is something very wrong. He was very loyal to Lori and would do anything she asked him to." On the few occasions April met Alex during his brief stay, she tried to avoid him. He was a little off and lacked social skills, or maybe just really didn't connect with people. Alex seemed fascinated at how April, who was also blonde, and his sister looked so alike that people often confused them. He would ask April intimate questions to see how she physically measured up against Lori. "Alex seemed to have a very strange preoccupation with Lori," explained April, "and he would want to know things, like how much I weighed or what my ring size was or my shoe size, and then compare it to Lori, and that just made me feel very uncomfortable." Charles Vallow often flew Vaisia Itai over to Kauai for the holidays to spend time with Tylee. The girls loved playing together on the beach, paddleboarding and ziplining, and just having fun. Being in Hawaii with Tylee was a dream, said Vaisia. I just loved being around her and JJ so much. Charles bought Tylee a GoPro video camera, and she and Vaisia would spend hours shooting zany videos of themselves on the beach, then post them online for their friends back in Phoenix. Tylee liked to take pictures and make videos, said Vaisia's mother, Echo. She took all this cool video in Hawaii and was really sarcastic and joking a lot of the time and sassy and funny. Lori often joined the girls' activities and would discuss her Mormon beliefs with Vaisia. Lori recommended some new LDS authors, singling out a novelist and podcaster from Idaho named Chad Daybell, who wrote a series of novels about the end times. Lori seemed obsessed with his books and was reading all of them. Lori was also reading another Mormon author named Julie Rowe. After attending one of her conferences about near-death experiences, Lori started listening to Rowe's podcasts and would often talk about what she'd learned from them, and that ignited her interest, said April. In summer 2015, 19-year-old Colby left Hawaii to return to the mainland for an LDS mission in Idaho. It didn't work out, and he soon returned to Kauai. April recalls that Lori was embarrassed, as cutting a mission short was considered dishonorable in her small Mormon congregation, and it caused much gossip. Colby was having some emotional trauma and wanted to leave the mission, remembered April. I know that Lori felt a lot of pressure and felt judged. On Colby's return to Kauai, his stepfather gave him an ultimatum: either get a job or move out of the family house. Colby had 2 short-lived jobs at Ace Hardware and Foodland, but when they didn't work out, he went back to Arizona and started college. Tylee was doing well at her school. Now in 8th grade, she studied traditional Hawaiian culture and loved participating in local dance performances. She had a natural gift for dancing, singing, and entertaining. On May 25, 2016, Lori threw a 4th birthday party for JJ and invited all his friends. Larry and Kay Woodcock flew over and were delighted by how well everything seemed to be going with their grandson. The Vallows seemed like the perfect, loving family, and there was no hint of any trouble in paradise. Tylee was active on social media and had an Instagram account under the name Typical Tylee. One posting read, "In this world, you either crank that soldier boy or it cranks you." On Mother's Day 2017, Tylee posted a poignant picture of herself and Lori together on the beach. "My love for my mum grows every day. She is truly the best person for the job. Through everything we have been through as a family and as individuals, her faith just gets stronger. She's the best example of how I want to be a mother someday. Happy Mother's Day." Then in her more private Finsta, fake Instagram account, shared only with close friends, Tylee wrote, "We're here for a good time, not a long time." Smiley face with a wink. After Tylee moved to Hawaii, Joe Ryan's life fell apart. He began drinking heavily and got 3 DUIs, losing his job and then his house. One day he turned up at his former attorney Keith Taniguchi's house, destitute and asking for a place to stay. Joe was depressed losing Tylee, and it led him to drink, said Taniguchi. He was broke and he stayed at my house for several months, attempting to make some money so he could move on. He was about ready to sell his car, which was the only thing he had worth anything. After staying for a few weeks, Taniguchi lent him enough money to go to New York and see his sister Annie Cushing to try and get back on his feet. But according to Annie, he never made it there. Even though Barry and Janice Cox were now living in Hawaii, they could not avoid the IRS and the back taxes they owed. On June 1, 2016, the IRS issued a notice of levy on Janice Cox's Social Security income, claiming she now had almost $425,000 in unpaid income taxes from 2001 to 2010. 6 months later, on January 3, 2017, Janice filed an 80-page complaint against the United States of America. She alleged that the entire IRS tax assessment and collection system was illegal, and she was immune from paying taxes. She also claimed that the IRS had fraudulently confiscated $60,000 from her, as well as seizing her San Antonio house in February 2008, which was subsequently sold at an IRS auction for $249,000. Janice demanded that the IRS revoke the levy and pay her damages of $10,000 for pain and suffering, plus another $10,000 for her court costs and legal research. On May 31, 2017, the U.S. District Court for the District of Hawaii denied Janice's case out of hand. The plaintiff's claims, wrote Chief U.S. District Judge J. Michael Seabright, based on the frivolous premise that plaintiff is immune from paying taxes, are dismissed without leave to amend. Soon after the court decision, Barry and Janice Cox suddenly left Kauai and moved back to the mainland. They were followed by Lori, Charles, and their children. She told us on a Monday that this was going to be her last week on Kauai, said April Raymond. It was very abrupt and seemed very unplanned and rushed, like everything in Lori's life. 10. The world is a better place without Joe Ryan. In the summer of 2017, Charles Vallow moved the family back to Chandler, Arizona. He rented a beautiful house in the San Tan Valley at Lori's behest, just an hour away from Alex. Now, Lori began to distance herself from Charles, feeling more and more alienated from him on a religious level. She started immersing herself in radical offshoots of the Mormon religion, plunging deeper into Chad Daybell's books and doing her own research online. She discovered the Vow, another voice of warning website, which teaches that the end times are imminent and how to prepare for them. Its motto is, "If ye are prepared, ye shall not fear." She also learned about the concept of multiple probations, continual reincarnation until achieving perfection. She started going to the Mormon temple for hours every day to pray and hear the spirit voices from beyond the veil that were now guiding her. She believed that God had chosen her as one of the sacred 144,000 who would survive the end times and be there to witness the second coming of Jesus Christ. Every night, Lori went into the new mirrored dancing room Charles had thoughtfully provided her, ecstatically dancing to her favorite Christian music. On a more physical plane, she enrolled 5-year-old JJ at the Lawrence Institute for Education, Life, which catered for special needs children. But the severely autistic child was a handful and had to be constantly watched. He suffered from insomnia and would in the small hours sneak out the front door for a walk. Charles had to secure the entire house with deadbolts and alarms to prevent JJ from escaping. Charles decided to get his son a service dog and called Dog Training Elite in Phoenix. Trainer Neil Mestis came to the Vallow home with his own service dog, Bailey, to demonstrate all the necessary training involved. When JJ met her, recalled Mestis, he said, "I want a Bailey." So that's why they named their service dog Bailey as well. Charles signed up for the 8-month of in-home training, costing around $7,000, needed to officially certify the black golden doodle. The first night that Bailey stayed with them, said Mestis, was one of the first nights that JJ slept through the night and didn't get out of bed. As the training progressed, Mestis took Bailey and JJ out to nearby shops and restaurants to adapt to public places. Lori was supportive. "We also did training sessions at the airport," said Mestis, as they were going back and forth to Hawaii, where Charles still had a home. The trainer was impressed by what a close family the Vallows appeared to be, and how attentive Lori always was to JJ and all his needs. "I thought, what a great family," Mestis remembered. "They cared about their son, and they seemed definitely in love and supportive of each other." At college, Colby had met a young girl named Kelsey, and they got engaged. But when he introduced her to his mother, things became uncomfortable. Lori was jealous, viewing Kelsey, who was not Mormon, as her rival. She began treating Colby more like a boyfriend than a son. It became a competition, Colby later explained, and Kelsey was saying, "Do you see how she challenges me on that?" Colby became frustrated, as he just wanted his mother and fiancé to get on well. "There was just that disconnect," said Colby, "like Kelsey took me away from her, and that just made this huge dynamic." In January 2018, Colby married Kelsey in the backyard of Lori and Charles's new house. It was the first time the entire Cox family had been together since Lori and Charles's return from Kauai, and it was a great success. "We were excited," Colby told Fox 10's Justin Lum. "Everybody was together and we had a big guest list of our family there." Unfortunately, Tylee came late and missed being in the official wedding pictures. 2 months later, Charles Vallow's 85-year-old mother Tilda died. Affectionately known as Miss Tilly, his entire family went to the beloved matriarch's funeral in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Lori refused to go, saying she was too busy, so Charles went by himself. It was then that Larry and Kay Woodcock first noticed that something had changed in the marriage. "I could tell there was something going on," said Larry. "When one of the spouses no longer wants to be there and visit with other people, then there's an issue." Larry believed that Charles was so blindly in love with Lori that he refused to accept their relationship had changed, even though the writing was on the wall. "And I think that was simply his downfall to his death," said Larry. On April 3, 2018, Joe Ryan's badly decomposed body was found in his Phoenix apartment, 3 weeks after he had died. When his neighbor Roy Slinger's pet dog kept scratching at Ryan's front door, Roy went to investigate and smelled a pungent odor and saw flies everywhere. Slinger immediately called the leasing office, who summoned the police. They arrived to find the front door deadbolted from the inside, so they accessed the apartment through an open back window. Joseph was found on his bed in his bedroom, read the police report, in advanced stages of decomposition. He was pronounced deceased by the police. Police photographed the 59-year-old's body and other items of interest before transporting him to the Maricopa County Medical Examiner's office for autopsy. They also found his passport, driver's license, and wallet by an open jar of spaghetti and dirty dishes in the sink. Several medications were in the bathroom, including antidepressants and high blood pressure pills. The apartment was bare of furniture, and the only pictures on the walls were of his beloved daughter, Tylee. The case was put on hold until the medical examiner could establish the cause of death. As no one claimed Ryan's body, the local funeral home posted an ad seeking any information about his family, and his body was eventually cremated without a proper funeral. 10 days after his death, Phoenix police discovered that Lori Vallow was listed as his next of kin. She was informed of his death by Officer Jason Smith. "Lori told me that she had not heard from Joseph in about 2 years," Smith later reported. "They did have a child in common. The child's name was Tylee, and she was 15 years old. Lori asked what had happened, and I explained the situation. Lori stated that she would let her daughter know of the death of her father." Soon afterward, Lori took Tylee to Ryan's apartment and removed all his photo albums, files, and other personal papers. She now stood to cash in on her ex-husband's 6-figure life insurance policy, as stipulated in their divorce agreement. A week later, Lori was driving her sister-in-law Kay to the airport when Lori casually asked if Kay had heard about Tylee's father. Kay said she hadn't and asked what had happened. Lori then seemed to light up, saying that God had taken him because he was too evil to be on this earth. "Now we don't have to worry about him anymore," she said, "and Tylee doesn't have to deal with him." Kay asked how Joe had died. She said, "Well, he was dead for 3 weeks," Kay recalled, "and nobody even missed him because he was that evil, and people didn't want to be around him, but they smelled the smell." Lori then gleefully told her there was a life insurance policy, and she expected to receive $150,000, as well as Tylee's monthly Social Security checks from her dad. "So it's all good," Lori assured Kay. "He was evil, and he needed to die." The Maricopa County Medical Examiner later determined that Joe Ryan had died of a heart attack, caused by arteriosclerosis, a hardening and narrowing of the arteries. When Annie Cushing learned of her brother's death from another source, she immediately texted Lori. After getting no response, she followed up with an email, saying she needed to talk to her urgently about Joe. "When I finally got hold of her," said Cushing, "she already knew and acted like it was no big deal." Lori also lied, claiming she didn't know about Joe's death until April 18th, although a Phoenix police report shows she actually called 5 days earlier. "Why wouldn't she inform me that Joe had passed?" asked Cushing. Was she just riding out the clock in hopes that Joe would be cremated before any family had been notified that he had passed? Lori invited Annie to come to Phoenix and comfort Tylee, whom Annie hadn't seen since she was a baby. Annie flew in from New York and was met by Lori, who appeared happy that her ex-husband was dead. She would actually say, recalled Annie, the world is a better place without Joe Ryan. When Lori showed her Joe Ryan's driver's license, issued in September 2017, Annie was shocked. Her once handsome, muscular brother, whom she hadn't seen since 2003, was almost unrecognizable. I just stared at it in disbelief, she said. His face was bloated and he looked like a shell of the man I once knew. During Annie's stay, Lori proudly showed her all Joe Ryan's treasured photo albums, which he had taken from his apartment. Annie noticed the albums still had a strong smell of death, but Lori seemed totally oblivious to it, as she cheerfully talked about Joe's decomposed body with a kind of manic enthusiasm. She went into pretty graphic detail about the state of his mattress, recalled Annie. Really inappropriate detail. It was grotesque. I had to ask her to stop. Annie sensed tension between Lori and Tylee. Annie asked the niece when she had last seen her father, and Tylee replied that it had been more than a year. There was definitely friction between Lori and Tylee, said Annie. She was very soft and gentle with JJ, but Tylee was much more of a stronger personality, like Lori almost kowtowed to Tylee. Throughout the visit, Lori seemed fixated on the end times. She repeatedly talked about it, each time with a mounting sense of urgency. Annie was alarmed, as it went far beyond the mainstream Mormon doctrine Lori had once embraced. I did notice a tectonic shift, Cushing explained, like her focus seemed to have kind of a dark cloud. Lori said that the end times would be so scary that she often thought it would be better to put her kids in a car and drive off the side of a cliff. And that was definitely very, very shocking, said Annie. She saw that on my face and immediately walked it back. Oh, I'm just kidding. No, I would never do anything to my kids. Lori now avidly listened to podcasts by author and visionary Julie Rowe, who had published 5 books with Chad Daybell's publishing company, Spring Creek, about her own near-death experiences. She was convinced that wars, earthquakes, and other natural disasters were coming, and started to prepare. Charles was so busy working that he was oblivious of the radical changes Lori was going through. Lori was infatuated with when Christ was coming back to earth, said her brother Adam Cox. What's going to happen towards the end of the world? We need to prepare the people. On June 26, 2018, Lori celebrated her 45th birthday, and Tylee celebrated by posting a photograph on Facebook of her and JJ in a swimming pool. I won the lottery with this one as my mum, she wrote. On July 4th, Lori brought Tylee to Kauai to visit April Raymond. Lori arrived with $10,000 in cash, explaining that it was from the sale of Juice Island. It had been 14 months since Lori and April had last seen each other, and April noticed her friend's dramatic transformation. That was my first taste of some of her crazy beliefs. She told me that she had seen Jesus Christ face to face, and also Angel Moroni. It kind of got shut out pretty quick because it wasn't something I wanted to explore. Lori was also reading a book by Mormon author Denver C. Snuffer, Jr., called The Second Comforter, Conversing with the Lord Through the Veil. She mentioned really connecting with Chad Daybell's 24 books about the end times. She would talk about this author, Chad Daybell, that she was really interested in, said April. I would call her a superfan. 11. I was going to murder him. In October 2018, Lori Vallow attended a church class in Mesa, Arizona, to prepare for the end times. It was run by a devout Mormon writer and life coach named Melanie Gibb. After the class, Lori sought out Melanie in a hallway to discuss some of Lori's personal spiritual experiences. And we just hit it off, said 47-year-old Melanie, who was married to a Gilbert chiropractor and had 3 young children. She had a lot of the same energy that I did. We talked a lot about the second coming and how excited we are for the things that we've been studying and learning. Lori was particularly interested to learn that Melanie knew Chad Daybell, who was about to publish her first book, Fill the Fire. Finally, Lori discovered a direct link to her hero, Chad Daybell, and a way to meet him. She felt there had been a divine significance to her meeting Melanie, and everything Lori had done up to now had prepared her for what was about to happen. So Lori began to cultivate Melanie, Lori invited her over to her house to meet her family and get to know each other better. Melanie arrived to find Charles cooking on the barbecue and Tylee and JJ swimming in the pool. JJ was a lot of work for her, said Melanie, who also has an autistic child. He was running around and she was trying to make him happy. Then Tylee would every once in a while appear out of the bedroom. She did not have a good relationship with her mum and did not talk nicely to her. Charles was friendly and spoke enthusiastically about his conversion to Mormonism, but Melanie could sense he had underlying tension with Lori, who seemed to disapprove of him. There was some arguing, recalled Melanie. She seemed often frustrated with him, and there seemed to be a lot of contention between the two of them. On October 19th, Melanie Gibb officially invited Lori to a small Preparing a People, PAP meeting at a house in Gilbert. The religious multimedia organization had many devoted followers nationwide and focused on helping to prepare the people of this earth for the second coming of Jesus Christ. Melanie, a regular speaker on the PAP circuit, had invited her new friend to tell the group about herself. For a half hour, Lori recounted her long and often torturous spiritual journey. "I'm a personal witness of the resurrected Jesus Christ," she began. "It was a hard road to get to know him. I sat down with him and we discussed what I would do to get to this point." Lori explained that she had then embarked on a very important mission for which she had been chosen in a pre-mortal life. She claimed that she no longer needed to sleep, as angels woke her up to instruct her on doing God's work. "When people hear my story, they're like, 'I can't believe that you lived through that. I can't believe you're still here.'" She told the group about her awful marriage to a man named Joe Ryan, who had raped her children. "After we were divorced, he told everybody that I was this lying, crazy Mormon, and got up in court and said all these horrible things about me. He was constantly trying to get custody of my 3-year-old daughter just to rub it in my face. I was going to murder him. I was going to kill him like the scriptures say, like Nephi killed, just to stop the pain and to stop him coming after me and to stop him coming after my children." Lori had scoured the scriptures to rationalize the act of murder, discovering that the Book of Mormon states that if someone comes against you 3 times, you can kill them. I was like, there it is. There's my answer. I don't want to do anything that's wrong. I did not have a murderous heart. I just wanted to stop the bleeding and stop the pain. Then Lori told her avid audience she had a vision to go to the temple for guidance. So I went and met my bishop, and I was like, I'm either going to turn my life to the temple, or I'm going to commit murder. So do you want to give me a temple recommend? A temple recommend is a ID card that allows LDS members to enter a temple. And I was perfectly honest because at that point I had nothing to lose. You get to the bottom rung, and he gave me a temple recommend. After that, she began going to the temple every week, and soon every day. The Lord was just so patient and kind, and I would be in there just sobbing. I just spent so much time in dark courtrooms, where evil powers overpower these rooms, and the Lord washed all of that away from me. And then he sent me on a mission. Lori then emotionally spoke of her epiphany in the temple's ceiling room, going beyond the veil to see some of her long-deceased family members. I saw a spirit sister. It was one of my husband's aunts, and she kissed me on the cheek before she disappeared through the wall. Lori explained that dead spirits know everything that's going on in the world and are actively involved in our lives. The time is now. The Lord is gathering his people. He is calling people to the 144,000, and they are already being on their missions. He is preparing us, and we promised we would do it. Lori said it would be a glorious, magnificent mission, as everything that dies and goes to the other side does so as part of their mission. Her next statement would be eerily prescient. Your kids are adults in eternity. They're your friends. They're loaned to you for this short time. They're adults, and they have their own missions and their own eternity to live. We do not need to worry about the souls of our children. We do not have to worry. Lori finished by modestly expressing surprise that God had singled her out for his mission, as she was totally sweet and innocent. She explained, and he gave me a premortal memory of me, and I got to see myself as a warrior fighting for the Saviour in the premortal world. And I went to the other worlds and I fought, and I was one of his strongest warriors, and I saw it. I was not sweet, and I was not innocent. I am old. I have fought in this war for millennia, and that's who I am. And I came down here to be a warrior and fight, and I only thought that I was sweet and innocent." "You should have incredible hope to hear that," gushed Melanie, as the audience applauded its brand-new PAP member. The following week, Lori and Melanie drove 415 miles from Phoenix to St. George, Utah, to attend a Preparing a People conference. Chad Daybell would be the guest speaker, and Lori would finally meet her psychic mentor, whom she had dreamed about for so long. Part 2. Chad Daybell. 12. Leaping into Eternity. Chad Daybell proudly traces his family back to the 1840s, when his ancestor Finity Daybell and his wife Mary joined the LDS Church in England. According to Chad, his ancestor actually came to the rescue of Joseph Fielding Smith, the nephew of the founder of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, when he visited England on a mission. The future LDS president was preaching in a town square when several people in the crowd began throwing eggs at him, one hitting his stovepipe hat. Seeing Smith under attack, Finity Daybell leaped into action. Finity ran toward the men that were throwing the eggs, wrote Chad in his autobiography, Living on the Edge of Heaven. He grabbed the egg basket from the ringleader and swung it forcefully at the man's head. The crowd quickly scattered as Finity kept swinging the basket, and a grateful Elder Smith personally thanked him for his courage. In May 1864, Finity had saved enough to move his family to Utah, finally reaching Salt Lake City. He established a farm in Charleston in the Heber Valley, and his sons became prominent citizens and leading Mormon church members. Chad's grandfather, Keith Daybell, whom Chad believes to be his main spirit guide from beyond the veil, grew up in Provo, Utah during the Great Depression. In 1937, he married a pretty young girl named Rosalie Bjarnson, whom he met at the nearby Springville High School junior prom. The newly married Keith opened a Texaco gas station in Springville, and soon had 2 sons, Ray and Lanny. In early 1944, Keith was drafted into the infantry. After basic training in Southern California, he was shipped off to Europe, where he fought on the Western Front. On December 3, 1944, Keith's platoon came under heavy attack. He was taken prisoner by the Germans and imprisoned in Stalag II, outside Frankfurt. The U.S. Army officially listed him as missing in action, and Rosalie and their sons did not know whether he was dead or alive. 3 months later, Rosalie received a letter from Keith saying he was well. The story made the front page of the Springville Herald with the headline, "Local Woman's Husband in German Prison." On Sunday, May 20th, 1945, Keith was liberated by the Russians, who sent him in the direction of American troops. He said he had a pretty long walk, reported the Springville Herald, but had Red Cross food, which made it okay. On his release, Keith weighed just 95 pounds, with a long beard and hair past his shoulders. He was later awarded 2 Purple Hearts for his acts of heroism. After the war, Keith joined his brothers Theo and LeVar in their new business, the Daybell Lumber Company. Keith's son Jack, Chad's father, was born in 1947, and a daughter, Judy, followed 4 years later. On August 9, 1951, Keith Daybell was tragically killed at the age of 32. He had been hoisting a diesel engine onto a lumber truck using a large industrial tripod when the drive shaft broke and the brakes gave way, sending the truck careening down a steep logging road. Keith was thrown into the path of a passing car and died instantly. He was buried at the Springville Cemetery, where Chad would later work as a gravedigger and sexton. 5 months later, Rosalie took their 4 children to the Salt Lake Temple, where she and Keith were sealed for eternity. Then the children were sealed to their parents, wrote Chad, preparing for that day when the family would once again be reunited. LDS faithful believe that civil marriages finish at death, but a couple that has been sealed in a temple remains married for eternity. Chad's father, Jack Daybell, went to Springville High School, where he dated Sheila Chestnut, who was a year below him. After attending Brigham Young University, BYU, he was drafted into the U.S. Naval Reserve. In September 1967, he and Sheila married, and she joined him at the U.S. Naval Base in San Diego. On August 11th, 1968, Sheila gave birth to a baby boy named Chad Guy Daybell. Jack had scheduled his 2-week shore leave so Sheila could have the baby in Utah. After he was born, they brought Chad back to Southern California, settling down in a small apartment in National City, just outside San Diego. After completing his naval service, Jack Daybell moved the family back to Springville, finding work as an electrician at Geneva Steel, one of Utah's biggest employers. He and Rosalie had 2 more sons and a daughter. At the age of 1, a smiling Chad Daybell made his first appearance in the Springville Herald, dressed up in football clothes and grasping a ball. 4 years later, in 1973, 5-year-old Chad started at Grant Elementary School in Springville. In 3rd grade, according to his memoir, he had his first encounter with death, when his classmate Randy Perkins was killed in a cave collapse. They said Randy was now in heaven, Chad later wrote, but I didn't really understand what that meant. Death became a very scary topic to me. As a young child, Chad devoted himself to T-ball and was coached by his father in Springville's Mustang League. His team, the Dodgers, were Springville T-ball champions several years running. In June 1979, 10-year-old Cub Scout Chad Daybell won the Arrow of Light Award and was featured in the Springville Herald, along with a photo of him in his uniform. The award is Cub Scouting's highest honor, read the article. Chad was recognized for his hard work and good example to the pack. He was also a voracious reader, devouring Alfred Hitchcock's short stories and the Hardy Boys books. Little Chad was especially fascinated by death, and in 4th grade he wrote his first book, The Murder of Dr. J and His Assistant. The gory, handwritten short novel was then bound by a teacher's aide with a cover depicting an evil-looking owl. From then on, Chad would be obsessed by owls, believing that they had secret powers from beyond the veil. One fine spring day, 13-year-old Chad was walking home from school through Memorial Park when he saw a honeybee pollinating flowers. What the meek, timid boy did next revealed a deep, underlying violence that would remain hidden for years. I peered at it for a moment, Chad would later remember, then smashed it with my shoe. I spotted another one, then another one. I got a strange fascination from it. For the next 30 minutes, he kept careful count as he savagely killed 120 bees. He was about to stomp on yet another when he heard a loud voice, ordering him to stop killing those beautiful bees. Startled, Chad stood up and looked around the park, but nobody was there. Finally, he wrote, I realized that maybe an angel was fed up with me killing God's innocent creatures. In 9th grade, Chad had a spiritual awakening after reading the Book of Mormon. He was seeking confirmation that it was true when the spirit rushed into his room, and he started crying with joy. Soon afterward, he received his patriarchal blessing, pointing out what he would be capable of achieving. It gave him great hope for the future. The blessing made it clear I had a long, wonderful life ahead of me, he wrote. It spoke of marrying a wonderful woman and raising a strong family. It also mentioned spiritual gifts that would be made known to me later in life that I would cultivate to bless the lives of others. Growing up, Chad made quite a name for himself in Springville, with his sporting exploits being well documented in the Springville Herald. He excelled at basketball and regularly made Springville Junior High School's honor roll and Citizen of the Month. There are numerous photos of the gawky teenager with his long, straight fringe and smug grin. In January 1983, the 14-year-old was profiled in the Herald, listing his love of sports, reading, collecting baseball cards, fly fishing, and hunting pheasant. Chad has been on the honor roll every term, the article read, and is seminary class president and homeroom representative. He plans to go on a mission and attend college. When he moved up to Springville High School, Chad played on the football team alongside future NFL Miami Dolphin quarterback Scott Mitchell. The two were close friends throughout high school, and years later, Chad would publish Scott's autobiography. Before his senior year, Chad found a summer job as a gravedigger with the Springville City Parks Department. The job fascinated him, and he would return to it again and again over the next 3 decades. That August, Chad had his first near-death experience, which would change him forever. He was on a day trip to the Flaming Gorge Reservoir in northern Utah with other LDS church members. Everyone was leaping off cliffs into the water below, when someone dared Chad to jump off one that was 60 feet high. In his autobiography, he remembered standing at the edge and staring down at the blue waters before jumping. It seemed like a lifetime until he finally hit the water, which felt like concrete. Then he saw a blinding flash of white light and felt a sharp shock reverberate through his body. He heard an audible pop at the base of his skull and thought he must have broken his neck. I quickly realized something even worse was happening, Chad remembered. My spirit was partly out of my body. Chad likened his out-of-body experience to his physical body going far deeper into the water than his spirit had. This caused my spirit to pop out through my head, he wrote, but then it felt like my spirit's knees got stuck in my skull, and I didn't make it all the way out. During his first trip to the other side of the veil, he saw an endless white plain in all directions. He heard a deep, rich melody like a synthesizer as all his pain disappeared. A soothing warmth surrounded him, and energy particles of knowledge came at him from all directions. Then his body floated toward the surface, and his spirit returned through his head to its proper place, as one of his friends jumped into the water and brought him safely back to the shore. I was spiritually changed, wrote Chad. I had glimpsed another dimension, and it had felt like home. In retrospect, Chad believes that when his body hit the water, his spirit left his body, ripping open his personal veil, which has never closed. To fulfill my mission in life, he explained, I needed a good shot to the head to tear my veil a little, and the angels fully orchestrated it. In May 1986, Chad Daybell graduated from Springville High School with high honors, winning a 2-year scholarship to Brigham Young University. The slim, tall 17-year-old was now ready to make a mark on the Mormon world. In his freshman year, he commuted to the BYU campus in Provo from his parents' home in Springville. He attended classes and studied in the library, occasionally socializing with old high school friends. He briefly dated a girl from Florida who was in his communications class, but she dumped him for being too parochial. He felt insulted, having gone to Disneyland 3 times with his family. The next summer he worked as a grave digger again before leaving for Morristown, New Jersey to serve as a missionary. He arrived at the missionary training center and was immediately sent to some of the neediest New Jersey towns, such as Newark and Union City, to spread the Mormon word. In his proselytizing mission, Chad knocked on doors in tough Spanish-speaking communities, inviting people to learn more about the Mormon religion. He often got the door slammed in his face, but his modest charm sometimes paid off. While doing the rounds of hundreds of dilapidated apartment buildings lining the Hudson River, he sensed many disembodied spirits lying in limbo. According to his autobiography, he discovered that his torn veil allowed him to differentiate between good and bad spirits. I would sense both angels and disembodied spirits in the room, he explained, and I thought, hey, if these spirits want to listen in, what can it hurt? I sometimes saw the angels talking to them afterwards. Chad soon found a tight group of friends in his missionary group to read the Bible and socialize with. Ben Hyde, who grew up in Provo, was immediately struck by how calm and low-key Chad was. This is the most humble, unassuming guy that I've ever met. He was a very successful missionary. He would just humbly present the message, and people were drawn to him. Hector Hernandez, who also served with Chad in New Jersey, remembers everybody looking up to him. Chad was really loved and really respected, and we thought he was really the best of us. Fellow missionary Trent Price fondly remembers Chad as a gentle giant, much admired in their missionary community. Price was especially touched by Chad's endearing habit of handwriting thank you notes. We were a pretty solid group, but he was amazing, said Price. I had a great mission, but I just felt like his was extraordinary. One night, Chad, now a zone leader, was walking back to the training center when he sensed the spirit of his grandfather, Keith Daybell, who had died 17 years before Chad was born. It would be his first meeting with the man who had become his main spirit guide. I knew instantly who he was, Chad later wrote. It was as if time stopped for me, because I could sense the spirit of my deceased grandpa walking along with us on my right side. No actual words passed between us, but I was given the knowledge of how proud he was of my efforts, and that he'll be there for me during my mission. 13. A cemetery courtship. In summer 1989, after completing 2 years of missionary training, Chad returned to Utah to continue his studies at BYU. He began writing for BYU's Daily Universe newspaper, eventually working his way up to city editor. One day he was idly thumbing through his brother Paul's 1988 high school yearbook when he saw a half-page devoted to a blonde senior named Tammy Douglas. "When I saw her face," he later wrote, "I felt the most electrifying shock of my life." When Chad asked who she was, Paul informed him that Tammy was Springville Cemetery's secretary. Chad was instantly smitten, and at the next LDS Springville Singles Ward event, he asked Tammy out on a date. The 19-year-old immediately accepted, and they were soon going steady. Tammy also attended BYU, majoring in advertising as well as working for the Springville Parks Department, where she did all the cemetery's billing. She helped Chad get a part-time job as a gravedigger there. "Our cemetery courtship allowed us to get better acquainted," explained Chad. "Within a month, we took the bold step of actually sitting next to each other during the singles ward sacrament meeting. The universal sign to other ward members we were now a couple and pretty much off limits to anyone else." According to Chad's autobiography, he then prayed to the Heavenly Father, asking if he should marry Tammy, and received a resounding yes. At Thanksgiving, Chad proposed to Tammy on bended knee and placed a diamond engagement ring on her finger. They posed for engagement photographs at Springville Cemetery. On Friday, March 9, 1990, Chad and Tammy were married at the Manti LDS Temple, followed by a wedding reception at the Springville Museum of Art. Tammy's parents and siblings were delighted for Chad to join their family, thinking he was the perfect match for Tammy. "They really loved each other," said Tammy's sister Samantha, "and at their wedding you could see how happy they were." In his final year at BYU, Chad started writing freelance articles for the Springville Herald. He covered a variety of subjects, including the Springville City Council, police reports, and profiles of local artists. In April 1992, he graduated with a bachelor's degree in communications. Garth Douglas Daybell was born a month later, and Tammy gave up her job at the Springville Parks Department to become a full-time mother. That summer, Chad moved his family 85 miles north to Ogden to take up his new job on the busy copy desk of Utah's third-largest newspaper, the Ogden Standard-Examiner. He was just out of school and had spent his summers digging graves, said Ogden Standard-Examiner copy chief Peggy Barney, who hired him. He seemed to be a very mainstream LDS guy with the wife and kid. He soon earned the nickname Chatterbox, as he was so quiet and withdrawn on the otherwise noisy copy desk. "He was so shy," said Barney, "but he was really dependable and good at his job." Sports editor Randy Hollis remembers Chad as a mild-mannered, soft-spoken young man who was easily embarrassed. "I have a kind of potty mouth," explained Hollis, "and sometimes I would say something inappropriate and he would blush. He pretty much only spoke when spoken to." Chad worked 8-hour shifts 5 days a week and never socialized with the other copy editors. While they went out drinking at night, Chad went home to Tammy and their baby son. "I thought the world of him," said Hollis. "This is a fine young man who's a clean liver and goes and does his job." Although we did not socialize outside the building, we had a good friendship. Soon after they moved, Tammy started working for a local school as a librarian in the computer room. She found an aptitude for the new technology and loved playing computer games. In May 1993, Chad and Tammy went on a Daybell family vacation to San Diego, where he was reunited with his parents and siblings. One day they went swimming at La Jolla Cove, but Tammy, who was pregnant again, stayed at the hotel with baby Garth. Everyone else remained on the beach, but Chad, as he later recounted in his autobiography, ventured out into the water to some rocks to look for seashells. Suddenly the sky darkened, the wind squalled, and he heard a loud voice commanding him to cling to the rocks. Then a 15-foot wave crashed down on him, and he was sucked into another world. "I found myself in the proverbial tunnel of light," he wrote. "It wasn't a bright white light, but more like a yellow heat lamp. A warm feeling of happiness enveloped him, and he looked up to see Fanatical Daybell and his grandfather Keith hovering 10 feet above. I was completely out of my body," he wrote, standing in front of them. Then, according to Chad, his long-deceased grandfather began telling him about the children he and Tammy would have and their glorious future together. Finity didn't speak but watched intently as Keith instructed his grandson on all the tasks he had to accomplish to fulfill his spiritual mission. Finally, Keith asked if I would be willing to fulfill the assignments he had outlined, wrote Chad, and I agreed to do so. Then his grandfather waved his hand, and Chad's spirit was reunited with his body as his concerned father and brothers ran up to see if he was okay. He suffered extensive cuts and bruises to his back, which required hospital treatment. Chad wrote that his second near-death experience had ripped open his personal veil even wider than before. This time it would remain open, giving him waking visions and experiences of déjà vu. I could remember Keith speaking to me, explained Chad, but the actual conversation about my future tasks was removed from my mind. I just knew it had to do with future earthly missions of my children, 4 of whom hadn't been born yet. In March 1994, Tammy gave birth to a baby girl they named Emma Michelle, followed 18 months later by another son, Seth. Soon afterward, Chad invited his boss, Peggy Barney, over to his house to meet Tammy and his small children. She was so cute and sweet, Peggy remembered. At Halloween, the Ogden Standard Examiner organized a costume contest for all the staff. Chad surprised everyone by dressing up as a nun. Although Chad didn't win the contest, which Tammy and Garth attended, he did gamely pose in a line with all the other entrants. He was very well received, said Hollis, because it was so out of character for this quiet, soft-spoken guy on the copy desk to be dressed in drag. After several years working on the copy desk, Chad quit, making no secret of how much he disliked the job and wanted to move back to Springville. He hated getting up so early with only Sundays and Mondays off, and he wanted to write instead of editing someone else's copy. He didn't like copy editing, said Barney. I don't know if it was the crappy hours or he was sick of the commute. When Chad heard that Springville's cemetery sexton was retiring, he immediately applied for the job and got it. So went from writing headlines to digging graves, he explained. But it paid better and allowed us to move back to Springville. The first week of December 1995, Chad and Tammy moved their 3 children back to Springville. Unable to afford a house, Chad bought an old double-wide. Tammy dutifully went along with it, but could not have been happy raising 3 small children in a cramped trailer. Springville City Administrative Manager Rod Oldroyd was delighted with his new hire, who now took charge of the city's 2 cemeteries, the historic City Cemetery and the Evergreen. Oldroyd had previously employed Tammy as cemetery secretary and now rehired her as a receptionist. They were a perfect couple, remembered Oldroyd. Good mum, good dad, good kids. Dating back to 1851, the historic City Cemetery is one of the oldest working cemeteries in Utah. Chad led a team of 3 who dug graves, cleaned gravestones, and weeded. One of his first jobs as sexton was to supervise the construction of a new brick fence on the historic City Cemetery and expand the Evergreen Cemetery with an extra 6,000 burial plots. I enjoyed being a cemetery sexton, he told the Springville Herald, and my only desire is to keep the cemetery looking its best. I am eager to serve you. 14. Spring Creek Publishing. Over the next several years, Chad Daybell's sexton job did keep him busy, but hardly resembled his more grandiose dreams of fulfilling his preordained spiritual mission, as dictated by his grandfather. He was frustrated with being a big fish in a small pond and wanted to make his mark on the world, so he decided to become an author, with a nudge from Keith Daybell's spirit. In the winter of 1997, Springville got hit by a huge snowstorm, paralyzing both cemeteries. For some afternoon-scheduled funerals, Chad and his staff began digging out paths to the gravesites. Suddenly, Chad heard his grandfather's voice telling him it was time to start writing his books. I leaned on the shovel, he remembered, and said aloud, "That's great, but I have no idea what to write about." Then, as he stood in the snow, the complete plot of his first novel, Errand for Emma, suddenly came to him. It centered around his 3-year-old daughter, Emma, now a teenager, going back in time to 1868 to solve the mystery of her LDS family history. On his lunch break, he sketched out the outline, and over the next few weeks he began writing at night. He submitted the completed manuscript to the Springville-based LDS publisher Cedar Fort Publishing, which immediately offered him a book contract. Tammy was now pregnant with the couple's fourth child, and their double-wide was bursting at the seams. Chad realized he needed a real home for his family, so he took out a heavy mortgage on a house in the Imperial Heights section of Springville. In late April 1998, Chad received an urgent call at the cemetery that Tammy had been rushed to the hospital and gone into labor, a month prematurely. He arrived to find her lying in bed waiting to be seen by a doctor. As we talked, she suddenly started bleeding heavily, wrote Chad, and it turned into a frantic situation. I gave her a quick priesthood blessing. Then the nurses rushed her into the operating room. He watched the doctors perform an emergency cesarean section, fearing Tammy wouldn't survive. I was scared, he remembered, but I also felt it wasn't Tammy's time to die. Leah Tamara Daybell was born small, and doctors told Tammy she would never have another baby. However, she would become pregnant once more, and in March 2000 she gave birth to their fifth and last child, Mark. After Errand for Emma was published, Chad Daybell immediately started on book 2 of what he now saw as a trilogy, Doug's Dilemma. That was quickly followed by Escape to Zion, in which Emma is launched into the future just before the Second Coming and travels to New Jerusalem. Chad's novels received positive reviews from local newspapers, and although they didn't make him much money, he enjoyed all the book signing events he arranged at the area's bookstores. Emma is a fun story, wrote reviewer Ellen in the Springville Herald's Library Corner column. Easy to read and shows much promise for future books from Mr. Daybell, and I knew him when he was a kid. Unearthing a Passion. LDS fiction writer finds inspiration among generations past, was the headline of Provo's Daily Herald Review. There aren't many people to interview in a cemetery, it began, but the stories found there are full of life. Chad Daybell has gone from newspaper reporter to cemetery sexton. He digs the cemetery beat, unearthing an even deeper passion for writing. Chad told reporter Tawny Archibald that he enjoyed working with the dead in the cemetery, where he found inspiration. Working there helps me keep my priorities in line, he explained, dealing with death every day. In late 2001, Chad and Tammy embarked on a small promotional tour. At one stop, he spoke at the Palmyra chapter of the Sons of the Utah Pioneers, discussing the work of a sexton and quoting from the 1892 Springville City Book. He had to build coffins, transport the dead, dig graves by hand, and they could bury no murderers in the cemetery. His next book, One Foot in the Grave, focused on his time working in the cemetery. It laid out in graphic detail every aspect of burying bodies, using Chad's first-hand experience. Later, murder investigators would comb through it to see if he had utilized his unusual expertise. Sad times are when you have to bury babies, he told the Deseret News. That's always a poignant moment. In 1999, Chad Daybell, now 31, quit his sexton job to become regional sales manager for Access Computer Products. The Colorado-based company, which recycled electronic products, was looking to expand and needed someone to run their new Provo office. For Chad, it would mean a big increase in salary from this growing company. I didn't want to spend the rest of my life in a cemetery, he would later explain. For the next 2 years, Chad worked 9 to 5 selling laser printer cartridges to schools, as well as recycling old ones. We carved out a niche in the market that had been untapped, he said, and the company grew rapidly. In early 2001, Chad's publisher Cedar Fort offered him the job of production manager, paying $10,000 a year less than he was making for the computer recycling company. According to Chad, his decision to take a hefty cut in salary was all part of his grandfather's spiritual mission for him. I had a wife and 5 kids at home, he explained, and taking a pay cut like that would really tighten our budget, almost to the breaking point. Tammy suggested he call his boss in Colorado, who promptly offered him a $20,000 increase. But just as Chad was about to call his wife with the good news, he heard his grandfather's voice coming from the heavens. This is not part of your life plan, it told him. This isn't the right path. Suddenly, Chad saw 2 distinct paths for him to choose from. If he remained with a computer products company and rose through the ranks, it would mean big money and extensive travel, but it would also be spiritually crippling for his family, as he would be away so much. The other path in publishing would mean financial challenges and stressful situations, but it would strengthen and unify his family. So without consulting Tammy, he accepted the job with Cedar Fort, despite the huge drop in salary. His loyal wife would never factor into any of their major life-changing decisions, which he then presented to her as a spiritual fait accompli. "It was the hardest call I have ever made," he later wrote. "She is a woman of great faith, though, and she felt calm about the decision, despite the hardships it might bring." For Chad Daybell, public acclaim was everything, and in the small LDS literary world, he was becoming something of a celebrity. In July 2001, he was one of 3 authors spotlighted in a Springville Herald article for making a strong showing on the LDS Classic Literature list. Springville, known throughout the world as the Art City, has produced many renowned artists and sculptors, the report began. In recent years, the city has also become a home to many talented writers. The article singled out Daybell for his Emma trilogy. The second book, Doug's Dilemma, featured a thinly veiled Chad as the heroic Doug Dalton. Doug's Dilemma began as a missionary novel, the article continued, but it quickly turns into an intense race against time as Doug Dalton finds himself in 1944, where he must save his grandfather during World War II. In September 2001, Chad won a Cedar Fort Publishers House Award for his Emma trilogy, despite the conflict of interest as they had published it and just hired him. For the next 3 years, Chad Daybell worked at Cedar Fort, signing up new LDS authors and writing several new books himself. They were all centered around the end days and the second coming of Jesus Christ. He and Tammy also collaborated on a book aimed at LDS children called Tiny Talks. Authors Tammy and Chad Daybell, read an advertisement, have written dozens of interesting temple-related stories tied to the 2002 primary theme. Tiny Talks is a valuable resource for family home evening as well. Chad and Tammy spent their Saturdays touring local bookstores for book signings and even went to Las Vegas for a special LDS book fair. One of the first authors Chad signed at Cedar Fort was Shirley Bauman for a collection of real-life pioneer stories called Against All Odds. She would go on to do several more books with him over the next 10 years. Chad was very friendly, remembered Bauman. He was always willing to listen to my ideas. Chad and Tammy's Tiny Talks was a big hit in the LDS world, and they spawned a series of 6. They filled a void in the children's LDS literary market to provide the basics of Mormonism. The Daybells presented the perfect picture of young, devout Mormon parents as they traveled around Utah promoting their books. "We have 5 children under the age of 10, Tammy told the Springville Herald, so we'll be using the talks ourselves for a long time. In March 2003, Chad's book Chasing Paradise was banned by Deseret Book, the leading LDS bookstore chain in the western United States, for being offensive. It was a serious blow to Chad's future career as an author, and he came out swinging. As the managing editor of Cedar Fort Publishing, he told the Deseret News, "It's part of my job to watch for offensive material. I certainly didn't think my own novel would fall into that category." In his promotional copy, Chad described his new novel as an exciting, uplifting adventure that takes place on both sides of the veil. The controversial passage was on page 99, when a warrior angel named Ruby swoops in, plucks up a naughty spirit by the nape of the neck, and drop-kicks her through the wall. Chad accused Deseret Book, which is owned by the LDS Church, of censorship, pointing out that it sells many racy New York Times bestsellers. "Is this the new standard?" he asked. "No swearing, no sex, and now no conflict? LDS novelists might as well put away their word processors because potentially anything can come under fire." A spokesman for Deseret Books said the real reason for not carrying Chad Daybell's new novel was weak sales of his previous books. "My understanding is there are a number of problems with the sales potential of this book," he explained. A year later, Chad decided to start his own publishing company, specializing in LDS literature. Initially, Tammy was not happy about the idea, but after praying for guidance, she agreed to come aboard as accountant and design director. Chad's mother-in-law, Phyllis Douglas, was appointed sales director. In May 2004, Chad opened the Spring Creek Book Company, operating out of a large warehouse in Provo. He announced ambitious plans to publish up to 40 books a year, inviting local LDS authors to submit book proposals. The LDS marketplace is growing, Tammy told the Springville Herald, and our goal is to provide quality products for the entire family. Shirley Barman, who had worked with Chad at Cedar Fort, was one of Spring Creek's first signings. She suggested Chad meet her friend, Suzanne Freeman, who had had a recent near-death experience. This led to Chad publishing Freeman's first book, Led by the Hand of Christ, followed by several more. He was interesting, remembered Freeman. He was very humble. After her book was published, Freeman started speaking at various LDS events about her near-death experiences. It would be years before Chad told her about his own, which puzzled her. He never mentioned he had a near-death experience, she told the East Idaho News. We had a lot of conversations, and I would think that might come up. She occasionally visited the Spring Creek warehouse and saw Tammy working away in a back office. She soon realized that Tammy was the driving force of the publishing operation, and that Chad would never have succeeded without her slavish devotion. I think she was the heart of the business, said Freeman. She was just really good at it and very kind and genuine. Chad would fondly describe Tammy as his soulmate, saying they'd been together in several past lives. I was really impressed by that, Freeman said. I thought, wow, they have a really sweet relationship, and that's really tender. In December 2005, the Spring Creek Book Company was named the Outstanding Small Wholesaler of the Year by the LDS Booksellers Association, LDSBA. The award was the result of a ballot of LDS retailers all over the world, and a big achievement for the young company that had already published more than 50 books by 26 authors, including Chad Daybell. We are honored to even be nominated, much less win the award, said Tammy, as she and Chad proudly accepted it at the annual LDSBA convention in Salt Lake City. This is our first full year in business, and we appreciate the stores taking notice of our efforts to produce quality products. Over the next 3 years, Chad and Tammy worked hard establishing the Spring Creek Book Company. They soon moved into bigger premises, and Chad branched out into other areas such as sports and self-help books. He published a ghost-written biography of University of Utah college football star Alex Smith, an autobiography of the 2003 American Idol finalist Carmen Rasmussen, and a book about the 2007 Miss Utah, Jill Stevens, who went on to compete in the Miss America pageant. In June 2008, Chad's novel Celestial City topped the LDS fiction bestseller charts. It was the second volume in his eventual 5-part series, Standing in Holy Places. The first, The Great Gathering, had been in the top 5 since the previous year. He had also enlisted his son Seth to narrate all his audiobooks. One of the characters in the Standing in Holy Places series was based on Chad's old New Jersey missionary friend, Ben Hyde, whom Chad was still in touch with. They occasionally saw each other in church, and Hyde visited Chad and Tammy at their house a few times. The series was a fictionalized version of the Second Coming of Jesus, said Hyde, and what it would physically look like in the Utah area where we both lived. He never said, "Ben, these are visions that I had," but we both knew that was exactly what he was drawing on for it. In late 2008, the Spring Creek Book Company abruptly went out of business. Chad Daybell turned over his remaining inventory to an outside distributor, and he and Tammy declared bankruptcy. Their filing revealed that the couple owed more than $200,000 to 60 creditors, and that Spring Creek had been far from the success story Chad had presented. Their bankruptcy filing showed that the Spring Creek Book Company had only generated an annual income of $2,000, and that was decreasing every year. The couple made a joint income of less than $48,000 a year to feed and clothe their 5 children. Chad blamed it all on the Great Recession. Our sales hit a brick wall, he explained. It was a nightmare. Tammy and I saw the writing on the wall. We needed to find another way to support our family. So in January 2009, with his tail between his legs, Chad returned to the cemetery business, finding a job with neighboring Spanish Fork City as their new sexton. To supplement their income, Tammy took a part-time job at Art City Elementary School in the computer lab. After the filing for bankruptcy, Tammy fell into a deep depression and was put on medication. After the Daybells' initial success in the publishing world, They now seemed to be back at square one, and Tammy was starting to get more and more disenchanted with her self-proclaimed visionary husband and their continual financial struggles. Tammy suffered a mental breakdown, Chad wrote. It was definitely the most challenging phase of our marriage. In his autobiography, Chad gamely attempted to transform their growing earthly problems into a wondrous miracle. He wrote of seeing a vision of Tammy in a pre-mortal world, wearing a white dress and addressing a large group of spirits. I knew that she was one of Heavenly Father's most valiant children, he wrote. We had been put through a very tough test, but I assured her we would make it through and be stronger for it. Chad devoted himself to his sexton job, moonlighting as a writer with his latest series of books, Times of Turmoil. Meanwhile, Tammy spent hours a day on her computer playing Frontierville, a highly addictive game where players' avatars become pioneers of the Old West, using in-game currency to build imaginary towns. Chad felt threatened by Tammy's new pursuit and tried to get her to quit. I went to the temple, he wrote, and received a strong prompting to tell Tammy she needed to stop playing Frontierville cold turkey. When he told Tammy what the spirits had said, she remained unconvinced. Tammy knew the game had become an addiction, he explained, but she didn't fully stop. Eventually, according to Chad, the angry spirit of Tammy's grandmother came to the rescue, ordering her to stop wasting time on silly computer games. My descendants are letting Satan lull them to sleep with technology, was her thunderous message, delivered via Chad. Have Tammy quit her damn computer game, cold turkey. In spring 2012, Chad told his author Suzanne Freeman that he was getting out of the book business because the call-out was coming. In the call-out, which is not mainstream Mormon doctrine, the prophets summon the faithful to gather in the LDS church-owned girls' camps before the end times. Chad told her that in July, all the righteous would gather for the second coming, with large stores of food to survive. Freeman was unconvinced and warned Chad about his increasingly extreme and dangerous beliefs, which he was now incorporating into his books. It wasn't good, she explained, and he kept saying, "Oh, Susie, just read them and you'll get it." But I read some of it, and I just couldn't. In July, when the end times failed to materialize, Freeman wrote him a letter. "I do not agree with what you are publishing. I know without a shadow of a doubt what you are preaching will not lead to happiness. It will lead to death and sorrow." 15. A fork in the road. In May 2013, Chad quit his cemetery job in Spanish Fork City to rejoin the Springville City Parks Department as its sexton. He'd recently relaunched Spring Creek Books as a part-time venture to publish his latest 4-book fictionalized series on the end times, Days of Turmoil. After the call-out didn't happen, Chad was eager to make a publishing comeback and started looking for new LDS authors to sign up. Each day he would read the Another Voice of Warning, a Vow website, and in February 2014, something caught his eye in the website's Dreams and Visions section. Arizona mother of 3 Julie Rowe had had a near-death experience in 2004 and posted an account of it under the avatar Fellow Dreamer. Chad sent her a private message offering to publish her book. He told her they were fated to meet and that she was the tall, dark-haired woman he had seen in visions. After exchanging several emails and phone calls, Chad signed a contract with Julie to publish her first book, A Greater Tomorrow, My Journey Beyond the Veil. "I gave him the first draft in 3 weeks," remembered Julie, and then he edited for a week. Spring Creek Books published a book on May 14, 2014, and Chad immediately wanted a sequel. He sent her some of his own books to read as inspiration. "His books were so cheesy," Julie said. "His style of writing really irritated me, and I had a hard time reading them. I mean, a lot of people like that, but I didn't." In mid-July, Julie drove to Provo with her children to meet Chad and Tammy at the Monty L.B. Museum on the BYU campus. "He was nice but socially awkward," Julie remembered. "We walked around the museum for an hour or two. He brought the contract for the second book, and I signed it that day." Julie immediately liked Tammy, who kept in the background. "She's very introverted and also kind of nerdy," Julie said. "I thought she was one of the nicest people I've ever met." Chad published Julie's second book, The Time Is Now, that November. It focused on the latter days and the second coming of Jesus Christ. It would far outsell any of Chad's books, and she would write another 3 books for Spring Creek over the next few years. Chad's high school friend Scott Mitchell had enjoyed a glorious career with the NFL after graduating from Springville High. He played 12 seasons for leading teams, including the Miami Dolphins, Detroit Lions, and Baltimore Ravens, before he retired. In 2008, Mitchell returned to Springville to coach his old high school football team and reconnected with Chad. They discussed Spring Creek publishing his autobiography, but nothing came of it at that time. The 6'6" quarterback had ballooned to 366 pounds and went on to compete on the 2014 season of NBC's The Biggest Loser. He was eventually eliminated on week 16 after losing more than 120 pounds. Chad avidly followed Scott's progress on the show and sent him a Facebook message offering to publish his book on overcoming obesity. After fielding offers from several other publishers, Mitchell finally signed a contract with Spring Creek Books, and Chad and Tammy got to work. "He spent about 4.5 months in my house writing the book," said Mitchell. "He's the nicest person I've ever met in my life. So unassuming." In August 2014, Chad rented a cabin in Island Park, Idaho for a family vacation. As he later told it, when they stopped at a gas station on the way there, he suddenly heard his grandfather's ghostly voice ordering him to move to Idaho. During the vacation, he fell in love with the calm, laid-back pace of life and decided to move his family there. Back home, he went to the Provo Temple for spiritual guidance, and the spirit told him that he needed to live in Idaho to fulfill his destiny. In October, Chad resigned as Springville's sexton, and 4 months later, just a month away from his and Tammy's 25th anniversary, he received what he would describe as a fork-in-the-road vision. "I saw in the distance a glorious city with a temple on a hill," he wrote. "A voice said, 'Moving to Rexburg will be a tremendous blessing to your children and your grandchildren.'" Then and there, he decided to move the family to Rexburg, Idaho, convinced that it was one of the sacred places where the righteous 144,000 would gather to ride out war, earthquakes, and famine, heralding the end times. But he did not bother to tell Tammy. A couple of weeks later, during a family dinner, Chad suddenly blurted out that they were soon moving to Idaho. Astonished, Tammy asked what he was talking about, and Chad told her about his visions. The furious Tammy complained to her sister Samantha about Chad's unilateral decision to move 300 miles north to Rexburg without consulting her first. Tammy, now 45, had lived in Springville since she was 13, when her family moved there from California. "She wasn't happy about it," said Samantha. "She prayed about it and tried to decide what it was that she was supposed to do. Finally, after much prayer, Tammy reluctantly agreed to the move and went online to start looking at real estate listings." In late March, Chad took the family to Idaho to look at potential homes. He and Tammy had narrowed it down to 2 possibilities, and they met a realtor to view them. The first disappointed, but the second was a large, rambling property of 4 acres, a large lawn with apple trees and a pond. They immediately fell in love with the spacious 1,644-square-foot ranch-style home, with 6 bedrooms and 1.5 bathrooms in Salem, just 4 miles away from Rexburg. It was close to the Snake River, the Sand Hills, mountain lakes, and the Teton Mountain Range. The asking price was $181,900, and Chad immediately put in a bid and applied for a mortgage. On April 23, 2015, Spring Creek Books published Scott Mitchell's autobiography, Alive Again. The Biggest Loser contestant and former NFL quarterback shares his intriguing story. Randy Hollis, who had worked with Chad at the Ogden Standard-Examiner and was now at the Deseret News, interviewed Mitchell and then called his publisher about his publicity plans. It was the first time Hollis and Chad had spoken in almost 20 years. "Chad seemed like the same quiet, soft-spoken, reserved young man that I'd known years earlier," said Hollis. "He and Scott were going to a couple of local bookstores in Salt Lake City to promote the book and sell it." In the resulting article, Chad was quoted extensively. "To me, it's a true hero's journey," said Chad, "where you have a hero who takes a tumble in life and fights his way back to where he wants to be. Then, in the midst of the publicity tour, Chad suddenly informed Mitchell on the way to a Costco's book signing that he was moving to Idaho. He apologized that he would be unable to help promote Mitchell's book anymore, and said that Mitchell was on his own. "I was furious," said Mitchell. He goes, "I just had a vision, and I've got to move to Idaho. I was in the middle of promoting this book." 16. Rexburg. On June 8, 2015, Chad and Tammy closed on their new house at 202 North 1900 East and moved in. Almost the entire Rexburg population of 28,000 is Mormon, and the city, whose motto is America's Family Community, is dominated by its historic white tabernacle, with a golden figure of the angel Moroni holding a horn to his lips to symbolize the second coming. Chad began working on a new novel at the BYU Idaho campus library in Rexburg. Tammy was hired as an assistant librarian at Madison Middle School, and daughter Emma enrolled in BYU Idaho. Rexburg has always been a strong, faith-built community, said the Daybell's new neighbor, Matt Price. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is very large in this area. The Daybells were readily accepted by the Rexburg community, and Chad took a sales executive job with the Falls Printing Company, which would now be printing Spring Creek books. Already an established author, Chad now began promoting himself in Idaho. He started giving talks about his books and his increasingly extreme views of the end times, now way outside traditional Mormon doctrine. He held book signings and targeted like-minded people who shared his views that the second coming was imminent and they needed to prepare. Cult expert Rick Ross said that Chad had broken away from the mainstream LDS religion and was deliberately targeting church members to join what would soon become a cult. "He goes after people that are LDS," said Ross, "and he tries to entice them, recruit them, and sell them his books." Soon after moving to Idaho, Chad participated in a large conference about near-death and other psychic healing experiences with his best-selling author Julie Rowe, now very much in demand on the Mormon speaking circuit. Rexburg resident Eric Smith attended the event with his wife, as they were interested in near-death experiences. "That was when I first got word of Chad," said Smith. "Julie was the primary speaker, and she gave Chad 10 minutes to tell his story and introduce him to an audience of about 2,000 people. The doughy-looking evangelist for the end time soon won over his audience with his self-deprecating delivery about preparing for the second coming. What he lacked in charisma, he made up for with his goofy charm and a wide grin. "I found his personality to be genuine," said Smith. "He was kind of nerdy but humble and warm. Right away I liked him." Over the next few months, Chad Daybell developed a staunch following in the Rexburg area, including many prominent local citizens. He would talk about multiple probations and the idea of reincarnation, which was outlawed by the Mormon Church. His followers were mesmerized as he spoke about his 31 previous lives on different planets. He had a really big fan base, said his former author Suzanne Freeman. People really followed him and were interested in hearing what he had to say. Chad Daybell found himself at the right place at the right time. The intriguing subject of the end times and the second coming was fast gaining traction among a section of the LDS Church, although it was officially frowned upon. His books filled a void in the church's literary market, and he began to develop his public speaking skills to sell more books and spread his message as far as possible. On May 22, 2017, the Spring Creek Book Company published Chad Daybell's autobiography, Living on the Edge of Heaven. It was dedicated to his devoted wife of 27 years. "To Tammy, my one and only. She doesn't like the limelight, but deserves all the credit." His thin 188-page autobiography was reprinted almost verbatim from his website blog, written over a 5-week period on his arrival in Rexburg in 2015. Chad eagerly promoted it with book signings and small gatherings in people's houses, assiduously building his following in southern Idaho. Eric Smith saw firsthand just how effective the self-effacing author could be at small, intimate events, especially with his growing number of female fans. "Chad had this charismatic, convincing ability in speaking with people," explained Smith, "and could get followers and glean support." He also noticed how Chad would target attractive women and then hypnotize them with his doomsday message of survival. "I've seen him use those skills," said Smith. "There was always a little group of women, and he would be drawn to them. They would get that kind of googly-eyed look as they asked him questions, and he would answer in a very personal way." During their friendship, Smith realized that Chad was far more comfortable with women than men, whom he seemed uneasy with. Smith was an exception. "He would just talk about the ideas in his books," said Smith, "and what he saw in visions. They were enjoyable to listen to, and I felt they were genuine." Chad was invited to a private home in Rexburg by a group of women who were interested in the controversial subject of polygamy. He was kind of clinging around them, recalled Smith. He liked them. "I kind of sensed in some of those conversations they were discussing some yucky stuff." Chad had conversations about those really fringe things that are pretty inappropriate and divisive for families. Chad happily bathed in all this female attention, while Tammy stayed home. Although they were just scraping by on Chad's sales job and Tammy's meager pay as a librarian, he was quite happy to eke out a career selling his doomsday visions to the impressionable. "I think that business fed his ego," said cult expert Rick Ross, "and made him feel important and powerful. Having adoring fans was something very appealing to him." In summer 2017, a new company called Preparing a People, PAP, was formed to organize conferences and podcasts focused on surviving the end times. It grew out of a Springville-based marketing company called Color My Media, which offered an array of marketing services, including web design and videography. The entrepreneurial owners, Michael and Nancy James, had known Chad Daybell back in Springville and moved their operations to Rexburg, Idaho, soon after he arrived. "Chad's one of my favorite people," explained Michael James. On July 15, 2017, Preparing a People held its first conference at the Rexburg Tabernacle, with Chad Daybell as a key speaker. The venue held 1,800 people and was fully catered by BYU, Idaho. Tickets to the all-day event were $50. 2 days before the conference, Michael and Nancy James released their debut PAP podcast entitled Rexburg, Idaho, The Promised Land. It would be the first of 53 podcasts released over the next 18 months, with Chad co-hosting many of them. He would enthusiastically discuss subjects as diverse as microchip implants and how he had once heard Van Halen music on the other side of the veil, as well as eagerly promoting his autobiography. The conference with Chad and 6 other people, including Judy Rowe, was a great success. A second in Orem, Utah was immediately announced, entitled Come Unto Me and I Will Heal You. On Saturday, September 9th, Chad took the stage to riotous applause at Utah Valley University in Orem. Sporting a crew cut, overweight and wearing a loose-fitting white shirt and red tie, he radiated confidence as he told his enraptured audience about 2 near-death experiences, which had transformed his life and given him visionary powers, before turning to his pet subject of the end times. "I've been waiting for 20 years for something to happen," he announced. "I write all these novels and people are like, when's it going to start?" Chad pressed a button on his laptop and his PowerPoint presentation began. A photograph of Kim Jong-un surrounded by nuclear warheads appeared on the screen behind him. "North Korea," Chad gesticulated with his hands. "They're going a little nuts right now. Kim Jong-un seems intent on causing havoc in the world. No question about it with him. Even as we speak, Hurricane Irma is on its way to Florida. The earthquake in Mexico, the fires in California and Montana. It just feels like end times are starting to begin." Then a photo of a frenzied-looking Woody Harrelson as fringe science conspiracy theorist Charlie Frost in the 2009 movie 2012 came on screen. The science fiction epic was about a global cataclysm that brings about the end of the world. Here's one of my favorite characters, because this is how people think I've acted in the last 5 years. But he was right, declared Chad, as he pumped his fist at the audience. Chad said his real message was how to prepare to survive all the oncoming trials and tribulations with a smile on our faces. The audience was here, he said, because the Spirit had guided them in the role each was destined to play. It might start with baby steps, but, he promised them, they would get there in the end. "And so old Bill Murray," Chad said, chuckling, as a poster of the iconic star pointing a finger directly at the audience appeared. "Just think of him in the movie Baby Steps," which was actually What About Bob, as he took it a step at a time. And that's how a lot of us have to do it. You just start small, and the Lord will guide you. Mother of three, Angela Stone moved to Rexburg with her husband in July 2015, finding a job with a local accountancy firm. She worked out of her boss's house, and he slowly opened up about his spiritual gifts. He told her he had erected a spiritual shield of protection around his house to protect his office computers from malfunctioning. He also helped people cast out their bad spirits to cure alcohol, drug, and pornography addictions. One day he announced that Chad Daybell and Julie Rowe were speaking at a conference in Rexburg, offering to get Angela tickets. She willingly accepted. He was so excited, she remembered. He had read all of her books, and Chad Daybell was the publisher. When Angela first heard Chad speak at the July 2017 conference, she sat in awe as he recounted his visions of the end times and how the faithful would survive. It was like Rexburg was going to be the city of light and a city of refuge, she said, a place for the saints and the faithful to gather and be protected from the calamities that come as things fall apart. A couple of days later, Chad turned up at her boss's house, and Angela met him for the first time. He was idolized, she said. He was just this remarkably well-spoken, kind man who was helping bring people together to prepare for the return of Christ. Chad often came by to see her boss, and Angela got to know Chad and meet some of his followers. The end times always dominated the conversation, and Angela learned about multiple probations and what it meant to be a translated being, an immortal as Chad claimed to be. It's essentially an eternal being, explained Angela, who can pass through portals and travel through the world in a different way, teleporting. Angela and her husband became deeply involved in Chad's cult, spending around $20,000 to prepare for Doomsday. They bought 2 large canvas tents, sleeping bags designed to withstand below-freezing temperatures, a stove, and a year's supply of gluten-free food with enough charcoal to cook it. We believed there would be a time when we would be called out, she explained. These items would be needed. 17. The Owl Necklace. Soon after the first Preparing a People conference, Julie Rowe visited Chad and Tammy at their house in Salem, before they all dined at Dairy Queen. Tammy took Julie around the house and the large garden outside, where Tammy kept her ducks and chickens. She proudly showed off their pet cemetery, which Chad had recently constructed using his expertise as a gravedigger. During dinner, Julie sensed that Chad and Tammy seemed uneasy with each other and were having difficulties in their marriage. She later asked him about it. Chad sadly explained that Tammy had stopped taking her prescribed antidepressants, and they were no longer intimate. Chad also confided that he was having an emotional affair with an Arizona woman named Natalie, a fan of his books whom he had met online. During a series of intense phone conversations, Chad had informed Natalie that they had been married to each other in a previous life. Rowe warned Chad that he was being unfaithful to Tammy. They had never met in person, but I disagreed with it, said Rowe, because she was married and he was married. Then he got angry with me. Soon afterward, Chad told Julie about a vision that he'd had of Tammy dying in a car accident. He saw her driving their black pickup truck in a heavy snowstorm and skidding on ice into a telephone pole. It was the first of 3 visions of Tammy dying that he would tell Rowe about. He said that the Lord had told him that Tammy was going to pass away, said Rowe, and he was actually quite emotional about it. Around that time, Chad Daybell found an old tarnished gold owl necklace on a pew in the tabernacle. He believed it was a gift from God. Since the age of 10, after writing The Murder of Dr. J and His Assistant, with his unsettling owl cover, Chad had been obsessed with the birds of prey, which he considered to have special powers. He now began using the owl necklace to determine whether people were light or dark spirits. He would also ask it questions to see who various celebrities, such as Donald Trump or the Beatles, had been in their previous lives. Initially, it was a kind of spiritual parlor game to entertain friends. He'd hold it up and let it swing, said Eric Smith, who often witnessed Chad working his magic. If it swung right to left, it would mean yes. If it was a circle, it was a no. It was interesting and fascinating, and I was touched by it. Chad would bring out the necklace during his small gatherings with followers to ingratiate himself with them. But first, according to Smith, he would go online and research certain historical figures to pair them with during his readings. A particular favourite was the Mayflower pilgrims, who'd first look up their names and backgrounds before using his necklace to mesmerise people like a cheap conjuring trick. Chad would personally learn about people's pasts, said Smith, set up an appointment and go and visit them in their home and unfold their history to them, maybe give them a little bit of insight about their future. And in this process, he developed quite a following. He also began making detailed lists of which celebrities were light or dark, finding Oprah Winfrey had the darkest spirit of all. I saw a lot of those lists, said Julie Rowe. I would tell him, you're not getting true answers, and this isn't coming from God. You shouldn't use that stupid owl necklace. And the more I did that, the more he distanced himself from me. In the fall of 2017, Chad met Melanie Gibb at a preparedness camp in Ogden, Utah, where he was one of the speakers. Families came to learn survival skills for the end times, such as how to cook without an oven and filter pure water. In seminars, people also discussed their spiritual experiences and visions. Chad found a rapport with the attractive blonde, as they shared similar views of the end times and the second coming. Melanie invited Chad to speak in Mesa, Arizona, where she lived, and they agreed to stay in touch. A few months later, Chad introduced Melanie to the Preparing a People team, who appointed her as their new Arizona representative. She made her official PAP podcast debut on February 11, 2018, on an episode entitled Backyard Reflections of Little Miss Sunshine, Melanie Gibb. We are excited to present to you our new Arizona branch representative, Melanie Gibb, PAP proudly announced. She has been such a force for good as a hub friend to everyone who knows her. In June 2018, Melanie helped organize PAP's first conference in Arizona, arranging a venue in Mesa and handling logistics. She enlisted her friend and local LDS author Jason Mao to speak alongside Chad Daybell. Mao, a former Phoenix narcotics detective and Army paratrooper, would become a PAP rising star, speaking at many future conferences alongside Melanie. Chad, recently fired from his sales job at the Falls Printing Company because of his increasingly radical ideology, flew into Phoenix for the July 18 event, and Melanie picked him up from his hotel. We had an enjoyable early dinner together, he remembered, where she told me more about the amazing journey she has been on throughout her life. Chad then brought out his owl necklace and asked it various things about Melanie. He created a portal and would ask questions, she explained. It was a gold-coloured, pointy pendulum with a string attached. After the Mesa event, Chad invited Melanie to write a book about her spiritual experiences, with the title Feel the Fire. 5 weeks later, they were reunited at the next Preparing a People conference in St. George, Utah, where she brought along her new friend, Lori Vallow. Part 3. Gasoline and Fire. 18. If Chad is Satan, he sure is a good one. Lori Vallow and Melanie Gibb drove 450 miles north to St. George, Utah for the Preparing a People conference entitled Bringing to Life Hidden Things Through Personal Revelation. The two-day event was held over the last weekend of October 2018 at St. George Academy High School. It featured 15 amazing speakers, including NDE and End Times author and publisher Chad Daybell, who had conveniently left his wife Tammy and 5 children back in Rexburg. After Chad delivered a fiery Friday night speech from the stage, he retired to a side table to meet his fans and sign books. Lori immediately approached and said she had read all his books. Chad looked up at the beautiful blonde apparition standing before him and was instantly smitten. Then, as Melanie watched, they began exchanging spiritual experiences, beliefs and visions, blissfully staring into each other's eyes. It was as if a lightning bolt hit both of them. They would never again be the same. Chad immediately told Lori that his spiritual gifts had revealed that he was a translated being, and they had been married 7 times before in previous lives, while she hung on his every word. He told her she was one of the chosen ones, and together they would change the world. She talked to him a lot about his books, Gibb later told the East Idaho News. She asked a lot of questions, and she was very interested in what he thought, and he was interested in what she knew, and they started developing that connection right there. For the rest of the conference, Lori and Chad were inseparable. as he revealed to her the secret spiritual power she possessed that he alone could unleash. With his marriage to Tammy fading, the stunningly beautiful blonde was his dream come true. The kind of woman who had once been unattainable now idealized him as his biggest fan. He immediately saw the possibilities of a glamorous new life without Tammy holding him back. As for Lori, her whole life suddenly came into focus. Her messy history of failed marriages, bitter custody battles, and verbal abuse all evaporated into thin air. She felt an otherworldly connection with this soft-spoken, attentive man, whom she had admired for so long. She finally felt validated as Chad softly assured her that God had brought them together again, entrusting them with a secret mission they alone could accomplish. Lori asked Chad to gauge who in her life were light or dark spirits. She told him all about her previous husbands, her children, and other extended family members, as he took careful notes. At the end of the conference, Chad and Lori exchanged phone numbers, agreeing to meet up again in a couple of weeks when he was due to speak in Mesa, Arizona. On the long drive back to Phoenix, Lori couldn't stop talking about Chad, although she knew he was married with 5 children. She told Melanie how attracted she was to him on a spiritual level, and was particularly intrigued by their having been married so many times before on this and other planets. Back in Rexburg, Chad Daybell immediately began to work on a detailed light and dark spirit analysis of Lori's entire family, including ex-husbands and dead relatives, using his owl necklace. He judged 16-year-old Tylee a dark spirit and JJ a light one. Chad also helpfully provided a rubric for Lori to interpret his readings. This practice did not remotely have anything to do with LDS Church doctrine and would be considered utter heresy. Family history information. Barry Cox, 3L, 1500s France. Janice Cox, 3L, 1600s England. Stacy was 3L on Earth, has graduated to 4.1L. Alex Cox, 2L. Adam Cox, 3L. Laura was 3L on Earth, has graduated to 4.1L. Lori, 4.3L. Summer Cox Shiflett, 3L, husband is 2L, but borderline 2D. First husband, 2L. Second husband, William Lagiola, 2D. Son, Colby Ryan, 3L. Kelsey Ryan, 3D. Third husband, Joseph Ryan, 4.3D, is now sealed away. Daughter, Tylee Ryan, 4.1D. Fourth husband, Charles Vallow, 3L, 1700s London. First wife, 2D. Cole Vallow, 3D. Zach Vallow, 3L. Joshua Vallow, 4.2L. Niece, Melanie Boudreau, 3L. Husband, Brandon, 3D. 4 kids, both boys are 3L. Older girl, 3L. Younger girl, 4.1L. On October 30th, just 4 days after they first met, Chad emailed his findings to Lori's email address, lori4style@hotmail.com. Over the next 2 weeks, Lori and Chad were in constant touch, emailing and talking on their new burner cell phones, which they had bought for secrecy. Lori also began shooting sexy videos of her nightly dancing sessions and sending them to Chad. They both counted the days until they would see each other again. Cult expert Rick Ross has studied Chad Daybell's light, dark spirit document and believes he used it to brainwash Lori. Ross labelled it a classic example of thought reform, which many cult leaders, including Adolf Hitler, have been using on their followers for centuries. By the time Chad met the beautiful, adoring woman of his dreams, he had tired of Tammy. After almost 30 years of marriage, she no longer wanted him physically and was pressuring him to get a real job. Now he saw a way out of his stagnant life, but first he had to get rid of Charles Vallow, Tylee, JJ and Tammy, who would all be obstacles to his blissful future with Lori. Chad Daybell was relegating people to a category of subhuman, said Ross, so that if someone came to him and said, "I'm going to kill them because they're zombies and possessed by dark spirits," Lori would say, that is the only way that they can be free. On Thursday, November 15th, an excited Chad Daybell drove more than 900 miles to Mesa, Arizona for the next PAP conference. He arrived a day early to see Lori, who had invited him to stay at her house in Chandler. Charles and the children would conveniently be out of town. That night, Lori hosted a small group of women, including Melanie Gibb and Lisa Clark, not her real name, an old friend from Utah who had once organized Chad's Utah book signing events. When Lisa came into the kitchen, she found Lori and Chad discussing sleeping arrangements. Chad seemed nervous, making a point of telling Lisa that he would be sleeping in JJ's room. She later realized that Lori and Chad planned to be intimate that night, but didn't want anybody else to know. And I thought, well, so what? Lisa told Inside Edition. But now I see why he was concerned. If you look back, you go, oh, that's why. Because they were having an affair. On Friday, Chad was the key speaker on the first night of the 2-day PAP conference. Afterward, Chad, Melanie Gibb, and about 30 other out-of-towners went to Lori's house. They split into small groups, with Melanie finding herself in the same one as Chad and Lori. Chad was telling us some of the deeper mysteries of God that we weren't familiar with, Melanie recalled. He seemed to know things that most people had never heard of before, and he was convinced that Lori was a very powerful woman. Chad then brought out his owl necklace, telling the small crowd around him which Old Testament prophets or other biblical characters they had been in past lives. Chad claimed he'd had 31 previous lives, where he'd been, among others, Martin Luther and Methuselah. Lori had 21 lives and had been married to the prophet Moroni. Chad told Melanie that all three of them had known one another in several past lives. That evening, Lori's teenage son Zach Cox, who was living at the house, came back to find around 30 cars parked in the driveway and down the street. The front door was open and he heard loud voices coming from the living room. He walked in to find it full of strangers. Everybody in that room all turned around and stared at me, Zach remembered. They stopped talking and my heart dropped. It was the scariest thing, and I felt like it was a horror movie. On Saturday morning, Lori took Chad out to a nearby park, where they went for a long walk together holding hands. Chad told her more about their past lives together, as well as the secret meanings of his books. She luxuriated in his lavish praise and compliments. Then he informed her that the two of them had been chosen by God to lead a select group of 144,000 souls, who would usher in the end times and the second coming of Jesus Christ. To Lori, it was as if one of Chad's end-time novels had magically come to life, and she was the heroine who would help him fulfill this divine calling. She had long thought that she was one of the 144,000, but now, according to Chad, they would lead them all as king and queen. After that weekend, Lori's whole attitude toward Charles Vallow abruptly changed. She became cold and critical of everything he did. He had no idea what was going on. She seemed to be upset a lot, said Melanie Gibb, now a frequent visitor to their house. He was frustrated. Charles called his sister Kay in Louisiana to complain that Lori had changed, and he didn't know why. He said she was no longer the same person that he had married, and he hardly recognized her. Charles started confiding to me that they were having problems, and she's just not acting right, said Kay. But my brother was in love with her, and she could do no wrong. Suspicious, Charles checked Lori's computer and discovered she was emailing videos of herself dancing to a man named Chad. Charles called his sister for advice. I said, Charles, if she hasn't had an affair, she is about to. She is with this man, and that's what all this is about. Lori breathlessly confided to Melanie that Chad had constructed a spiritual portal in her closet so he could come and visit her. They could now commune ethereally whenever they wanted and begin fulfilling their mission. He created this portal for her, said Melanie. It's not like he could come through it physically, but it was a way for them to interact spiritually. Lori informed Melanie that a vital part of their mission was to rid the world of evil spirits, or zombies, as Chad now referred to them. First, they would have a special prayer for a particular state, and then check in the portal to see how many zombies had died. And the number would come up, explained Melanie. 10,000 died in Texas or whatever. Although Melanie thought it all pretty extreme, she kept an open mind to all these new spiritual revelations she was learning from Chad via Lori. Her spiritual sister appeared to believe everything he said, but Melanie sensed a slight doubt. 2 or 3 times she said to me, remembered Melanie, if Chad is Satan, he sure is a good one. On November 26th, Lori Vallow made her podcast debut in a new series entitled Time to Warrior Up. The PAP website announced the first episode, Find Your Closet, which would star our warrior trio, Melanie, Lori, and Jason. At the beginning of the podcast, former Phoenix narcotics detective turned author Jason Mao officially introduced Melanie and Lori as the gatherers. "Lori is so cool," he began. "Lori and I met in a very, very unique situation." Then Lori, describing herself as a spiritual cheerleader, explained how she had been sent to the temple on a certain day to receive a message from someone she didn't know. In walked Jason Mao. "I instantly knew you were one of us," said Mao. "You're a gatherer. You get it. You understand that there's something bigger going on here than just church on Sunday." Mao said he had then put Lori in touch with Melanie, and that's how they first met. Lori declared that she loved both of them and was so grateful to them for helping her develop spiritually. "I feel like I work for the Lord," she explained. "I've turned my life to Him from circumstances that have happened to me." Later in the 1-hour podcast, Lori touched upon her sacred new mission with Chad to begin gathering the 144,000 souls for the end times. "We're gathering as saints," she announced, "preparing for the second coming of Christ. We're mothers with lots of children. We're sisters, we're aunts, we're daughters, we're friends, so it applies to everybody." At the end of the podcast, Lori told listeners that she loved a challenge and had a special message for all the young people out there. "You're dying for direction. Our society does not instill that. And I just say, this is the time to warrior up. Here we are. We're getting started." Lori started sending emergency 30-day supplies of food to various family members to tide them over through the end times. Her older brother Adam and his wife Nicole received several large food packages, which they did not want. "We all started receiving buckets of food," said Nicole, "in preparation for the end of the world. And I'm thinking, if it's the end of the world, I don't want to live. I want to go with everybody else, so stop sending me food." Lori had become so madly infatuated with Chad Daybell that Melanie suggested the two should divorce their respective spouses so they could be together. Lori said that was forbidden. "They felt it was okay to have this infatuated love," explained Gibb, "because Jesus knew it was their mission to be the head of the 144,000. But Lori did confide that she and Chad had secretly snuck into the temple and sealed themselves together for eternity, which was absolutely blasphemous in the Mormon church. But in the real world, Lori was still married to Charles Vallow, and Chad to Tammy. When Melanie brought up that dilemma, Lori had an answer ready. She said that it was okay, remembered Melanie, because they had been married so many times before that their spouses would understand someday. In mid-December, Julie Rowe met Chad for a business breakfast in Idaho Falls to discuss her book rights. During the meal, she warned Chad about Lori Vallow, whom she'd heard that Chad was growing close to. "Lori was like a groupie," said Rowe. "She really looked up to him. I think Lori was falling in love with Chad from a distance." When Chad said that he and Lori had been married before in previous lives, Julie reminded him that he had said the same thing to her. After breakfast, they went to a private energy healing session at a house in Rexburg. She would later accuse Chad of sexually assaulting her that day. "He came on to me," said Julie. "I had no idea what he was going to do, and I felt very betrayed. It was very unprofessional." After the assault, Chad burst into tears, questioning why he had done it. She later told Eric Smith and a member of her security team what had happened, and they both back up her account. "She was not specific with me, but she made it clear that he made an advance on her and she was pretty upset," said Smith. That was the last time Julie Rowe ever saw Chad, although he would later apologize for his behavior in several emotional texts. 19. Nick Schneider. All through the holidays, Chad and Lori spoke daily on their disposable pay-as-you-go phones, exchanging texts, photos and videos. Chad had begun poisoning Lori's mind against Charles Vallow, whom Chad views as his biggest obstacle. She told close friends that Charles was blocking her spiritual gifts. Lori had a revelation that Charles would die before the end of the year in a car accident, traveling from Arizona to Texas. When it didn't happen, Lori was crestfallen and asked Chad why. He explained that it was because of people's choices. She was greatly disappointed when he didn't die, said Melanie, whom Lori had confided in about her vision. On January 1st, 2019, Charles and Lori moved into a new rental house at 2267 East Tomahawk Drive in Gilbert. Days later, Chad called to inform Lori that Charles Vallow's body had been taken over by an unclean spirit named Nick Schneider. An old acquaintance of Charles, Schneider had recently died and been roaming around in limbo as a demon, and had now managed to take over Charles's body. Charles is no longer Charles, Chad told Lori. He's Nick Schneider. Melanie Gibb was over at Lori's house when she got the news. Lori seemed a little overwhelmed by this idea, but wanted to believe Chad, Melanie remembered. She was trying to absorb it. It was new for her. In mid-January 2019, Chad Daybell came to Arizona to be the special guest on a 2-part episode of Lori and Melanie Gibb's new podcast, Time to Warrior Up. Our Arizona team invited Chad to the Mesa area, read an online PAP advanced blurb, to speak and do this podcast about his life, having died twice when he was younger. Melanie and Lori dig deeper into many of Chad's understandings of what is coming to America and the world, based upon his spiritual gifts, visions, dreams, and understandings. Chad was now regularly instructing Lori in his beliefs. She would pass them on to Melanie, saying, "I have been told." He claimed to be receiving divine revelations from the Book of Life, which only he could receive. He said the veil between heaven and earth was open all the time, said Melanie, and he had a way of seeing things that Lori could not. She would tell me, "He's so much better at getting revelation than me. I used to get them, but I rely upon him a lot more now." On his return to Rexburg, Chad emailed Lori a list of the 7 missions that they had to accomplish together to prepare for the end times. Translating ancient records, write a book together, identify locations in northeast Arizona for white camps, where survivors of the end times would live in tents, establish the presidency of the Church of Firstborn, organize food distribution as the tribulations start, ordain individuals to translation as the camps begin, provide supplies to righteous members of families. Chad also introduced the word zombie into Lori's vocabulary, meaning an unfortunate person whose spirit has left the person's body to be replaced by a dark spirit. They both told Melanie that they were on a sacred mission to rid the world of zombies before the tribulations came. Initially, Chad and Lori would say special prayers to exorcise dark spirits from human bodies that were possessed, but that would soon change. On January 22, 2019, Chad sent Lori an email with the subject, "Demon with the name Nick Schneider." It also included a breakdown of some of Lori's, JJ's and Melanie's past lives that Chad's owl bracelet had revealed. He categorized Lori as a light 4.3 spirit, the highest possible under his own perfect rating. He found that she was descended from Methuselah's daughter, Lania, and married to the prophet Moroni and Robert Smith Jr., as well as to Chad in her many previous lives. JJ was a 4.2 light spirit, who in 400 BC had been a member of the lost tribe of Manasseh. In a previous incarnation, JJ had been the 18th century theologian Jonathan Elliot Edwards, famous for defending orthodox evangelical doctrine and a linguistics pioneer. Chad also analysed Melanie Gibb, whom he made a 4.2 light, divining that in her many previous lives she had been Mormon founder Joseph Smith's granddaughter, Phoebe Smith, and Alabama prison reformer and educator Julia S. Tutwiler. Although Tylee wasn't specifically mentioned, Chad told Lori that her daughter was a dark spirit, as she was Joe Ryan's daughter. After receiving this email, Lori appears to have stopped filling JJ's prescription for risperidone, a strong antipsychotic medication he took for his autism, and for the next 8 months, JJ's condition worsened. Lori was now actively recruiting family and close friends into her and Chad's growing cult. It was already understood that Melanie Gibb was part of the 144,000, but Lori now enlisted her brother Alex and niece Melanie, now married to Brandon Boudreaux, a mother to 4 young children. The several other members of their inner circle included an older woman named Zulema Pastenes, a self-described emotional code practitioner. Zulema believed that she had been told by God to protect Lori against Charles, whom she called Hiplos. She informed Lori that she had had a vision that she could create storms and fire, and now had the eye of the Lord. They were all honored to have been chosen as part of this sacred mission, believing they had known each other in past lives. "I met Alex for the first time at Lori's house," said Gibb. "He often came over to visit, and Melanie too. We'd just talk about all kinds of spiritual stuff." Alex had read every single one of Chad's books and was a firm believer in his teachings. Al actually gave me one of Chad's books one time, said his nephew Zach Cox, and he said, "If you read this, I'll give you $100. He really believed it was a true story. The teenager who was living at the Vallow house to look after JJ had always been wary of Alex and saw how easily Lori converted him into believing her increasingly radical ideology. As a long-distance truck driver, Alex spent many hours on the road listening to Prepare a People podcast hosts expound on their radical beliefs. The thing about Alex, said Zach, is mentally he was always off. He was a weird guy and definitely easy to manipulate, and Lori was very manipulative. Lori also tried to recruit Zach's father, Adam, but he had no interest. She told Adam that she was becoming an immortal being, and no longer needed to eat or go to the bathroom, that even if she was shot, the bullet would just pass through her body without harming her. Zach said Lori's increasingly strange behavior started freaking him out. We could be in the kitchen, and she would mention seeing spirits walking around the house. She told me one time she had an encounter with the devil, and they screamed at each other. 20. I love her to death. On Tuesday, January 29, 2019, a month away from their 13th anniversary, Lori coolly executed a plan to rid herself of Charles Vallow. It had Chad Daybell's fingerprints all over it, prosecutors would later allege. Lori's 62-year-old husband left home at 5 a.m. for an overnight business trip, catching an early morning flight to Houston. As soon as he left, Lori transferred $35,000 from his business account into a new one she'd recently set up in her name. Only $7 remained in his business account, so he wouldn't be able to make his upcoming payroll for his finance business. As soon as Charles landed in Houston, Lori called to tell him what she had done, but he was far more stunned when she coldly informed him that she was now a god, busy gathering the $144,000 for the second coming of Jesus Christ, which would happen in July 2020. She warned that if he dared to interfere with her mission, she would murder him. Then she hung up. Charles could not believe what he was hearing and immediately called her back. When Lori finally answered, she referred to him as Nick Schneider, saying she knew he had taken over her husband's body. Puzzled, Vallow asked who Nick Schneider was, and Lori replied that he was the evil spirit who had killed the real Charles and now inhabited his body. "You're not Charles," she told him. "You're Nick Schneider. I don't know who you are or what you did with Charles, but I can murder you now with my powers." Lori stopped taking Charles's increasingly frantic calls and summoned Melanie Gibb over to help. They first went to Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport and used a spare key to drive Charles's Ford truck from the long-term parking lot to another friend's house. Lori then cancelled Charles's plane ticket home the next day and had a locksmith come over and change all the locks. She ordered Zach to pack up his things and go stay with his grandparents, Janice and Barry. Tylee was told to go and collect JJ from school and take him to a movie for the rest of the afternoon. Then Lori and Melanie packed up all Charles's clothes and belongings in boxes and removed all his computers and business files from his office. They hid everything behind the massive amounts of food stored in a closet, thinking he would never find it there. Lori then checked into a Hyatt hotel with Tylee, JJ, and his service dog, Bailey. On Wednesday morning, Charles desperately called his friend and ward bishop, Gabe Bonilla, saying Lori had lost her mind and had threatened to kill him. Charles put his friend on hold and called Lori so Bonilla could listen in on a conference call. "I thought it was a recording at first," said Bonilla, and then it dawned on me after a minute or so that this wasn't. During the brief call, Lori threatened to destroy Charles and told him not to bother coming home as all his stuff was gone. When he asked about JJ, Lori said Charles could have him, as she didn't want him anymore. "That actually concerned me," said Bonilla. "It was a bit strange for a mum to say. She seemed coherent, but her statements were strangely irrational." When Charles arrived at the Houston airport that afternoon, he found his return ticket had been cancelled. He scraped together $600 for a standby, though Lori had cleaned out his business bank account. While waiting for his flight home, he called the Gilbert police for help. They sent him the necessary paperwork to file an emergency mental health petition, for his wife to undergo a mandatory psychiatric evaluation at Community Bridges, Inc., CBI Healthcare. After the 2.5-hour flight back to Phoenix, Charles went to the long-term parking lot to find his Ford truck missing. He frantically called Lori's cell phone, but she didn't pick up. Instead, he took a taxi to the Community Bridges in Mesa, where he filed the emergency health petition for a voluntary 72-hour hold and evaluation. A pickup order for Lori Vallow was then sent to the Gilbert police. Minister Bonilla met Charles in Mesa and drove him back to his house on Tomahawk Drive. On their way there, Lori called to say she and the children had checked into a hotel for the night. She said that she would drop JJ off at school in the morning and that Charles was welcome to collect him in the afternoon. Before hanging up, Lori declared that she wanted nothing further to do with Charles or the kids, as she had a more important mission to carry out. When Charles Vallow arrived home, he discovered that Lori had changed the locks and he couldn't get in. So he called Gilbert police to carry out a welfare check for Tylee and JJ, as he feared for their safety. Just before midnight, Officer Chris Dorenbush arrived at the Tomahawk Drive house to find an exasperated Charles waiting outside. "So what's going on tonight?" asked the officer. Charles approached wearing a grey T-shirt and a red baseball cap, while Bonilla waited in his car. "I can't get in touch with my kids," Charles replied. "How old are your kids?" asked Dorenbush. 6.5 and 16. "How long have you been trying?" 2 days, Charles answered emotionally. "But she's lost her mind. I don't know how to say it. We're LDS. She thinks she's a resurrected being and a god and a member of the 144,000. She thinks Jesus is coming next year." Charles explained how Lori had taken all the money out of his business bank account, cancelled his flight home and stolen his truck. "Okay, so what makes her a danger to herself or others?" asked Officer Dorenbush. "She threatened to murder me. Kill me." "She threatened to murder you?" asked Dorenbush, aghast. "Yes," she said. "I will have you destroyed." When Officer Dorenbush pointed out that wasn't a direct threat to kill him, Vallow replied that Lori had told him that he wasn't Charles, and she could murder him with her powers. "She's not here," he told the officer, wiping his brow. "She's lost her reality." "Is this just recent?" "It's been going on for about 4 or 5 years. It's gotten really, really bad lately. She goes to temple every day and speaks with Moroni and Jesus Christ, and they tell her what to do." Charles said he was most concerned about his son, JJ, who suffered from autism and needed his medication. "So how does she pose a threat to your children?" asked Officer Dorenbush. "I don't know what she's going to do with them. I don't know if she's going to flee with them or she's going to hurt them. I just want to see if my boy's okay." Dorenbush asked if Lori was on any medications or seeing a doctor. "She won't go to the doctor," replied Vallow, "because she's a translated being and they would find out. She cannot be killed. She cannot die. I love her to death. This is killing me, officer. Our 13th anniversary is next week. We had a great marriage. All of a sudden last month it just blew up. She just lost connection." Charles noted that although Lori seemed disconnected from reality, she still had the wherewithal to take $35,000 out of his business account. "She knows what she's doing. I can't make payroll Friday for my company. She changed our bank account numbers. I've got $7 to my name." Dorenbush's supervisor, Sergeant John Gillis, arrived and was briefed on the situation. They all walked toward the house to try to get in. Charles said Lori had a rifle in the house, although he was unsure if she knew how to use it. Charles finally managed to open the garage door, and they walked in to find it empty. Then they went back outside and walked around to the back door, which was locked. "You don't have a hidden key?" asked Dorenbush. "No, it's in the house. JJ can open it, so we have to keep these locks really closed. He's a runner." "So the dog has gone too?" "Yeah, obviously he'd be barking. He's a service dog, very well trained, but he'd be barking. He's part of the family. I'm going to go and try the back door. I may break a window." They walked back into the garage, and the officers advised breaking the inner door to the house. Using all his strength, Charles tried to kick the door open 8 times without success. "She's taken my son," sighed Charles. "If he's not at school tomorrow, I'll have to report that. I have no choice. He's special needs. I don't know what she's done." Charles tried to kick down the door one final time and pulled a muscle, recoiling in pain. Sergeant Gillis offered to give it a try, and on his sixth mule kick, the door burst open. "Gilbert Police," he shouted. "Anybody in the house?" When there was no answer, Charles led them into the house with a flashlight. It was completely bare, every closet empty. The officers went upstairs into each of the bedrooms to find all Charles's clothes were gone. "Oh my God," cried Charles in exasperation. "I went to my office. She took my computer and I need it tomorrow." Outside, the officers questioned Gabe Bonilla, who had walked over to see what was happening. Officer Dorenbush asked if Bonilla had heard Lori threaten to kill Charles during the conversation he was patched into earlier. "No," Bonilla replied. "She used the word destroy, which again is subjective. She could have meant a number of things. There was a level of disconnect from reality that was a bit disturbing." The officers advised Charles to report his truck stolen to Phoenix police, who covered the airport. But as far as the officers were concerned, no crime had been committed. "We understand that you're in a tough situation," sympathized Officer Dorenbush, "and it's kind of alarming to you. But what we're providing is what we can do on our end." At 8 a.m. Thursday morning, Charles Vallow was outside the Life School when Lori drew up in a black Infiniti QX80 with its handicapped plates to drop off JJ. While she was inside the school, Charles took her purse and her iPhone out of the car, where she had left Bailey. He drove off in his rental car, going through her purse and finding her credit cards, ID, and a hotel key to the Hyatt. Then he called the Gilbert Police Department, asking for an officer to meet him outside the hotel. An hour later, Charles Vallow met officers Marianne Robb and Thomas Widerhold outside the Hyatt in downtown Gilbert. Charles had changed clothes since the night before and looked refreshed. "What's going on?" asked Sergeant Robb. "It's a long story," Charles replied sadly. "She's kind of had a break from reality." He asked Sergeant Robb if she was LDS, and she said that she was. "My wife thinks she's married to Moroni in the past." Charles explained that he was referring to the gold statue atop most Mormon temples. Her religious stuff has gone way off the deep end. On the verge of tears, Charles told the astonished officers how his wife wanted to kill him, claiming he had been possessed by an evil spirit called Nick Schneider. "I just never thought she'd do anything like this, but she's just lost touch with reality. 'I'm not me,' she yells. She's unhinged. It just scared the crap out of me." Charles stepped away to the Hyatt reception desk to see if Lori was registered as a guest and if he could gain access to her room. While he was gone, the two officers discussed the bizarre situation with more than a hint of sarcasm. "Now the biggest thing is she wants to marry Moroni," observed Sergeant Robb, "which is great, fantastic, fine and dandy. That's not as bad as the UFO thing." After several minutes, Vallow exited the hotel, reporting that Lori was not there and had probably checked out. He knew that she would be picking JJ up at 3:45 p.m., suggesting they all reconvene there later. Sergeant Scott Gallus of the Special Victims Unit had arrived and was briefed on the situation. He informed Charles that it was a tricky situation for law enforcement. It's not real black and white, like somebody commits a crime and we just arrest them. So we're getting the stories second and third hand. We need to be real careful. "I called the police," said Charles defensively. "I'm not irrational or stupid or anything like that." "I don't get that impression at all," said Sergeant Gallus. "I want her to get help," Charles said desperately. "She's not right. I love her to death, but something's wrong. And if she wants me gone, goodbye, that's fine. I just don't want her to hurt JJ." 21. I don't see you being a danger. After leaving the Hyatt, Charles went to his bank to stop Lori's cashier's check so he could meet his upcoming $8,000 payroll for his staff. He also called an attorney to get a restraining order against her. Next, using Lori's iPhone, he texted her family and friends to try to locate her. When Melanie Gibb received the urgent text asking to meet at the Tomahawk Drive house, she thought it was coming from Lori. At around 11 a.m., she arrived to find an agitated Charles waiting outside. Several locksmiths were busy changing the front door locks. She confronted Charles about using Lori's phone, and he apologized, explaining he needed to find out why Lori was acting this way. He was asking what's got into her, where is she, Gibb later told the police. Of course, I didn't say where she was, because I didn't know. She asked Charles to give her Lori's purse and phone, but he refused, saying he would return them after Lori underwent a psychiatric evaluation. Leaving Charles at the house, Gibb drove off and went straight to her fellow, Feel the Wheel podcaster, Jason Mao. She told the former narcotics detective how Charles had taken Lori's purse and phone without permission, and he said Lori must report it to police immediately as harassment. At 12:36 p.m., Lori, Tylee and Melanie Gibb arrived at the Gilbert Police Department, where they met officers Tom Edgerton and John Ripatella in the lobby. They all went into an interview room with Lori and Tylee sitting across a table from the two officers and Melanie sitting off to the side. My friend Jason, who's a police officer, told me to file a report, announced Lori as she sat down, if I could just get to have it on record. Yeah, I have a little bit of info from dispatch, said Officer Edgerton. He stole your phone and your purse. He asked Lori to explain what happened. So yesterday I got into an argument with my husband on the phone, she began, gesticulating with her hands. He was in Texas, working, and I found some stuff that he'd been doing, so he was really defensive, and so I took the kids. We spent the night in a hotel because I knew he was coming home. She told the officers how she had taken JJ to school that morning, and Charles had been waiting and stole her iPhone and purse, containing all her money and credit cards. She said her autistic son had thrown a fit because they'd spent the night in a hotel and he was out of his element. Lori said her husband had then texted her friends and family pretending to be her and lured Melanie to their house. He told her how crazy I was and stuff like that, said Lori manically. Tylee looked on, tense, and folded her arms. He just basically wanted me to take his side, I think, added Gibb. Officer Edgerton asked if Charles had behaved this way before. Yeah, unfortunately, replied Lori. We've had to leave and go to hotels until he calms down. What is it that motivates him doing this kind of stuff? Asked Edgerton sympathetically. He just goes nuts sometimes, said Tylee. But this time I caught him cheating, her mother snapped, and I had evidence and I told him about it. I told him not to come home and that all his stuff would be gone, and that his car would be gone, and I was thinking, he's alone now. She's just trying to protect herself, Melanie added supportively. But I just left with the kids because I didn't want them in all the drama. Edgerton asked if she would be willing to meet with Charles if he brought her stuff back to Community Bridges. I don't really want to talk to him today if I don't have to, Lori replied. He's very sneaky, so what he'll do is meet me in the parking lot and mess around with me, like he's not going to just let me walk into therapy. The officer offered to call Charles and ask him to come to the police station with her purse and iPhone. Lori said that would be fine, and Tylee brought out her phone so her mother could read out some of the texts Charles had been sending. He was acting like my son was in danger, said Lori. I've been worried about JJ's safety. He sent me a strange link to a website about our church. Preparing a people, explained Gibb. Tylee said her stepfather had texted her just before midnight, saying he had no choice other than what he had done. But he didn't file a police report or anything as far as we know, said Tylee. I'm just assuming he was trying to get a response. And then, I love you. A police report about what? Asked Edgerton. I don't know, replied Tylee, but he was acting like he did something. And those text messages, do you have it entered as Mum's phone? No, said Tylee, and he was sending word for word the same text to my cousin Zach. Lori said that her friend Jason Mao had told her to file a police report and restraining order against her husband, but she emphasized that she did not want to press charges. I don't want to do all that stuff. If you can get the purse back, that would be lovely, because all my stuff's in there. Really mad about the lip gloss. Officer Edgerton laughed at that, apparently swayed by her charm, before asking about her credit cards. He has all the cards, snapped Lori angrily. So I took the money out of our account. It's a joint account, so he wants me to give him money. Okay, that's all a civil issue, noted the officer. There's no reason why he's walking around with your purse, your ID. He doesn't have a right to, married or not. At 1:12 p.m., Charles Vallow anxiously called the emergency dispatcher at the Gilbert Police Department, saying he now had the necessary order required for Lori to undergo a psychiatric examination. He knew Lori was with police, accusing him of stealing her purse, and wanted to make sure they didn't let her go before he could bring over the order. I'm going to go over there, he said. The officer said he won't hold her because he doesn't have an active order. Could you get that to him immediately? The operator asked Charles to stay on the line while she made inquiries. She's supposed to be retained for Bridges, said Vallow. I got an order last night. She's lost her marbles. The dispatcher took his number, saying that an officer would call him back. A few minutes later, an exasperated Vallow called again, repeating that he had all the necessary paperwork to hold Lori for a mental evaluation. They said someone would call me back in a minute, and I just want to make sure that's going to happen. She needs serious help. Once again, he was told that somebody would call him back, before the same operator hung up again. Lori was informed that her husband was all upset and on his way over with an order to have her psychiatrically evaluated. Officer Edgerton explained that after the order was verified by his sergeant, she'd be taken to the CBI Health Center, where she could be committed for up to 48 hours. It's just based on what your husband says, Edgerton explained. Doctors play it safe. I just think it's funny because he's trying to tell everybody I'm really the one that did something wrong. Lori laughed. Tylee grabbed her arm to calm her down. Hey, just let him explain, Tylee told her mother. I don't know, and I'm not going to take sides, continued Edgerton. Just talking to you, I don't see you being a danger to yourself or anybody else. You get your kids to school. He warned that if she was still there when the evaluation order was approved, he'd have no choice but to take her to CBI, by force if necessary. But, he pointed out, she was free to leave while the order was still being processed. Will they be looking for me? Asked Lori. That's the whole thing. We don't bust down doors to get you, but we will knock. So if you see police officers knocking, talk to them through the door if you really don't want to go. Then Lori asked if the facility had a gym she could work out in. You're going to get a padded room, quipped Melanie Gibb, as everyone laughed. So you can just say anything you want about someone and get a mental health order against them? Asked Lori. It's a family member, said Edgerton, and depending on what he told the doctors, they'll usually do it just to be safe. But do you know what he said? Asked Lori, sounding concerned. Officer Edgerton then got a call on his cell phone and stepped out, leaving Officer Ripatella alone with the women in the interview room. Lori started making small talk, saying Tylee had graduated at just 16 and wanted to go into law enforcement. She's going to apply to the academy now she's a high school graduate, said Lori proudly. Yeah, she got her GED, so she's moving on with her life. So you really want to be a police officer? Asked Ripatella. Maybe, replied Tylee. You never know. I'm actually pretty new myself, he said. It's my first month on training after I got out of the academy. This is a more unique call from what I've seen. Lori replied that her husband rolls with this kind of stuff, and was creepy, adding that she'd had a rough morning and was worried that he had changed the locks, so she wouldn't be able to get in the house. He's trying to lock me out. I'm on the lease as well. I'll kick the door down too. Then Melanie said how relieved she had been that the two locksmiths were there earlier, so she wouldn't have to have been alone with creepy Charles. You were just being a good friend to me, Lori told her. I'm sorry you're caught up in this, and he's got to tee up everybody. Officer Ripatella asked if Charles had done this before. Lori said yes. He's been ballistic. We had to leave because he was being awful and I don't want him to hurt one of the kids or something. Probably 3 or 4 times that I can remember, added Tylee in support of her mother. He's really just a stand-up guy overall. After the interview, Lori went straight to the CBI Health Center of her own volition and underwent a psychiatric evaluation, which she passed with flying colours. Tylee and Melanie waited outside during the exam, then drove her back to the police station to collect her purse and cell phone, which Charles had returned earlier. In a subsequent report, Officer Edgerton wrote that he had found Lori completely normal, except for being slightly upset at not having her belongings. Lori showed no sign of mental distress and appeared to be in a good mood. Talking with Lori's daughter and friend, they did not seem concerned for anything other than Lori getting her property back. This incident is cleared, non-crime resolved. 4 days later, Charles Vallow filed an order of protection against Lori in Maricopa County Court. He claimed that his wife Lori was a danger to their son JJ, requesting that she be ordered to stay away from their home and the Life School. In the protection order request, Vallow outlined Lori's bizarre claims. She told me that she was a god and was assigned to carry out the work of the 144,000 at Christ's second coming in July of 2020. She said I was in the way and she would have to murder me if I tried to stop her. The next day on a business trip to Houston, she called me and told me she didn't trust me and would have to kill me when I got home. She would have an angel there to help dispose of my body. She also said she knew my real name was Nick Schneider and said I'd have to go. Lori was now staying with her brother Alex, 30 miles away in San Tan Valley. The process servers did go to Alex's house and saw Lori's car in the driveway, but were unable to serve the protection order. Lori had also stopped going to church to avoid being served. Lori had returned JJ to his father, but Tylee remained with her. Lori refused to return JJ's medication and iPad with his special developmental apps, but had eventually told Charles where he could find his truck. Charles had tried to contact Lori numerous times to ask her to return JJ's medication and iPad, but received no response. Then he discovered the family history information that Chad Daybell had sent Lori 3 months earlier. "He just flipped," said Lori's niece, Melanie Boudreau. "He came over to our house and said, 'Lori is crazy.' He showed us these documents. They said something about Tylee being dark and JJ being light. Charles just went ballistic." He also desperately reached out to his own family for help and reassurance. Even after everything that had happened, he still loved Lori, but his main priority was to protect JJ from her. "Some nights he'd call me, just crying like a baby," said Charles's brother-in-law, Larry Woodcock, "and it hurt my soul." Kay said her brother had secretly recorded Lori expounding on her new religious beliefs, that she was an immortal god with a divine mission to fulfill. "As he's telling me these things," said Kay, "I'm thinking, where's that coming from?" It was so outrageous. On February 8, 2019, Charles Vallow filed for divorce and custody of JJ, stating that his marriage was now irreparably broken. Days earlier, he had discovered that Lori had transferred 2,000 Enterprise rent-a-car points out of their joint reward account and called the life school to check if JJ was in class. Charles feared she would try to flee with their son. He hired Mesa divorce attorney Taylor Larson, scraping together enough money to pay the $349 divorce filing charge and legal fees. "My impression right off the bat was, this is a broken man," Larson told Dateline NBC in March 2020. He had been crying. Everything he knew was gone. But the young attorney was totally unprepared for Charles's reasons for wanting a divorce. It's not every day that we have someone come in and say that their wife has threatened their life, and that she's got angels ready to dispose of his body. The 10-page divorce motion Larson filed in the Maricopa County Division of Arizona Superior Court read like a bizarre sci-fi novel. During their first meeting, Vallow had warned the attorney that if anything happened to him, Lori and her brother Alex would be behind it. The instigator would be Lori, he said, but it would be done through Alex's hands. After hearing this, Larson advised Charles to immediately remove Lori from his $1 million life insurance policy, as it provided motive to kill him. Charles agreed to make his sister, Kay, his sole beneficiary. But when he tried to gain access to his life insurance policy, he discovered that Lori had changed the password. He emailed the Banner Life Insurance Company, demanding an investigation into how this had happened. He wrote that he suspected his soon-to-be ex-wife Lori, who had recently threatened his life, was behind it. The company made Vallow fill out a notarized beneficiary change form to make the necessary changes. After putting the change through, he sent a final email to Banner, writing, "I want nothing to go to Lori or any member of her family." The last week of January, Julie Rowe called Chad Daybell. He told her that he and Tammy were struggling financially and that their marriage was in trouble. He spoke of new visions he'd received of Tammy dying soon. He was doing his best to keep his marriage together, said Rowe, but he really felt like she was going to pass away. Rowe then accused her former publisher of exploiting her and using her psychic gifts to his own advantage. And when I confronted him on his abuse of me, he sent me a text back and said, "Wow, you really know how to burn bridges. You don't know me at all." 22. Hiding out in Kauai. On Sunday, February 10th, Lori flew to Kauai with Tylee, swearing everyone to secrecy about where she had gone. As soon as she landed, she called her old friend April Raymond, telling her that she and Charles were getting a divorce and asking if she and Tylee could stay with her. April already knew from a mutual friend that Charles was desperately searching for his wife. April then told them to come straight over and stay as long as they wanted, giving them the master bedroom for privacy. Lori seemed very disorganized and a little manic, April remembered. She started out telling me Charles had had an affair, and that didn't make sense to me. Then she talked about him being a zombie, with a demon living inside of him named Nick Schneider. Lori gleefully bragged about cleaning out Charles's business account, cancelling his return flight and taking his truck from the airport. She was laughing about it. I felt like she was almost baiting him, so he'd become enraged and she could have proof to say, "Look how irate and out of control this guy is." It made me sick to my stomach. April was even more alarmed when Lori casually announced that she was expecting a call soon, that Charles was dead. But April gave her old friend the benefit of the doubt, hoping Lori was simply having a midlife crisis after becoming a grandmother, as her son Colby and his wife had just had a baby girl. Lori arrived in Hawaii with $10,000 in cash, as well as bundles of papers and notebooks crammed with strange religious doctrine. She also had half a dozen pay-as-you-go phones, which she'd fumble through when one went off. Tylee joked that the phones made her look like a drug dealer. It was the first time April had seen Lori since the previous July. She was shocked by Lori's new extreme religious beliefs, which veered off the mainstream Mormon chart. Over the next couple of days, Lori constantly spoke about the amazing new podcast group she was involved in. Although the name Chad Daybell was mentioned several times, nothing she said about him stood out more than remarks about the rest of the podcast group she was so enamored with. Lori also talked about her many past lives on different planets, and how she was a god with supernatural powers to eliminate evil. It was very much like a self-deification, said April, elevating herself above everybody else, and it was just all so crazy and such a departure from the Lori that I had known. I couldn't make sense of it. Eventually, Lori told April the real reason for her visit. "I am here to gather you because you're one of the 144,000. Lori informed April that she would have to leave her 2 young sons behind and come to Rexburg to fulfill her sacred mission. As a practicing Mormon, April was well aware of the 144,000 from the Book of Revelation and didn't want anything to do with it. She politely declined the invitation. Lori showed April the huge stack of Chad Daybell's papers she had brought with her, with pages and pages of people's names, alongside their light and dark ratings. April noticed that her own name had been handwritten over someone else's that had been crossed out. When she asked why, Lori explained it was because that person had gone dark. They had a whole rubric system, explained April. She did say that Tylee was a dark spirit because she was like her father, who was also a dark spirit. Tylee spent most of her time in the bedroom, sleeping or chatting with friends on her tablet. When she heard her mother preaching her religious fanaticism, Tylee seemed unfazed, as if she'd heard it all before. Tylee just seemed along for the ride, said April. She was just present, I guess. Soon after she arrived, Lori announced she wanted to start a new life in Kauai with Tylee when her divorce came through. Lori told April she was done with JJ, and he would now be his grandparents' responsibility. She also opened a bank account on the island and asked April to help her and Tylee find jobs at the St. Regis Princeville Resort, where April worked. She got them application forms and helped them fill them out. Then Lori discovered she'd lost her social security card, so she had to apply for a new one. Over dinner one night, Lori boasted about receiving $80,000 from Joe Ryan's life insurance policy, saying he had finally done something worthwhile in his life. She was also using a debit card attached to money that Tylee had received from her father's passing, said April. She would use it for dinner and say, "Thanks, Joe." A day after Lori and Tylee flew to Kauai, Charles Vallow turned up at the life school. He told the principal that Lori had gone crazy and JJ was in danger, so Charles was pulling his son out of the school and taking him out of state until he was safe. Charles was beside himself after Lori disappeared. He just couldn't believe that she would abandon JJ and disappear into thin air. He turned to his close friend and realtor, Joe Pongratz, for help. Pongratz had rented Charles and Lori their first home in Chandler and had even stayed with them in Kauai. "He came to my house and cried," Pongratz recalled. "He can't believe she just abandoned JJ." Charles filed for sole custody of JJ. Using the pseudonyms Mother and Father, the custody motion outlined in painful detail Lori Vallow's recent strange behavior, claiming that she was no longer mentally stable enough to make decisions for herself and JJ. "Father is extremely worried that Mother would abandon JJ," read the filing. Mother's recent decision-making has caused emotional harm to JJ, who has special needs and is unable to understand the circumstances or situation happening. After staying with April Raymond, Lori and Tylee checked into the luxurious Kauai Beach Resort in Kauai. Since arriving with $10,000 in cash from Charles's business account, Lori had been spending freely, but it wouldn't last forever. Kauai is one of the most expensive places in the world, said April. But Lori never seemed to worry about money. It was easy come, easy go. A few days later, Lori announced she had to go back to the mainland, as Tylee had gotten a job. She promised April she would soon be back. On Saturday, February 16, 2019, Chad Daybell and Melanie Gibb were both featured speakers at a Preparing a People event in Boise, Idaho. It was entitled Near-Death Experiences, Dreams of Future Events, Overcoming Disappointments. That same week, Chad was publishing Melanie's first book, Fill the Fire. Charles Vallow believed that Lori would attend the conference. His attorney had process servers stationed at Boise Airport to serve divorce papers, but she never showed. Charles was now certain that Lori was having an affair with Chad Daybell, telling Kay that he had found evidence. He asked his sister to take over his finances, which Lori had been handling up until then. Charles supported her entire family, said Kay. He wasn't a money guy, so I was helping him with that and with JJ. Kay was shocked to see that Charles had been paying for Lori's parents' and brother Alex's telephone and cable accounts. She told him it had to stop. It was crazy, said Kay. I said, Charles, are you out of your mind? His response was, well, they're family. On March 1st, for some inexplicable reason, Charles Vallow told his attorney to drop the divorce. 4 days later, Maricopa County Superior Court Judge Roderick Coffey officially dismissed it. For the next 6 weeks, Lori bounced between Kauai and the mainland. On Mother's Day, Tylee posted a photo of Lori tenderly kissing her on the cheek in a Hawaiian park, alongside the caption, "Who needs words when Parks and Rec have you covered?" In mid-March, Lori checked into the Kauai Beach Resort with Melanie Gibb. Lori invited April Raymond to lunch to meet Melanie, who struck April as almost subservient to Lori. Melanie just seemed like a passenger on Lori's bus, explained April. Lori was definitely running the show, and Melanie was pretty quiet. There would be times when Lori was going on and on about her doctrine, and Melanie would just be staring at the wall. A couple of days later, they were all dining out at a restaurant when Lori suddenly became paranoid that a woman at a nearby table was filming her with a cell phone. April said it was probably nothing, but Lori was convinced that Charles had sent the stranger to spy on her. And I was like, I thought you said Charles didn't know where you were, said April. So now I'm really confused. Every day since Lori had disappeared, Charles had texted her a photo of JJ, never receiving one reply. On Saturday, March 9th, he emailed Lori begging her to come home for the sake of JJ, who was missing her desperately. Lori, he wrote, the purpose of this email is, again, trying to establish a family connection with you and our son. It's been 38 days since you've made any contact with us. He had just seen Alex, who had accused him of snatching JJ and trying to put his sister in jail. What Alex said was confusing, he wrote. I was really further confused that the entire family had refused contact, not just with me, but also JJ. It was only after speaking to Alex, he told her, that he'd realized she was telling everyone in her family that he had been unfaithful. You and I both know it is ridiculous, he wrote. You are my one and only for 14 years, period. 11 days later, Charles fired off another email, giving Lori one last chance to return before he and JJ moved to Texas. I'm hoping and praying with JJ that you may consider, he told her. Therefore, I will keep the house until the end of April, in hopes that you'll come see your son. He's doing well. He's actually taking his own tubby, washing his own hair and getting on his jammies. Charles wrote that JJ did scriptures every night before he goes to sleep and was now being homeschooled. I make no judgment, Lori, he told her. I only want what is best for JJ, and having you in his life is crucial to his well-being and development. Please see your son, or at least call him. He does miss you terribly, and simply cannot understand where you went. After receiving no answer, Charles sent JJ off to visit his grandparents in Lake Charles, Louisiana, while he packed up and prepared to move to Houston. He was a broken man as he tried to make sense of what had happened to his once happy family. Things have changed so dramatically in the last 6 months, Charles wrote in an email to a friend. Something snapped. It is so unbelievable and scary. I'm thankful she doesn't see JJ. She wants him and for me to disappear. Seriously, it's the most freakiest thing I've ever experienced. He told his friend how Lori was involved with a group called Preparing a People, who had warped her mind. His friend said he couldn't believe it. Believe it, wrote Charles. The beautiful, sweet Lori you and I knew is gone. She actually believes I'm not Charles. She says an evil spirit named Nick Schneider murdered me and is using me to violate her and her family. Not kidding. Gotta get out of here. Who the fake is Nick Schneider? Asked the friend. The last time I saw Lori, she couldn't say enough wonderful things about you. I truly feel there is no good ending for her, replied Charles. Emotionally, JJ is about 4. He will remember bits and pieces, but thankfully not the pain she put a lot of people through for her mission from God. At the end of March, Lori Vallow suddenly reappeared in Arizona as if nothing had happened, wanting a reconciliation. Charles and Kay were packing up the East Tomahawk Drive house for his move to Houston when Lori suddenly waltzed in. She had her phone out and recording as if expecting a huge drama, but Charles only burst into tears. As Kay watched aghast, Lori demanded to know why he was keeping JJ away from her. Charles explained that she was the one who had disappeared and her family was ignoring him, so he was moving to Houston to be near his. And she said, "What family?" said Kay, and he said, "My family in Louisiana." Lori and Charles went into the bedroom to talk. Eventually, Lori came out and apologized to Kay for everything that had happened. Lori suddenly burst into tears, saying how much she had missed her. She never even cried when Charles was talking to her, said Kay. The whole thing was weird. Charles offered to fly Lori to Lake Charles to be reunited with JJ after 2 months apart. Lori said she had a previous commitment that took precedence over her son. Later that day, a delighted Charles Vallow texted his friend, "We have our Lori back. JJ is over the moon." The friend asked if Lori could be trusted after everything that had happened. "Yes, without any doubt," Charles replied. "Like I said, a lot of misunderstanding." "Seriously?" his friend texted back. "What a turnaround. You're happy about it?" A joyful Charles also informed his attorney, Taylor Larson, that he was back with Lori in an email with the subject line, "Love wins." And I said, "Charles, I'm happy for you," Larson remembered. Privately, I thought maybe this wasn't the best idea. The first week of April, Lori and Tylee moved into Charles Vallow's new rental house at Harbor Sands Drive in Houston. When Melanie Gibb learned that Lori was back with Charles, she was surprised. Lori explained to her friend that she had been told by the Lord to get Charles's finances in order. Lori was now completely under Chad Daybell's spell. Behind the scenes, he was secretly pulling her strings as if she were a marionette, assuring her things were moving fast toward the end of the world in July 2020. Charles's $1 million life insurance policy would help finance their preparations. Less than a week after moving to Houston, Charles had a $9,000 insurance commission check deposited into his bank account. Within a day, Lori had transferred $6,000 of it into one of her accounts that he couldn't access. Soon afterward, she moved out the remaining $3,000. The money flew out of that account so quickly, said Kay, who was now overseeing his finances. He gave Lori the keys to the kingdom. Lori spent less than 2 months in Houston with Charles before leaving him again. In mid-June, he called Joe Pongratz, asking him to find a rental property for Lori, Tylee and JJ in Chandler, Arizona. Charles ended up renting a condo on South Four Peaks Place for them, while he remained in Houston. Although he still wanted to save the marriage, Lori was adamant it was over, but she refused to give Charles a divorce, explaining she did not want a 4th one to her name. Chad and Lori were now actively gathering couples to join their growing cult. For some of Lori's closest friends and family, it would mean divorcing their present spouses to remarry others, more sympathetic to the cause. On May 21, 2019, Clifford Gibbs started divorce proceedings against his wife, Melanie, the mother of his 3 children. She would soon embark on a relationship with one of Preparing a People's leading podcasters and speakers, David Warwick, eventually leading to marriage. In early July, Brandon Boudreaux filed for divorce from Lori's niece, Melanie, initiating a bitter custody battle for their 4 children. Just a few months later, Alex Cox, who had never had a steady girlfriend, would marry podcaster and self-proclaimed spiritual teacher Zulema Pastenes, who was close to Lori and Melanie Gibb, and shared some of their extreme beliefs. Soon they would all move to Rexburg, Idaho, where Chad Daybell lived, to ride out the end times together. 23. A death warrant. After moving back to suburban Phoenix, Lori enrolled JJ in a summer program at the Life School and found him a live-in nanny. She then went traveling to meet people and groups affiliated to Preparing a People, seeing her lover Chad Daybell whenever she could. That spring she visited Utah and Idaho and went as far east as Connecticut. She remained in close touch with April, apparently still trying to recruit her into Chad's cult. She was bouncing around to a lot of different places on the mainland, said April. She was staying with different members of this group, and she would call and say, "Hey, this is where I'm at this weekend. Let me fly you out. Let's have some girl time." One day, Lori called April asking for a favor. Out of the blue, she explained that Alex had been excommunicated from the Mormon church and needed support to help him through it. She asked if Alex could call April to discuss spiritual things. "Alex and I maybe had 2 or 3 conversations," said April, "and he was just too strange for me to even tolerate. I ended up blocking his number." Lori was also instructing Alex in Chad Daybell's teachings. She explained the concept of light and dark spirits, telling him how Chad had designated Charles a zombie called Nick Schneider or Hiplos. She explained that when someone became a zombie, the person's true spirit was trapped in limbo and could not progress any further. Therefore, the only way the spirit could ascend to paradise was for the person's physical body to die. Killing the person, she said, would be a kindness. Lori and her fellow cult members were now using their perceived spiritual powers against Charles Vallow, and things were coming to a head. They were regularly meeting at the temple to pray and summon up forces to defeat him. "Just got home and got JJ to sleep," Lori texted one of them on June 3rd. "Let's go spiritually tonight and work on him. We give the timing to the Lord, but we don't need to relent. This is war." 2 weeks later, another cult member texted Lori, "Can you meet me at the temple in the morning? I have time tomorrow and we can work on Hiplos." On June 21st, Lori went online to find out how many Social Security disability payments she would be entitled to in the event of her husband's untimely death, in addition to his $1 million in life insurance. She filled in an application form for a free benefits evaluation and discovered she would receive around $4,000 a month. On June 29th, Charles told Adam Cox that his sister was having an affair with Chad Daybell, and that he was going to tell Chad's wife, Tammy. The previous day, Charles, who knew how to access Lori's computer, had discovered a new email account set up in his name. There he found an email, purportedly from himself to Chad Daybell, inviting him to come to Arizona to discuss a book project. When Charles had confronted her, Lori denied knowing anything about it. "Hello, Chad. Hope you are doing well. This is Charles Vallow from Arizona. We really enjoyed having you stay with us in November when you came to the Preparing a People conference. I appreciated you taking time to talk to me about the book I've been working on. Well, more than 6 months later, I still haven't made much progress on it, but I feel an urgency to get it done. So I will cut to the chase. I'm willing to pay you well to help me get this book into shape as my ghostwriter. I really liked your autobiography and the tone you took in sharing experiences without preaching. Is there any way you could come here for a couple of days and help me get the book underway? I feel talking in person would be much more valuable than a phone call or video chat, mainly because I would like you to read through some of my journals and explain to me how the publishing industry works. I'm out of town until Saturday, but would gladly fly you down here early next week before the holiday and cover your expenses. You could stay in our guest room like before, or in a hotel if you prefer. I hate to take you away from your family, but I know this book is vital to my speaking success. I understand if you don't want to take part in the project, but I would definitely make it worth your time. With admiration, Charles." Charles told Adam he was certain that Lori had written it with ulterior motive. He realized that Lori had written it especially for Chad to show Tammy, as a ruse to allow him to spend a few days in Arizona with Lori. Charles pleaded with Lori to come clean about her affair with Chad Daybell within 24 hours, or Charles would inform Tammy about what was going on. Charles then forwarded the email to Adam with the subject line, Chad, letter from Lori. Adam, open this letter and see what she did. I'm not sure of the relationship with her and Chad Daybell, but they're up to something. She created an email alias for me, as I've never set this one up. She sent this yesterday, and I guess she forgot all her emails are on the computer at my house. I asked her to explain it, and she started blaming you, Brandon, and me for perpetuating a scheme against her. Just more of her paranoia. She will not explain it. I'm going to send it to Chad Daybell's wife. Her name is Tammy, and I found her email address on their website. I've got her cell number, too. Sounds very suspicious to me. What do you think? Whenever she gets caught doing this kind of stuff, she starts blaming everybody else. Mostly me, you and Brandon. Brandon and I are victims of her craziness. I wish you luck trying to help her. I was the only one brave enough to try to get her help in January, and look what happened to me. The whole family put a scarlet letter on me. Maybe now they can see what they're up against. Thanks. Then Charles asked Adam to fly to Phoenix and help Charles stage an intervention on July 10th to bring Lori to her senses. He also wanted Adam to record some of Lori's heretical religious statements so Charles could take them to a Mormon bishop and have her excommunicated. Charles thought if he could get her excommunicated from the church, said Adam's son Zach, who was in on the plan, that she wouldn't be able to go to the temple anymore, and she'd snap out of it. After confronting Lori about an affair with Chad Daybell and threatening to tell Tammy, Charles signed his own death warrant. The lovers knew that if Tammy discovered their affair, it would jeopardize everything, and as Lori had warned Charles 6 months earlier, he would now have to die. He was interfering with their mission. On Wednesday, July 10th, Charles was flying in from Houston to see JJ and stage the intervention. Lori found out about it from her mother and invited Alex to stay the night at her new home in Chandler, Arizona, which she just moved into with Tylee and JJ. She told Alex that it was now time to do the Lord's work, as Charles and Adam were planning some kind of intervention. It's coming to a head, she texted Alex. This week will change everything. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. Alex arrived in Chandler with a Springfield XDM .45 caliber handgun, for which he had a concealed weapons permit. Then, it is believed, Lori and Alex carefully planned Charles's murder to make it look like self-defense. At 7:35 a.m. on Thursday, Charles Vallow drew up outside 5331 South Four Peaks Place in a crimson rental SUV. He had just come from the gym and was dressed in a sleeveless shirt, athletic shorts, and tennis shoes. When he realized Alex was inside the house, he texted Adam, saying he was concerned. Adam texted him straight back, warning him to be careful, as he thought the siblings were up to something. There was no reply. Exactly what happened next, only Lori knows. But within an hour, her fourth husband lay dead on the bare living room floor in a pool of blood, after 2 .45 bullets had ripped through his chest. After Charles's murder, Lori left with Tylee to take JJ to school, taking Charles's rental car and cell phone. She casually stopped off at a Burger King for breakfast, before going to Walgreens to buy flip-flops for her and Tylee. Back at the house, Alex hit himself on the back of his head with a metal baseball bat, making sure to draw a little blood. He called Lori several times for updates. Then, approximately 43 minutes after killing Charles, he finally called 911. 911, what's your emergency? Said the operator. Is it 5531 South Four Peaks Lane? Replied Alex casually, without a hint of emotion. What's the emergency there? I got in a fight with my brother-in-law, and I shot him in self-defense. Okay, let me get medics on the phone. Is he hurt? Is he alive? Yeah, there's blood. He's not moving. A fire department medic came on the line, asking what happened. I shot my brother-in-law, said Alex matter-of-factly. The medic walked Alex through CPR procedure, and for the next few minutes he feigned doing chest compressions. What happened there? Asked the medic. He came at me with a bat. I've never seen him that enraged before. Alex was instructed to go outside with his hands up, where Chandler police officer Erwin Wierzbicki was waiting. Come out this way, man. He beckoned Alex over. You have no weapons? No weapons. Alex had both hands raised, his cell phone pressed against his right ear. Officer Wierzbicki told him to sit on the curb outside. Then he went into Lori's house with his gun drawn. Chandler Police Department, shouted Officer Wierzbicki. He walked into the empty living room and saw Charles Vallow's body on the floor, lying in a pool of blood, with two .45 caliber shell casings to the right of his body. Officer Veersbicki checked for a pulse, but found none. "We've got one subject down," he said into his walkie-talkie. "Apparent gunshot wound to the chest." Then he walked through the condo, which was bare of furniture. In a front bedroom was a mattress and Alex's yellow duffel bag, containing a gun case with .45 caliber magazines and ammunition. Next to it on the floor was a handgun, still smelling of gunshot residue. Outside, Officer Robert Krautheim questioned Alex about how his brother-in-law had died. Alex seemed strangely unemotional after killing Charles Vallow. He would occasionally dab the back of his head with a tissue and look at the blood, which was minimal. "Let me see your head," said Officer Krautheim. "You've got a little laceration. Do you want me to call paramedics?" "No. I'd really like some water, though." Officer Krautheim asked what had happened. "I don't know." He was enraged. "What's going on? What happened?" "Well, he was talking about my sister earlier." "What happened today, though?" said Krautheim impatiently. "Just in the last 20 minutes. He came at me with a bat, hit me on the head." Alex pointed to the back of his head. He explained that Charles had come by to pick up his 7-year-old son, who had been taken to school by Alex's sister. "Okay, so it was just you at the house?" "Yes, I think they were talking earlier. Then she left, and then he got in it with me." "What do you mean?" "I don't know." Alex shook his head. "He was accusing me." Alex said that after he had broken up a tussle with his sister in the living room, Charles became angry. "He told me not to interfere any more with them or I'd pay." Alex gesticulated with his hands, and he came at me with a bat. Pressed for more details, Alex claimed that his niece Tylee had grabbed the baseball bat to defend her mother, and Charles had taken it away from her. Alex had then stepped in and told them to separate, before Lori left with his niece and nephew. And then he came at me. He hit me on the back of the head with a bat, so I went to my room and got my gun that I always carry. I told him to put the bat down, and he wouldn't, and he came at me again. Officer Krautheim questioned why Alex hadn't just gone to his bedroom and closed the door. Alex replied that hadn't occurred to him. Instead, he returned to the living room with the gun drawn, asking Charles what his problem was. And I said, "I want you to put that bat down," and he wouldn't do it. And he came at me with that bat again, after he'd already hit me in the head, so I shot him to stop him. At this point, Lori and Tylee pulled up in Charles's rental vehicle. They parked across the street, which was now lined with several red fire trucks and police vehicles. Officer Krautheim told them to wait there while he finished talking to Alex. "Are you and your sister pretty close?" Officer Krautheim asked. "Yeah, we're planning to go and do something fun today." Homicide Detective Nathan Moffat had arrived to lead the investigation. Asked his brother-in-law's name, Alex erroneously spelled it Vallo, even though Lori had been married to him for 13 years. Then Officer Krautheim went across the road to interview Lori and Tylee, who looked apprehensive, her arms tightly folded. He did not tell them that Charles was dead. "Does your husband live here?" "No, he lives in Houston," a smiling Lori replied. "We're separated." She handed the officer her driver's license, saying her middle initials stood for Noreen. "How long have you lived here?" "Like 3 weeks," she giggled. "That's why the neighbors don't know us very well. I'm like, 'Hi, neighbors, sorry.'" The officer then turned to Tylee, who wore a blue Kauai t-shirt and looked pensive. "Hello, young lady. Let me get your information. How old are you?" 16. Asked if she had a driver's license. Tylee said it was inside the house. "Nice," said Officer Krautheim. "So you're a new driver?" "Yeah, well, almost 17. "Almost up. So you're old hat then?" "Yeah, I drove here from Texas by myself," said Tylee proudly, "so I'm used to it by now." Asked her height and weight. Tylee said she was 5'1" and weighed 160 pounds. "I'm going to list you as a blonde," joked Krautheim. "And then blue eyes. You have very blue eyes. That's not under debate." Krautheim walked back to the house to brief detectives Nathan Moffat and Cassandra Inclan. "What's the wife's name?" asked Moffat. "Her name is Lori. She's unaware of anything." "Yeah," said Moffat. "We're going to go and take her to victims' assistance." 24. Something's wrong. During the short drive to Chandler Police Station, Alex Cox made casual small talk with Officer Krautheim. They soon found a rapport and were on first-name terms. Alex described the kind of heavy trucks he drove hazardous waste in around the Midwest. When they arrived at the station, Officer Krautheim brought Alex into an interview room. While they were waiting for a detective, Alex complained of feeling nauseous. "Do you want me to call paramedics to check you out?" "No, it's more adrenaline than anything." "Do you have any medical issues that might be underlying? High blood pressure? Do you take medication?" "Yeah, I'm slightly overweight. I was a little high at my last physical, but nothing major. No medication or anything like that." Then Detective Moffat arrived to interview Alex. The session was video recorded. Alex repeated his version of how Charles Vallow had died, saying he was in his bedroom when he heard arguing. He came out to find Charles aggressively yelling at his sister and tried to push him away. Tylee then emerged with her metal baseball bat and came toward her stepfather. Alex said Tylee was tiny and wanted to defend her mum. Detective Moffat later wrote in his incident report. Alex said there was some shoving between him and Charles, and he got spun around and hit. Then Alex went into the bedroom to get his gun. He returned to the living room with the gun in both hands, telling Charles to put the bat down. Charles said, "Fuck you," and came toward him with the bat, and Alex shot him. "I asked Alex how many times he had fired the gun," wrote Moffat, and he said it was a couple. After shooting Charles, Alex walked into the kitchen to wash the blood off his hands. He then put the gun back in his bedroom and called 911. Alex said that since Lori had separated from Charles in January, he had been acting insane and erratic, and that he'd once shown up at Alex's house looking for Lori and threatened him. After Detective Cassandra Inclan informed Lori and Tylee that Charles Vallow was dead, the detectives drove them to the Chandler police station, where they were formally interviewed in separate rooms. At 9:43 a.m., Detective Inclan switched on the video recorder and asked Lori about her separation from Charles. Lori said that Charles would often get angry with her and cared far more about JJ than her daughter Tylee, whom he was horrible to. She explained that they'd both adopted JJ, who was actually Charles's great-nephew, referring to him as a drug baby. Since Lori's moved to Chandler 3 weeks ago, Charles had made all these threats and was constantly mad at her. Lori said she wanted a divorce, so she wouldn't have to deal with him anymore. Lori then gave her version of what had happened after Charles made her get a mental evaluation at the end of January. She described it as a nightmare, blaming Charles for ripping JJ out of school and moving him to Houston. Lori said she just didn't talk to him for 30 days and let him take care of their son, wrote Inclan in her subsequent report, to let her husband see what she had been doing for the last 7 years. She knew he would be begging her to pick him up, which she stated he did. Then Detective Inclan asked about the events leading up to her husband's shooting. Lori said Charles had announced he was arriving from Houston and would pick up JJ on Thursday morning to take him to school. Lori said she told him that was fine, but he couldn't stay at the house because of Tylee, and so she would book him a hotel room for the night. Lori stated that Tylee is a minor and she lives there, wrote Inclan, and that he gets in huge fights with Tylee and Tylee hates him. Lori had then asked Alex to come over and spend the night, as she didn't want to be alone with Charles when he arrived. Lori said she trusts her brother, wrote Inclan. She had to go live at her brother's when her husband took JJ. She told the detective that Charles often went nuts, and she left him 5 times during their marriage to stay in hotels with the kids. Tylee was mad at her for always going back to him, she said. I asked what she means when she says he goes nuts, wrote Inclan. Lori said yelling and screaming, and I asked about physical violence. Lori confirmed grabbing and pushing them, but never punching them. Lori claimed that Charles had got in a physical fight with Colby when he was 16, and had twice gone after Tylee in Hawaii, and would have hit her if Lori hadn't got him between them. The detective asked what Charles did for a living. Lori said he had the freedom of constantly travelling on business trips and didn't have to stay home to care for a special needs kid as she did. Lori said she had been expecting an ambush when Charles arrived in Chandler, because that was his macho kind of attitude. According to Lori, Charles had arrived at around 8:40 a.m. and started banging on the front door. JJ came out to meet his dad, and she started getting his stuff ready for school. Lori said her husband was just being real smirky and real jerky to her, wrote Inclan, so Lori was ignoring him. After packing JJ's backpack, Lori had kissed him goodbye, and the little boy had got in the car with his father. Suddenly, Charles realized he'd left his cell phone in the house and returned to retrieve it, leaving JJ in the car. Lori said that when Charles came back in the house, she was holding his phone, which had been on the counter. He demanded she give it back, but she asked to see his texts. Lori said he'd been acting really weird, wrote Detective Inclan, like he's been plotting something. Lori had asked Charles about his recent texts to Adam, and if that was the real reason he was there. She wanted to know why Charles had suddenly started texting her brother. Lori must have read Charles's email to Adam, as she told Inclan that Charles blamed her for not only breaking up their marriage, but someone else's, calling her a destroyer of marriages. When Lori refused to return Charles's phone, he started screaming at her. She had walked around the house with his phone as Charles trailed behind her, yelling for her to give it back. Lori told the detectives that something was on the phone he didn't want her to see, and she feared he would turn violent. Lori said Tylee came out of her room upset and she had a bat, Inclan wrote, and Tylee told him to leave her mother alone. Her brother Alex heard the commotion and came into the main room. Lori said her husband is screaming and is super upset. Lori doesn't know if Tylee swung at him or what, but he grabbed the bat from Tylee and went to hit Tylee with the bat. Lori said Alex had grabbed Charles from behind to stop him hitting Tylee with the baseball bat. Charles then started hitting Alex with the baseball bat, and they had gone to the ground, grappling. Detective Inclan asked if Charles hit Alex with the baseball bat while they were on the floor, and Lori said Charles was just swinging it back and forth. She said he was freaking out, and began swinging her right arm downward to demonstrate. Then Charles got up and came toward her with the bat, and she stepped back to avoid being hit. She ordered Tylee to go to the car with JJ, as she didn't want him coming in and seeing whatever this fight was going to be. Lori had gone into the kitchen to get away from Charles, when suddenly she heard a gunshot. Lori said she didn't see the shot, wrote the detective. She heard it, and she came back around, and she saw him on the ground. I asked where her brother was, and if she saw him. Lori stated her brother was right in front of Charles, and it all happened very quickly. I asked if her brother had said anything to her, and Lori said no, that they were both in shock. She claimed she had then gone outside to the car and was freaking out. Not knowing what else to do, she took JJ to school, stopping off at Burger King for breakfast on the way. Lori's version of the events leading to Charles's death was very different from Alex's, who had claimed she was not in the house when it happened. After the 30-minute interview with Lori, Detective Inclan went next door where Tylee was waiting. The recorded interview began at 10:14 a.m., and the detective was struck by how flat and unemotional the 16-year-old appeared to be after the violent death of her stepfather. Tylee said she had been woken up at around 7:50 a.m. by yelling outside her door, and had picked up her baseball bat for protection. She came out to find Charles screaming at her mother and uncle in the hallway. She had followed them into the living room, and Charles warned her that if she hit him with the baseball bat, she was going to jail. He had grabbed it from her, and she had fallen onto the floor. Her Uncle Alex had then grappled Charles to the floor, and her mum told her to go to the car and look after JJ. Tylee ran out of the house and stayed with JJ, who was trying to get out of his child's car seat. Eventually, Lori came out and they left. Detective Inclan asked if her mum had told her what had happened. Tylee said she heard a noise, wrote Inclan, and that she knows what it was now, but she thought it was someone taking the bat and hitting it really hard against the floor. The detective asked what Charles's demeanour had been when he had taken the bat away from her. Tylee replied that he had looked like a crazy person, screaming, and his face was beet red. Inclan wrote, "He looked like pure rage." Tylee said that was the craziest she had ever seen him. Tylee stated her uncle was kind of calm, and just standing there in the doorway, being protective of her mum. After the interviews, Detective Moffat and Inclan met to compare notes, and arranged for Lori to meet with the victim's services advocate for counselling. Both detectives were uneasy and felt something was wrong. In Alex's account, he had been alone in the house when Charles was shot, while Lori said she had been in another room when she heard the shot and gone into the living room and seen the body. The detectives secured a search warrant for the residence. "We essentially had Charles deceased on the floor," explained Detective Moffat. "The blood on the ground, a couple of shell casings, so at least initially there was not a whole lot to examine or to look at there." The two detectives then drove Lori, Alex and Tylee back to South Four Peaks Place. None of the three seemed to be the slightest bit upset about Charles Vallow's violent death, and his new widow actually appeared in a celebratory mood. "The van ride was straight up bizarre for me," recalled Detective Moffat. The odd part about it was just the complete lack of emotion. Lori had a big smile on her face. Lori gleefully spoke about her daughter passing her GED and soon going to BYU, Hawaii. There was not one mention of Charles Vallow during the trip, which struck the detectives as odd. By the time they dropped the three back at the house, the detectives were sure something was very wrong. Just the behaviour and the interaction was just so far out of what I was expecting, said Moffat. I started getting concerned there might be something more. Detective Ian Clan, who has a young daughter, observed how Tylee seemed to idolise her mother and wanted to impress her. The teenager obviously cared a lot about what her mother thought of her. It was as if Tylee had been coached how to describe the day's events and had performed well. She wants her mother's approval, said Ian Clan, and you could see that in just how they interact with each other. When the detectives arrived back at the house, crime scene investigators were still busy taking measurements and photographs. The detectives decided to stage a crime scene walkthrough with Alex Cox, who was totally cooperative. The claim had been made that the shooting was in self-defense, wrote Detective Daniel Coons in his report, and there was a desire to have the shooter be present in the scene to help explain the dynamics and locations of the parties involved. An attempt was made to clean the blood from the floor to help minimize the trauma that could be created from exposing him to the gore. Apparently, Alex convinced the detectives he had acted in self-defense and nothing was amiss. The victim's body was then removed to the medical examiner's office for autopsy, and police left the house. Finally, Lori was able to call Chad Daybell with the good news that Charles Vallow was dead, and the police did not suspect a thing. They had gotten away with murder, and were now ready to move on to the next stage of their divine mission, so Lori and Chad could be together. That same afternoon, Lori threw a pool party. There was loud music and swimming, and several neighbours complained to the landlord. Lori left to call her son Colby at work, saying Charles had suffered a fatal heart attack at her house. He was stunned and horrified, thinking his stepfather had died in front of Tylee and JJ. "I'm just freaking out," he recalled. "I just sat there in shock." After composing himself, he asked his mother what had happened, but she was evasive. Colby said he would come straight after work to offer support. At 7:30 p.m, Colby walked through the door and was greeted by Tylee, who hugged him and burst into tears. He still thought Charles had died from a heart attack. Then Colby walked into the kitchen and saw his Uncle Alex with a bandage on the back of his head. Colby asked where his mum was, and Alex pointed to the garden, where Lori was by the pool, calmly talking on her cell phone. As soon as she saw her son, she hung up. Colby asked what was going on and if they were okay. And she kind of hesitated, remembered Colby, and just tells me about a fight and that he was shot. I immediately froze up. I had no words. Stunned, Colby asked why she had said it was a heart attack. Lori explained that she and Charles had gotten into a huge fight, and it had escalated into Alex shooting Charles. A bat was brought into it, Colby said. Al got hit and then he came out and shot him. I just said, I don't understand why Al took his life. If you pull a gun on me, I'm not Superman and I'm not going to come at you, no matter how angry. So it really didn't make sense. 3 days after the killing, Alex Cox flew to Colombia for a 5-day vacation until things calmed down. 25. I have some very sad news. The next morning, all the local Phoenix TV stations and newspapers reported Charles Vallow's strange death. Chandler Police, man shot dead by in-law, was the headline in the Arizona Daily Star. Neither Lori nor Alex Cox were named by police, who only said they had been released with no charges filed. The case would now be sent to the Maricopa County Attorney's Office for review. On Friday afternoon, Lori texted Charles's 2 sons from his previous marriage, Cole, 24, and Zach, 21, to coldly inform them of their father's death, a day and a half after it happened. "Hi, boys," she wrote. "I have some very sad news. Your dad passed away yesterday. I'm working on making arrangements, and I'll keep you informed with what's going on. I'm still not sure how to handle things. Just want you to know that I love you, and so did your dad." Cole immediately texted Lori back, demanding to know more. "We are still waiting for the ME, medical examiner report," she replied. "I'll let you know more when I can." "Where is he and what happened? I'll call you when I can, bub. He is here in Arizona." Alarmed at the stunning news, Cole sent 4 emails in quick succession asking where in Arizona, When did it happen? How was JJ doing? And what funeral home was handling the arrangements? 2 hours later, when there was no reply, Cole sent another text to his stepmother. "Lori, what the F happened? You can't just tell us our dad died. You're not too busy to just let us know he died and disappear." At 8:20 p.m., when there was still no reply, he texted again. "Lori, it's been 3 hours. You're not that busy. I don't care what you're doing." Finally, Lori responded. "I'm sorry you were so upset. I'm upset too. I'm trying to get JJ ready for bed. I'm waiting to hear back from the medical examiner to make sense out of all this myself. Please be patient with me. It's a crushing situation all the way around. I'm still trying to process it too, and what it means for JJ." "When and where is the funeral?" Cole immediately texted back. "How did all this happen? I want an explanation." For the next 24 hours, Cole desperately fired off text after text to Lori without getting a response. When Charles's ex-wife Cheryl Wheeler learned of his death and how heartlessly Lori had broken the tragic news to their sons, she was speechless. "I couldn't believe that she did it in that way," said Wheeler. "I wish she could have called me and said, 'Will you please tell them?' But to do it so brutal through a text was just horrible." Kay Woodcock was at a nail salon when she got a frantic call from her nephew Cole with the sad news. He was extremely upset, and he said that Lori said that Dad's dead, and that she's making funeral arrangements. Kay asked if she could call him back because she needed a couple of minutes to compose herself. So I hung up, and I was just thinking, okay, wait a minute, this is a joke. Charles is as healthy as a horse. She then called Lori's and Charles's cell phones, but there was no answer. Then she received a call from her husband Larry, who had just read about the shooting online. I said, "What are you talking about?" remembered Kay. He said, "I googled Charles Vallow, Chandler, Arizona, and they murdered him yesterday morning. They said it was justifiable. We knew it wasn't true. He told us and other family members, if something happens to me, it's Alex and Lori." On Saturday morning, the Maricopa County medical examiner performed an autopsy on Charles Vallow's body. It was witnessed by detectives Nathan Moffat and Daniel Coons. The autopsy revealed the trajectory of the bullets that killed Charles was inconsistent with Alex Cox's account of what had happened. The first shot passed through his body and ended up in the baseboard. However, the second one entered below Charles's ribcage, exiting through his upper left shoulder. That proved that Charles was already lying on the floor when it fired. The medical examiner found that Charles Vallow died from multiple gunshot wounds, and the manner of death was homicide. The bullets that had killed him had exited through his chest. The case remained open, pending further investigation, and it would be another 2 years before any action would be taken against his killers. Adam Cox and his son Zach were visiting friends in Tucson when they found out about Charles Vallow's death. They were convinced that Lori and Chad were behind it, and drove straight to Janice and Barry's home in Phoenix for more details. "We got there, and Tylee's in the kitchen, crying to my grandma," said Zach. "She's hugging her and getting ready to leave." As soon as Tylee saw her cousin, she stared at him with a helpless look in her eyes, as if she wanted to tell him something but couldn't with the rest of the family present. "I could just tell that she wanted to say what happened on Thursday with Charles," said Zach. "She started walking towards me, and my grandma guided her shoulders and moved her out. And that was the last time I saw Tylee." Later that day, Lori finally replied to her stepson Cole's flood of texts, demanding more details of their father's death and funeral arrangements. "I'm still waiting," she wrote, "working on arrangements and sorting things out the best I can. I'll let you know when I know." "Why aren't you telling me what happened?" Cole responded. "I've asked numerous times. Just tell me." After hearing nothing further over the weekend, a frustrated Cole texted Lori on Monday afternoon. "Okay, Lori, it's been 3 days. You let us know our father passed away over a text message. 3 days and we haven't heard from anyone. The only information we have is that one text from you saying he passed away. You disappeared after that. We need any information you have. What happened? When did it happen? How did it happen? Where is he now? Are there any funeral plans, and can Zach and I be a part of it? We talk to him all the time, and now he's gone. He was our dad and we loved him very much. We deserve answers. Also, why have you been the only one to contact us? We haven't heard from Colby or Tylee. I know they are affected too. I called Colby recently too, but he didn't answer. Is JJ safe, and what does he know? I need to be kept in the loop about this all. This isn't a nonchalant topic you can just throw a text at and be done with it. Lori responded the following day, still not addressing how Charles had died. She was evasive, leaving far more questions than answers. These are your dad's wishes. He and I discussed this a lot over the years we have been together. My plan is to have him cremated as he wished, and then take all 5 of you kids to Hawaii to spread his ashes. He did not want a funeral. He wants a celebration of his life. I've been overwhelmed, but I'm trying to start these arrangements today. JJ is doing good, but he does not know his daddy is gone. It's so tough because he doesn't really understand. He says Daddy is in California working. I know how much he loves you boys and always has. I have a lot of things to do with the business and contacting people, and it's still too difficult. Today I'm trying to put up a memorial page on the funeral home website. I'll send the link to you when I have it. I love you, and so does your dad. Cole immediately fired back a text demanding real answers. I appreciate this information, but I'll ask these questions again, because I still haven't been given an answer. What happened? When did it happen? How did it happen? Where is he now? Is there a funeral? When is it? Who have you told about his death? Give me all the information you have, please. My brother and I deserve to know. There was no reply from Lori, and by Saturday